Good morning and welcome to an absolutely stunning Wasps FC as we welcome you to the 2026 edition of the London Sevens, the end of what has been another incredible Lit Super Sevens series with venues around the country this summer. We've got an action-packed day of Sevens to bring you with open and social competitions in both the women's and men's tournaments through the day. Speaking of that social competition, let's not forget that Sevens is an absolute party, and that social division epitomises everything that this incredible sport is about. We're going to be guided through all of the action by our wonderful commentary team of Wilfred Kemsley and Warren Muggleton. They're going to be joined by a couple of expert voices through the day who I'm really pleased to say will also be spending some time with me down pitch side, taking us through everything that London Sevens is about and all of the action that can be enjoyed not just on the pitch but the fun off it as well. And one of those legends is here with me now, Great Britain Sevens superstar Amy Wilson-Hardy. Amy, you were here last year and at this point and for much of the day you were having to shelter under an umbrella. No danger of that today?
Good morning. Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, definitely. The Sevens is about the sun. I always said if it's raining, I'm not playing. So not Princess at all. But yeah, this is more what it's about. Ground is super hard, which for the 15s players out there, they'll be cringing, but that makes a super fast, exciting game. So really excited to see what today produces. Yeah,
I'm sure the action on the pitch is going to be brilliant as it unfolds through the day. The teams that have come here today, we've got over 70 competing and they're coming from all around the world now. We've got the Sri Lanka national team, we've got teams from Monaco, Switzerland, so many countries. The fact that the tournament continues to grow is really positive for Sevens.
Definitely, and what's been a challenging year for the GB national side, it's exciting to see that, yeah, on the grassroots level and obviously going through the social and to the elite, these players that want to be noticed is still going strong and it's still growing, and it just showcases what an incredible sport is. So hopefully that will do wonders for then the next level up to show everybody that it is still this incredibly entertaining sport. And yeah, you've got Hong Kong warming up behind us, which is, yeah, obviously these guys play on the circuit. Or they do like the exhibition game in Hong Kong on the World Series. So awesome to see that calibre of teams coming in, and just shows the fact that teams are travelling so far to come to this tournament shows what an incredible event it is, and I really want to showcase talents out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not Sevens without Hong Kong being involved in some way, hey? Now, the series itself, the Lit Super 7 series, is done and dusted. So the results here today aren't going to affect the season standings, but the teams still really want to win this one. It's such a prestigious tournament in its 14th year now.
Definitely, and it's about ending that series on a high as well. It's not like we'll see later on with the third, fourth playoff with England-France. These players will want to play, they want to showcase what they can do, and like I said, there's so many people around and everyone knows that Sevens players are a bit of showboaters, so as soon as there's an audience there, everyone will be turning it on, and yeah, everything to play for. And also, sometimes when you do get that relaxing almost of knowing that the series is finished, you get to see players really coming out the shell, now the pressure's off a little bit, so again, it's just setting the stage for what will be an incredible day.
In terms of it being an incredible day, one of the things that makes it is the atmosphere off the pitch, all the vendors, we've got all of the excitement going on. Anything that you saw as you came in that you're particularly excited to go and have a look about?
Yeah, Elaine has done such an incredible job every year, and every year you say it can't get better, and it does. I got distracted by the Red Bull vehicle coming along. They always just look so bougie. I don't know if I'm not even I'm off caffeine at the moment, so I can't even have it, but that is drawing me that way, and I know they'll have some incredible kind of events around that as well. But yeah, everything's buzzing. You can feel like, as I drove through about an hour ago, like everyone was looking around, seeing what they're going to do next. I know that some of the food is incredible as well, so if you're watching this and you're coming along later, make sure you dig into some great scran as well.
Well, I am so excited for all of the action to begin. I know that Amy is as well. So for now, let's throw you up to our commentary team of Wilf Kemsley and Warren Muggleton.
To the Lit Super Sevens. It's the end of the four-leg series and the start of the standalone event, which has now been going for 14 years. Celebrating a century here at Wasps. It is a wonderful occasion, and although the rain has stayed away so far, and we're due to have beautiful 25-degree sunshine, the standard of Sevens will not change. international flavour right from the off. Sept Rush from France taking on Hong Kong. Hong Kong, who last season, of course, really upturned the apple cart when they rocked up at the Harpenden Sevens, made it through to the final. Sept Rush made it to that quarter-final this season. They think they should have gone further, having made the semi-final at the Prague Sevens and won the bowl at Bournemouth this year. The circus that never stops taking on the city that never sleeps. It's Hong Kong taking on Sept Rush in our opening game from the men's elite division. Described as an open today, which last year caught a couple of teams out. We had entrances into this competition who were not expecting to play teams of international calibre. That's been cleared up this time around. But it's a huge pool, including Uber Boats Thunder, the newly sponsored side, and the Apache Braves here this afternoon. It's Sept Rush in the pink and blue, Hong Kong in the white and black. Some really international flavour to this tournament, as we've said, but also within these two teams as well. Hong Kong, they come from all corners to represent the city nation. Expats, locals, and a mix of players representing Hong Kong at 15s and 7s in this development side. Sevens Rush, they are a French-based side, but they have brought with them a couple of players who we know and love on the Sevens circuit in the UK, including the likes of Struan Wright and Targo Hagen. Both in action at the British Elite as well as on the Sevens circuit so far. And indeed, Warren Wongleton is alongside me just for a little special treat for the opening game before we descend into leading games between the two of us. But Warren, welcome to the Lit Sevens. It's Hong Kong who kick us off. Just how excited are you for this huge tournament today?
Absolutely buzzing, Will. Cannot wait for the action here. As you say, the draws for this one are just so enticing to look at, and we know how much fun, which we'll go into throughout the day, that all of these sides are carrying into this one, but having that flavour of sort of international teams alongside ones that are familiar to us on the Lit Super 7 Series circuit as well. It's all ingredients for what should be a delicious day of Rugby Sevens.
And great start for Hong Kong. Brian Phillips straight over the ball. Penalty on the 5, and I think they are going to call the scrum, which is the mature option. You're going to get a very well-drilled set of players in this Hong Kong team. And that's just good intent right from the off. Big turnover, great body position. I was in the referees meeting earlier. They were talking about how crucial the breakdown will be today. They were saying defensive players, you have to get back on side and come through the gate if you want to make an impact at the breakdown, and Phillips there was perfect over the ball. Shivan Dekande, such a dangerous runner, perked right behind this scrum. Dekande to the left-hand side, here he is. Dekande, chopped down early doors. Sept Rush over the ball. To the edge they go, it's Wesley Shing. Another pace merchant in this side. Phillips. Miss pass this time. Out to Johnny Osono. Shikande over the top. And Shivan Dekande just couldn't free the hands. But a second penalty and a quick tap from Phillips. But he's off the mark. Oh no. Over he went for the simplest of scores.
The eyes went wide in there, saw the try line at his beckoning, but just went a little bit too quickly. Hong Kong clearly very fluid in possession in these early stages, Will, but Sevens Rush, I saw them do this at Bournemouth Sevens back at the end of May. They caught a lot of teams out by how quickly they can scramble that defence out on the wing positions, and it's causing Hong Kong a few things to think about in these early stages.
I think you also called that mental quarter-final at Harpenden as well, which they were knocked out of in that huge tournament decider. You know all about their quality, but Hong Kong with Kano Lee finds Phillips, first receiver, and you can't keep them out forever from 5 yards. And Brian Phillips crashes over. Really good start for Hong Kong. They've been camped in this Sevens Rush 22. In the end, just one missed tackle was enough to see them over.
Yeah, textbook first man play there. Just changing the body direction. All the Sevens Rush players were drawn out to the wide where they were outnumbered, and it just creates the space inside the set piece in order to go over the line.
Opening score then for Hong Kong. But Warren, while we have you, of course, there's 4 tournaments that we're bringing live today. We'll have finals in each of them. We've got a bit of men's open action, then some women's open, then some men's social. So real flavour here on pitch one, and that's what the Lit Sevens is all about.
It is, definitely, yeah. Looking forward to, particularly we've got Hong Kong coming back again in the Women's Open in a couple of games' time, taking on British Army. That will be a really interesting, by the looks of it, physical clash going on out there. And they've got the Monaco women's team against the Akuma Panters, regulars on the circuit as well.
Lovely footwork. Hong Kong win it back off the kickoff, and out comes the stiff arm from Alessandro Nardoni. And it's a second score early in the first half for Hong Kong. Well, they were made to work really hard for their opener, but this second try was a little bit too easy.
Yeah, it was. Just have a look at the position. Just before we saw that as well, it's just a driving run coming through the middle as well. Seven rush, backpedaling, and when you've got the options, that's what Rugby Sevens is all about. Getting your options, getting them in the right place. Hong Kong getting that on the money.
You know, this is Hong Kong's first Sevens tournament of the year, building up to the sort of major Asian competitions. And they have looked really sharp. It's a core of the side that were all playing Sevens together last year as well. Bryn Phillips looking to nudge another contestable kickoff after a great bit of work from Shivan Dukande, who is going to have a huge part to play for Hong Kong today. And this Sep Rush side haven't played a lot of rugby together in this particular unit. Under real pressure early. Again, it's been tapped back from the kickoff, and Osono does get his hands on it. I think there's a slight knock on there that will finally give Sevens Rush a bit of possession. It'd be good to see them play with ball in hand for the first time, Warren. We know what they can do.
Yeah, well, they've been staring at the pill going around the pitch for the moment, haven't they? Like a cloud going across the sky. But this will be the first chance to really see what they can do. And I think if they're going to have a go at this Hong Kong side, they've got to just play them at their own game, really. Deep runs, direct attacking rugby.
They'll struggle to spot any clouds in the skies above us here in Acton. In northwest London, it is absolutely stunning.
I brought the sun cream, haven't we?
Undercover here on the gantry, beautiful spot for us to take it all in. You can see the warm-up pitch 3 behind us, and then pitch 2 just to the left of it. And as we pan around to show you the whole clubhouse here, a Sevens Rush on the front foot for the first time. Nice little stutter step, and then eventually check back. And Paulo Sampaio Reinaldo. Lovely little hitch kick over halfway. This is much better from Sevens Rush. Breaking tackles and finally finding themselves free, but up comes the linesman's flag. Penalty advantage was played. Sevens Rush still have it. The call is to shift it early. There's a mix of languages in the side today. Here's Leo Koch. Kenny Gray, nicknamed South Park, who takes it to the line. Whipped across by Gillet. Gratau on the edge, wants it on the return. Instead, he's there in support. Good carry over the 22.
It's patient stuff, Will, from Seven Rush.
Again up to the 22, but well dealt with. Koch takes it to ground. Reinaldo. Cross from Gillet. Ratau, lovely switch, but he's hit hard by Osono. This is brilliant defense from Hong Kong. Ratau off the deck, a little bit too keen to bite into that breakdown. It might leave them short-handed. It's beautiful footwork that should see them over. What an opening score.
Oh goodness, they had to work for that one, Wilf, didn't they? But they were just waiting for that gap to emerge. The first time Hong Kong really committed 2 players to the tackle to bring a man down. It opens up the gap just on the inside channel, and Seven Rush able to capitalise.
It's a shame, really, because that was the first time that Hong Kong had decided to have a crack at the breakdown, and all it did was leave them short-handed elsewhere. Knocked over for the full set of 7. Hong Kong pegged back to 5 at half-time. Brilliant start then to the tournament. Some very impressive rugby on show from both sides. Sep Rush, the French side, at the moment, down by 5. Hong Kong in their first tournament of the year, looking sharp, as we'd expect. Second half to come in just a few moments' time. second half soon to get underway here. It's kicked off by Sepp Rush, but it's a brilliant take. Great take by Hong Kong, and Nardoni, the try scorer, busting through tackles again. Warren Muggleton back alongside me, and these kickoffs are an area that Hong Kong have just got under complete control.
All they have, and it allows them just to draw in defenders and means those wide areas exposed, and that's what Hong Kong will try to do now. Be interested to see them in sort of a long spell of possession for the first time.
Nardoni to the short side again, looking to break through the tackles. He's dragged down by the Sevens Rush try scorer Leo Koch. But a penalty given away, quick tack from Christie. Lee, Esono, Scrag tackled. Lee hit harder this time, great defense from Sepp Rush. Christie. Shing, switches on the inside for Nardoni. Nardoni busting tackles, flicks it through the cap flap. Nardoni back on the inside. Phillips hit hard. Brilliant tackle. Flying in came Marc Gillet. A crucial stop, but I'm not sure that Hong Kong knew was there, Warren.
No, they did it. It was going to be a wonderful team try, an early contender for try of the day for Sevens Rush. It's just the sheer power of the tackle, which you can have a look at here. Wonderful hands, and as it comes in, it's just tackled him on his blind side and not forced a knock on, and that is why Sevens Rush are so difficult to attack. But again, Wilf, this is where Hong Kong scored in the first half from a scrum, right down the middle this time, not to the side of the post. So can they repeat what they did before?
Phillips right behind, Shing to the left. In defensive duty, Sevens Rush puts out the fend, but brought down on the 22. Ratau off the deck. And this is an excellent break here. Although he's a big man, there could be some mismatches out there with the physicality that Hong Kong have on show. That's outstanding hands, a little bit of overlap, and Sevens Rush will crucify them. What a score, coast to coast. Twice they've been made to work hard, but Nardoni and Esono, both on the far side, got caught on the 3-on-1, and that's an excellent finish.
Watched a little offload at the start, it's just before, but there's a wonderful offload in that, pretty much on the halfway line, that allows for the space. Again, it's those little moments. You give an inch, and it will create a mile in Rugby Sevens.
And a substitution as well after the score for Sepp Rush. That's job done. I think it's Kenny Gray. He might have raced away on that far side. There's the little offload. And another great pass through the tackle, and Gray's away. And with the kick knocked over, Sepp Rush take the lead here. Long way to go in a group as difficult as this, as the kickoff is a little bit pedestrian. Dekande. Oh, what a ball that is. Flat to the line from Matt Rickard. Hong Kong over again. Dekande. Christie. Max Denmark. And Denmark just shoulders off his man. Denmark again takes it to the line. Great leg drive. Up to the 10-meter. Esono, big step off the right boot, switches round. Is that a forward pass? It's just come out of the hands unkindly from Bryn Phillips. That would have been a stunning try. Fine margins in this game of ours.
You can understand the hands on the heads of the Hong Kong players there. Everything was spot on for them. It's just that final pass going into the wind doesn't quite go against them, and maybe that's the difference here right now between Sevens Rush and Hong Kong. It's just that little bit of quality in attack. That's 2 points in it. It's such narrow margins.
It'll be a scrum for Sevens Rush. They've created a score from a position more difficult than this. Lovely touch to see Struan Wright out there in the scrum hat that he always wears. He switched it up to match with his kit today. Here is White. Koch. Lovely step. White over the ball. Dug out by Reynaldo. cross from Gillet. Contact taken on the 10. Yeah, you're not going to outmuscle this Hong Kong team, that's for certain. And then they pull the trigger. Reynaldo takes it to the line, looking to create some space here. Esono, oh, huge shot to dislodge possession from Johnny Esono. What a defender he is.
He really is. He's so brave as well in that position when you got the 7 rushing at you quite literally. He stood strong and ended that attack. And just had a look at the clock, Will. Not long left in this game. Hong Kong with a big chance here if they get it right. Well, they've gone creative as well, you know.
Hong Kong take it early to the far side. Denmark, chance for him to run with a bit of space. Inside and out from Denmark. White looks to strag tackle. Denmark slips through. Denmark on the defend. It's Tukande. How elusive has Max Denmark been since coming onto the field? But Nardoni one-on-one, and he'll score what surely is the winner.
In games like this, Will, sometimes it's the team that's willing to just take that little bit of risk, try that little bit of creativity. Today, it's Hong Kong in this first game, and with 45 seconds left, it's put them in control of this first group stage match of the Men's Open. And again, it's just, we almost caught us both out there, didn't it, Will, the way they put it over the line out.
Yeah, lovely trick play. Denmark, he takes on 3 players here. Still going. Tukande with good composure to flick it away, and then Alessandro Nardoni one-on-one. Very hard to put down. Seprush almost pulling off a brilliant comeback from 12-0 down, but they trail again. This time they secure the kickoff. And it's taken to the line, and straight through the hole they go. And can you believe it? Paulo Champal Reynaldo breaks the line and levels the game with a kick under the post beyond the 14-minute mark.
Wow, wow, wow. Well, unbelievable individual work there. Hong Kong thought they'd already won the game, didn't play till the last whistle. And here is a massive chance. Wins behind them as well.
Mark Gillet knocks it over. Sevens Rush have stolen it. What a performance. In the dying embers of the clash, this is last play. Options inside and out, but Reynaldo does it all himself, and then Gillet pops it over from under the post, and Hong Kong beaten.
I'll tell you what, we've set the tone nicely for this one, Will. Brilliant open rugby play, creativity, flair, pace, all on show in this first game, and it's set the tone nicely for the rest of the day.
Don't go anywhere, because it's the Godfathers up next against Sri Lanka. We'll be back very shortly. And in the gap, I will throw you down to Will Chapalou's pitch side.
Well, if that game is anything to go by, we are in for an absolute treat here today at Wasps. And speaking of Wasps, it is the 10th year that this tournament has taken place at this iconic venue. Amy, what does it mean to have Sevens being played at a club that's got such a storied history?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's so good after the turbulent history of Wasps as well in the recent years to see it thriving and see so many players enjoying this space. I joke around that it's the field of dreams, but it really is. I enjoyed a few years playing here, and there's such, like you said, a history, but a closeness, a kind of allegiance that once you've played for Wasps, everyone says once a Wasp, always a Wasp. And I know that they'll be delighted to see it so buzzing with people and playing such a great form of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real testament to how they host this tournament that the London Sevens has kept coming back year after year. For the players themselves, it's an awesome opportunity to get to play here. You've played at the absolute highest level of Sevens, but how do our grassroots players go about preparing themselves for a long day of Sevens in weather like this?
It's a really tough one, because I think as well what you don't necessarily think about is that the elite level you're playing 3 games a day max. These guys will be potentially playing 6, maybe even more if they're joining other teams to help out as well. It's a really long day, and with the conditions, the hard ground is going to take a massive toll on the body. You'll have different teams preparing different ways. Obviously the social may be a little bit more relaxed and rock up as long as they're a few little hamstring stretches, good to go, depending on the age. I know that I'd need a bit more than that now. But you'll see the elite level and the series sides really taking it seriously. As I said, you saw the Hong Kong, it's their international side. They're going to not change their process from what they do when they perform on the even bigger stages. So it's a really good testament. It shows people what it's like without being at those international events, but still getting a kind of sneak peek into how the elite athletes will warm up and train. It's quite a process.
Yeah, and it's non-stop for the players through the day. Games coming thick and fast. Games coming thick and fast for you on our live stream as well. It's time to go back up to the gantry for game 2.
Thanks, Will. Welcome back then to this men's open. It's the Godfathers in the pink and black taking on Sri Lanka, the Tuskers. Of course, named after the famous elephant that adorns their badge. Slight knock-on off the kick-off, and Godfathers will play. The poor Godfathers, their team sheet's gone walkabouts, unfortunately. So if they have the presence of mind to draft us another one, we'd greatly appreciate it. They are former champions of Kinsale. They've also gone deep in the British elite in recent years. They're a really decent side. It is Sri Lanka attracting all of the attention here. The rugby continues to grow in that part of the world. They recently took on New Zealand's weighted side. I think they were under 100 kilos in a full fixture, which is a pretty special day out for them. And interception early doors. What a start for the Tuskers. Racing away goes Dinal Ekenyake. And they will score the opener. Sri Lanka on top. Amy Wilson-Hardy has climbed the tower to join me. What a start this is. How good to see Sri Lankan rugby on show and scoring against a side as talented as the Godfathers. What a pick out.
What a start. That was great. Lovely to be up here.
Welcome to it. What a little fall that was. Ekenyake with a brilliant finish. And yeah, Sri Lankan rugby, founded back in 1879, the first time the game was played. And this one just broadcast a little bit as the tackle came in and Ekenyake goes through. They are so excited about today. They've had articles written about this trip to Sri Lanka. From Sri Lanka, of course. I mean, there's been some huge games in the university standard of Sri Lankan rugby. Honestly, the crowds there are fantastic at that university and schoolboy level, which is, of course, the game we love here at Next Gen Live. Godfathers, no chance for them to attack here for the first real time as they skip through the tackles. A brilliant start. In comes the kick. There is a sweeper back. Sri Lanka have got some cleaning up to do here. It's an unkind bounce, but it's just been nicked off the fingertips of the Godfathers, and now some broken field. And Sri Lanka look bright in these spaces. Soya, his ball wide is intercepted. Another kick comes in, and now it's a fairer foot race. But a great recovery from Chatura Soya, who runs it back. And the referees are just waiting for a decision here. I think it's going to be a scrum where the kick was nudged. Well, it's clear tactic for the Godfathers. Twice they've put it in behind. Just hasn't worked out for them this time. It's a short dead ball, Amy.
Yeah, definitely. And how cool was the Sri Lankan player on that first kick? I think I was like, I was getting nervous for him, but no stress there. Just picked it up and went. But great way, it gets the team turning, and if you back your chase.
Kuyana Kula Tunga with the feed of the scrum, but it's Godfathers in the end who have it back, and again slipping off tackles here. 3-on-1 should be executed. Instead, they step to the outside. Opportunity goes begging. That was a simple score in the making. Still, they'll recycle here, the Godfathers. Lovely footwork to beat two men. Hint of another interception from Sri Lanka. They are working their socks off here, and they've driven the Godfathers back. Good delay on the pass, and this time a soaring line on the inside will see them through. Janita Dishan just looking to cover multiple players on that near channel.
Just shows when a team keeps possession, it's so hard to defend in sevens. You're going from side to side, and you're looking at that 2-3 disconnect, which is exactly what Godfathers found there. Sometimes for 2, 3, 4 phases you can keep it, but it gets tougher and tougher, and if you get that late switch, it can look like what is an easy try, but it's a lot of hard work goes behind that.
What a start to this game. Another close one in the offing, knocked over as well. Pretty tough though for Sri Lanka to hit the crossbar right under the post. That sees them trail by 2 here. Yeah, it's like stepping before he even had the ball in his hand. Pretty deceptive stuff. Godfathers kick off, and that is contestable. Good lift from Sri Lanka. Godfathers get a tap to it. It came off a pink and black hand, so the ball is free. And it's Soisa. Gets an offload off the deck. Sri Lanka again in possession. Beautiful out the back door offload. And that will see them through. What a score.
An offload to match the hairstyle, I think, and that brings me to it. We've got to look out. That's got to be up for contender, number 12, Sri Lanka, for hairstyle of the day so far.
Akash Madhushanka with a brilliant offload and indeed an almighty trim. And that sees Sri Lanka over for a score that will take them ahead again. Really special stuff from the Tuskers. Look at this. Oh, that's ridiculous. And then the acceleration to hit the gap. I mean, job was not done for Sri Lanka. Great work to see them through for a second score. Kick-off from Sri Lanka is well chased, but a physical take by the Godfathers. Well, ferocious defending from Sri Lanka, but they can't make it through, and then the kick comes in again. Kongahawatha to the near side. And again, the tackles are broken, and Sri Lanka look like they're running an extra degree ahead here. Where are they off to this time? Straight through the centre. Akash Madhushanka with a try and an assist of real quality. And right before half-time, the game is just getting away from Sri Lanka.
Be interesting to see how Godfathers adapt here. They've tried the kick through. I think it's not really working. They're just giving possession back. They want to keep the ball and show that that's how they scored their try, just with a few phases of possession. See what happens in the second half.
Again, they kick it away. And again, Sri Lanka punish them. Really taking their time over the kick. Fair play. Knocked over by Isuru Kangahawatha. And at half-time, it's 19-7 that Sri Lanka lead, and this is another really impressive score. A winding run. And look at that beautiful main flow through for the Tuskers. Madhushanka really impressive in this first half. Sri Lanka have come to play, and the Tuskers lead against the Godfathers at half-time by 19-7. kick-off to come from Sri Lanka. And Amy, of course, you played against Sri Lanka at the Commonwealth Games previously, their women's side. And, you know, that was a couple of years ago, and you can see how quickly the game has come on since then. As the men look to touch down straight off kickoff, that is calamitous, but it might well be a score. I think it has been given. I mean, given your previous experience with Tuskers Rugby, just how impressed have you been by the Sri Lankan side?
Definitely, I think they were a lovely side to play against. And what I love most is in true Sri Lankan form, in the village, the athletes' village, every night they're all playing cricket. So that's the best. But it's absolutely brilliant to see some of the nations that you wouldn't be traditional rugby nations coming through. You had the Premier League in India just recently, and to see that thriving. Sevens is a great form of the game, to see the growth, and that's what I love. It's all about the development of the game and showcasing it on these kind of stages.
Chianidu Dilshan, the Sri Lankan captain, getting after this kickoff. It's another great nudge from Kangahawatha. But, oh, that is just knocked back by the Godfathers, and then down goes Dilshan. Famous old Sri Lankan name, of course, again from the cricketing spear, but doing it on the rugby pitch as well. And Godfathers are at 6s and 7s. All over the place here. Sri Lanka have got them camped in their own 5 metre. It's an ambitious pass looking to break the game. Little dummy. Out comes the fend, and a lovely offload, and the Godfathers battling hard but making yards, and then the pass is forward.
Just forcing a little bit now, they're behind on the score sheet. Just want to do what they did for their first try. Keep it simple, keep possession, keep going from width to width, and they'll find the gaps.
24-7, long way back though from here. That opening score is a bit of a coach killer. Well, the Monaco Impis, whose women's side, of course, won the Melrose Sevens, are also in this group alongside the FRN Beavers at the end of their first season as an elite side. We do have the Monaco Masters, the women's team, in action here on pitch 1 in just a few moments' time.
We spoke about hairstyles. There's also kit to consider, and this is very important things in sevens, I must say. And Monaco are looking sharp in their warm-up area.
Yeah, great shade of blue-green on that as well. They did win the Melrose Sevens. Hannah Thornhill, the star of the Lit Super 7 series, powered them through to score, but it's Sri Lanka breaking through this time. Shahid Zumri. Try scorers from every corner. They've made loads of changes at the break, and it's made little difference. It's Zumri this time, straight up the gut.
Showing great physicality for a smaller team, just shows classic expressions, not the size of the dog, it's the size of the bark of the dog, something like that.
Size of the dog, and it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog.
Yes,
there we
that's
go.
Better. Bark, fight.
Izuru Kangahwatha with another kick over. I mean, when China, of course, played on the Lit Super 7 series before, they did not possess the skill set, perhaps, that some of these players who have been playing the game their whole life could muster, but their physicality, their pace and their power and their strength was off the charts. This Sri Lankan team just have a work rate that no one else has been able to match so far, in my opinion, on the 7 series this season. Playing with so much pride, Sri Lanka here, and they've extended their lead, and it's a long way back for the Godfathers now. Good tackle from Goyan Pereira. To the short side come the Godfathers. Lovely break. Out comes the stiff arm. Beautiful offload. Looking for the final pass, the Madhushanka special, but it hasn't gone to play for the Godfathers. Sri Lanka not beaten at their own game this time.
Work rate is everything, I think. It's when I coach the kids, that's what I say. I don't mind. You can learn everything else, but work rate is that. Takes no talent. TNT. Non-negotiable. See a person later, lazy person on the pitch, that's a reason to get them off, but I'll keep someone working hard on the pitch for as long as possible.
Koyan Kulatunge feeding this scrum. I mean, it's a pretty stunning Sri Lanka kit as well. The all-white in these English conditions doesn't always go to plan, but the white and green trim is excellent against this pink and black of the Godfathers. A full range of potential options on show. Godfathers dancing their way on the far side and then drawing in 2 men. Counter ruck comes in. Penalty Godfathers. Opportunity for them to get back into the tie. Looking for the switch, throws the dummy. Sri Lanka come drifting across. It's a nice set play to open up the hole. Another offload. This is brilliant rugby from the Godfathers, and then upended by Akash Munushanka. Still the Godfathers play. Width is the call. High press from Sri Lanka. Evaded well to begin with. Pereira makes the shot. Godfathers hammering at the door. Still, there's no way through.
You can tell this Sri Lankan team have played a lot together. They're so connected. That real trust for each other in defence.
Floated wide again, one-on-one. An unbelievable defence again from Sri Lanka. Delakushtange with a huge hit. Off the deck again for Godfathers. All of the tricks of the trade, but no way through at the moment. Another chop tackle. They've been driven back inside their own half. Is there finally an overlap? It's ambitious from the Godfathers, but look how far they've been driven back, Amy.
It's so good to see, and again, it links with work rate. Defence is all about dogged work rate, and there it pays off in the
Defence
channel.
into attack, interception, and that's the score that should seal it. Jayathu Rajaratna.
You see they were sniffing for it. That high press just begs for that kind of thing, staying in those offload channels, and yeah, risk versus reward, and that's definitely a reward.
Rajarantha with the score. Sri Lanka with a fantastic opening performance. 38-7. They have seen off the Godfathers. A brilliant show of defensive acumen at the end of the day as well. This is just a brilliant way to top it off. It is defence into attack. It is an interception, and it is a try scored by Sri Lanka at the very last by another substitute, Jayathu Rajaratna. Well, before the start of the women's competition, let's reflect on the opening in the men's competition. I'll chuck you down to Will Shep, who's pitch side with a Hong Kong representative.
Well, I'm very pleased to be joined between matches by James Christie, fresh off the pitch from Hong Kong's match to open up the day. We won't mention that one too much, but James, you're on tour with Hong Kong at the moment. You come here via Portugal for this tournament. How's the trip been so far?
Yeah, it's been really good down in Portugal. Lovely weather for sure. Played in a few grab and live games on Monday and Tuesday, and then straight here on Thursday to play in this great competition.
Awesome to have you here. We were saying at the top of the show, it's not Sevens without Hong Kong here. You've got a big year ahead. What's up next for you?
Starts with the Asian Series, end of August. So that's a double header. If we win that, we go on to the Challenger, which is the World Series qualification. But in between that sandwich is Asian Games, which happens every 4 years, like the Commonwealth. You know, that creates if we win that or win a medal, we get our funding for the next 4 years. So it's huge for the team.
So really important for Hong Kong Rugby Sevens in general, and a tournament that you've got decent pedigree in.
Yes, Asian Games, we're double gold winners, so you know, going for that three-peat, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be real tough.
Well, I'm sure you'll do really well at it, and Sri Lanka should be there as well. Bit of an opportunity today to get some intel on some of your opposition.
Yeah, for sure, it'll be the first time we've seen Sri Lanka this season, but I think, especially after that first game for us, I think the big focus on ourselves and, you know, not making as many mistakes as we did, because, you know, it's opportunity there, but we've got to take them.
And of course, anyone that knows anything about Sevens knows that the big one is the Hong Kong Sevens. It's obviously in April, so you've got a long time between now and then, but the Challenger Series, big for you getting towards that and putting in a good performance in front of your home crowd.
Yeah, we played in the 50th anniversary last year. It was crazy. I don't know, every year it seems to get better and better. You know, I just love the Hong Kong fans coming out and supporting us. You know, we're pretty privileged to play in that tournament, obviously not in the World Series, but you know, it's huge every single time.
What would you say to fans of the game who've been to tournaments like this around the UK, but maybe they've thought about going to Hong Kong, they've never actually done it? What would be the selling point for you to get someone to get on the plane, get over there?
Obviously the rugby, but I think the number one is the fans. You know, the fans make it. The atmosphere is second to none, I think, and you know, everyone's so friendly, just having fun, having beers, 3-day tournament. You know, nothing gets better than that.
Well, I won't keep you too much longer, James. I know you've got another game to prepare yourself for. Who's up next for you?
Apache on pitch 2 on the Astro, so it should be a bit fast game for sure.
Well, good luck in that one. Thank you for joining us, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you in the big games later on pitch 1.
Cheers.
Cheers. For now, it's back up to Wilf and Warren on comms.
Thank you, Will. We've got started now with the Women's Open competition here at the LIT Sevens. Glorious morning here in West London. I'm very excited to see this one get underway. Amy Wilson-Hardy still alongside me. Amy, good to see you alongside us. 8 teams in this Women's Open category. On the look of it, anybody catching your eye before even a ball has been played?
I mean, trying to spy from here, but shamefully, my eyesight's not that good anymore.
I've got some binoculars if you like.
Screens. Yeah, I think I need them. But all I said, as I said in the last game, I'm just super excited by this azure blue kit. I'm like, if that's not a Sevens kit for you, I'm signing up to Monaco for next year, that's for sure.
Well, the next game due is Hong Kong against British Army. British Army team, you can see, just entering the field. Certainly been sun-kissed, to say the least, over the last couple of weeks. It's an interesting surface. Seen a couple of games already being played on this one. Ball bouncing pretty true so far. We'll see how that develops through the day. Hong Kong also making their way onto the pitch. The British Army in their red kits. Hong Kong with their navy blue and the red stripes across the sleeves. This is going to be a very enticing game, this one.
Definitely, and we speak about the international teams coming. It's also that privilege for other teams to play against those internationals, which is a huge honour. And I definitely think that the British Army are going to want to show what a powerhouse of a team they are, taking on the national team of Hong Kong.
You're joining us live on YouTube, the LIT Sevens. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday morning full of Super Sevens action so far. Hong Kong with the kick. British Army tried to push it straight into Hong Kong hands though with Nam. And what a run to start this game. Have a look at the clock. 4 seconds. That's all it's taken for Hong Kong Dragons to get over the line. Bit of help from British Army, it's fair to say, but Ho Kar-Man Nam gets the first score of the game.
Kick-off such a crucial part in Sevens. It is a set piece in itself. Just saw there, you've got to be on it. If you don't get the clean catch, those scavenger rolls, the people either side of the ball, it's that battle to be the first on, and Hong Kong just sniping where they could. Great start to the game.
Certainly so. No conversion for that one, but it is Hong Kong who strike first. British Army again just scrambling from the restarts, able to take the ball into possession this time through Mai Samoa. Eventually, Whiteley brought to ground. And a wriggle through the middle of that Hong Kong defence. Well, very much putting a high press on. Pass out the back door. Can they take advantage of the room on the wings? Not quite. Just pushed out was Sivo Adequalo.
I imagine 2 very different styles of play coming with these 2 teams. It's really interesting to see. Hong Kong will be extremely well drilled. They'll be on it at everything. Skill set high. Army renowned for physical ball carriers. The bigger of the 2 teams, but that doesn't necessarily mean the better of the 2 teams.
It's about how you use those qualities. Hong Kong coming again. Shanna Forrest going down the wing. Will she do it all herself? Decides to thought about popping it over the top, but she will. Just drew in the British Army defenders. The set piece executed to perfection, and Hong Kong doubling their lead in quick fire time.
Look extremely dominant, extremely chilled, which is always a good sign as well.
Conversion going wide of the mark. The remaining 10-0. We've had a couple of games. Had the first game of the day, defined by very narrow margins. And just seen involving Sri Lanka, a very heavy win for them. Hong Kong certainly setting the tone in this first Women's Open game. We restart with British Army because the Hong Kong kick doesn't find the dotted 10-metre line. So British Army, the first chance for them to really get possession in a dangerous area. Jokapechi Laitasau. A driving run from the right wing. Isamo gets the penalty turned over though, and Hong Kong will look to strike back straight away. Julia Mibuoyana through the heart of the British Army. Chan out to Chan into the middle. Here comes Chong. The wonderful combination in the middle. Can the space emerge? Just popped on to the player who started the move, and rather fitting that she should finish it. Julia Mibuoyana underneath the post, and it's 3 for Hong Kong.
What a brilliant team try, but also showing individual brilliance there. Like you said, much deserved from that initial turnover, but so smart. You could see them leaving the breakdown when there was no contest, which meant that Hong Kong had 7 on their feet. They could put the pressure on defensively, but taking that moment when they saw that opportunity for that snipe to come in.
It's almost like the Venus flytrap, isn't it? It's just looking though, welcoming, inviting towards, inviting that pressure, and then stinging you on the counter. It's 17-0 following that conversion. A wonderful stride forward from Julia Mibuoyana to send Hong Kong striding further into the lead. So we're over the midway point of this first half. Some volleyball skills from Karman Nam to keep Hong Kong in possession. Agnes Chan, oh, a bit of a crunching tackle, but able to get the pass away. Karman Nam surging through the middle of British Army again. And it's a stroll this time, and Hong Kong Dragons extending their lead again. That's 4 tries now, and they're over the 20-point mark.
Yeah, the Army need to just get some possession here. That kickoff is the key point. If they get that receipt of the kickoff and just play simple rugby and keep possession, they've got a chance to make some dents this Hong Kong side. But at the moment, a bit defensively all over the place. They need to have that work rate that we saw from the Sri Lanka men in the last game. Stay a little bit more connected, close those spaces.
Yeah, becoming chasms at the moment, those gaps in the British Army defence, and Hong Kong will gladly run straight through them. Karman Nam with a double in this first half. Good to see Agnes Chan up on her feet, because we saw in the replay she took a cruncher of a tackle.
Definitely, and again, that's what you expect, especially from some of these Fijian players within the Army. They're known for those crunching hits, and I definitely wouldn't want to be on the other side of that.
Any tackles that still stay with you from playing?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think my coccyx still hurts from a few of them.
Oh, an interception from Hong Kong. Karman Nam having an inspired game in these first 5 minutes. And now they've got a huge overlap on that right side. But I'll tell you something, Gabby Rivers doesn't need them, because she drives through the heart of British Army once again underneath the posts, and Hong Kong are making this look far too easy against British Army.
Definitely, but look, it's testament to their hard work. I spoke about the Army's defence, but that's because Hong Kong are playing so well. They're keeping the ball so well. They're so relaxed on the ball, and they look like they've got so much time, just changing direction. But don't forget, these are players that have played international rugby. They've played against teams, and it's so hard sometimes when you're competing with teams that are coming together, different players churning in, churning out. And that's going to be one of the not struggles, the challenges for some of the teams here, is that they're new sides playing together, new people playing against some of these international sides that are very well drilled and very well gelled as well.
It is. That's the beauty of the LIT Sevens, bring so many teams together. Conversion was added as well for 31-0. And now British Army have they acclimatised now as they get on the charge. A wonderful driving run from Lavatasau. Little give and go from Kiradeva Venisau. British Army now looking to get a glimmer towards the 22. Hong Kong narrow in defence. British Army just taking the time to get in position. Nudged forward by Kasaya Yabavala. And Hong Kong once again able to get hands onto the ball. And it's a first half hat-trick for Karman Nam. Hong Kong getting into the 30 points now.
Great initial break there from the Army, but you just saw they need the support. That's what's going to get them over the line. Get excited when someone makes a break, get them around the ball, get those offloads in that we know these teams are capable of.
Conversion added. And the referee pulls the game for half-time. It's been a Super 6 for Hong Kong. British Army trying to respond at the end of that first half, and again caught on the counter by Hong Kong. Can they find something to get themselves into this game? At the break, Hong Kong leading the way with 6 tries to the good over British Army. Plenty of action going on these pitches across the LIT Sevens. Just a reminder of the 10-20 results. Sri Lanka Rugby beating Godfathers 36-7 in the men's open in the last game we saw here on pitch 2. Monaco Impis beat FRM Beavers 35-5 in the men's open. Pitch 7 Apache beat Uber Boats Funders 26-10 in that competition. Pitch 6 Trinity beating Oosh 40-0 in the men's social, and Surrey Exiles beating Old Chalonians 63-0 on pitch 4 in men's socials as well. We return to the action in the women's open. Hong Kong in the navy blue taking on British Army with a, as you can see on the scoreboard, a resounding score, and they're going to add to it further. They are starting the second half as they ended the first by scoring the tries. Kayan Chong getting over the line once again. Amy Wilson-Hardy through the heart of the British Army.
Yeah, the Army working so hard, but overworking in that case. Just seeing those turned hips, it's a great spot from the attacker. Straight through, easy little step there.
A conversion added. Take us to 43-0. Again, it's those steps, isn't it? Just having a look at the replay. It's wonderful steps inside, and it's just drawn defenders in from both sides. And if you can get through the eye of the needle, and you can soar down the middle of the field.
Yeah, sometimes in sevens that outside space is actually an illusion. You've got to think, what if you've got that outside space, what are the defenders doing? It means probably they're going to be charging as fast as they can to that space, which then just makes you so vulnerable, and it's such a hard position to be in a defensive point of view. But Hong Kong doing so well just to capitalise on that, just seeing those reads, making it look very easy when in fact it really isn't.
Just realised we're having our photos taken, and I didn't have any time to do my hair. Oh, that's unbelievable.
Candid.
Hong Kong stealing possession away again, and once again through the middle. Michaela Baltazar coming into the game, and that is a superb score for Hong Kong, and it's just what they've been doing throughout the game, haven't they? Just been a little bit sharper at those breakdowns, and British Army is one step behind. But again, this comes back to what you were saying, Amy. It's about how this LIT Sevens brings so many different styles throughout the day, with more group stage games to come.
Definitely, and that is the beauty of sevens. You can have an absolute shocker and still get to a final, as soon as, in these pool stages anyway, obviously not in knockout stages. And I think in one of the rare occasions I made a final, I think we got beat 40-0 against USA in our first pool game. And it was that was what we needed to just kind of get that kick up the butt and keep going for the rest of the day. So Yeah, definitely. How you adapt, how you build. And how you just stay on it for the rest of this game, because that's what's hard. It's demoralising when you're down so far on the score sheet, but everything to still play for. That pride, that badge.
Step inside, Hong Kong intercepted this time by the Army. But possession back into the hands of Hong Kong. Quickly out to the wings with Miboy Oyana. She's found the space again. She'll surge down the wing. And that is try number 9 for Hong Kong. A second of the game for Julia Miboy Oyana. Over the half century of points, Hong Kong certainly making a statement here in this Women's Open competition.
Definitely, and I'm sure there'll be some teams licking their lips watching this, being like, I can't wait to play against this Hong Kong side. But definitely looking like one of the teams to watch for the rest of the day.
The converted try taking us to 57-0. As you watch the replay, it's just a bit of rush from British Army, who had managed to intercept possession in their own half, trying to get it out to the wings quickly, but again straight into Hong Kong possession.
You've got to stay connected. Well, there's two options with those spot tackles. If you're going to run up, you've got to make that hit and close down the ball, or you're coming up together. At the moment, the Army are coming up as individuals, which just again gives those easy reads to what is a very intelligent, well-drilled Hong Kong side.
It's Hong Kong side starting their preparations for the competitions across Southeast Asia coming up in later on in 2026. And he's looking well drilled as it stands. They get possession along the 10 and through they go. Is this going to be the 10th try? It is for Hong Kong. Gabby Rivers, her second of the game. And that was all about the physicality. We've seen so much pace from Hong Kong. That one about the physicality in close quarters.
Definitely showing another string to their bow, showing that they can get that leg dry, those elbows going when they need to.
64 points now for Hong Kong with 2.5 minutes to play of this Women's Open Group A match. As you watch it here again, it's British Army in possession. Just get sucked in towards the contact by Hong Kong, and the physicality of that forces the pill out of possession, and they find the gaps to go over. But British Army will be keen to get something in this game. Can they find a way to get onto that try line, Amy Wilson-Hardy? And if now they've got possession, what is the best way for them to go about doing it?
Well, possession is exactly that is the key. It's keeping that. I think they're trying to force the play a little bit. As we said, Hong Kong are up so far. They can take those risks now. So it means the Army have got to get around that breakdown. They don't want to lose their identity. Like, you know, you've got players who want to offload, but they can't be offloading to the a team that's so intelligent playing in those channels. And you can just see there that ruthlessness of the Hong Kong side.
What wonderful hands, though, as well, as it's popped out to Agnes Chan. And she will take down the pace and enjoy the moment for Hong Kong. They get to an electric 11th. So all about the pass, Amy, from Steph Chan with that pass on the outside.
Definitely, it's not all about the turnover, it's the speed of transition from defence to attack, and that's what they're so good at. If you watch all the players, the work rate to get into position, to be able to still hit that ball at pace on the edge is phenomenal, and it's so, again, you're just watching it mindlessly, which I know it's lovely to do, but if you're watching analytically, that's what you don't see. It's that ability to work so hard to make things look so easy.
They do. There's a lot that goes into getting a difference like this one. Hong Kong leading British Army 67-0 in this Women's Open Group A match. These two teams in a group alongside Hammerheads and FRN Beavers. Top two teams into the semi-finals. Bottom two teams into the plate semi-finals. All of those games to come later on, so make sure you stay with us here at the LIT Sevens, which you're watching live on YouTube. Warren Muggleton and Amy Wilson-Hardy bringing you the action from West London. Crunching tackles from Hong Kong. Seconds ticking away over the 40 minutes, but is there a final flourish perhaps for the British Army? Just knocked forward. That was the moment for them, but they couldn't take it. The whistle blows. It's a donut on the board for British Army, but it's a statement from Hong Kong, who have won this game in resounding style.
Yeah, brilliant. So clinical, so professional. Shame that the Army couldn't have finished with a little flourish, but good luck for the next games.
Well, we've got the next one coming up for you, but let's go pitch side at the moment where our host Will Shepherd is joined by an official.
Another fantastic game there on pitch 1 at the London Sevens 2026. We are live between all of our matches, finding out about everything this wonderful tournament has to offer. And I'm very pleased to be joined right now by Bridget Chainin, one of our referees for the day. Bridget, tell us, what are some of the demands of reffing a day of sevens like this? Games on, games off, lots of different standards of teams. How do you make sure that you're reffing to your best throughout the day?
Yeah, I mean, it's a long day. It's really hot. You've got to make sure you stay hydrated, and you know, you've got a lot of time between matches, so just staying warm. But yeah, it's a really fun day and it's really sociable, so it's just great to be out here.
And you've played some sevens yourself, you played some 15s as well. Has playing and reffing kind of helped, your playing helped with your reffing and your reffing helped with your playing?
Absolutely. I think knowing the rules when you're playing is so helpful. Honestly, you know how much you can cheat. And as a referee, I think it really helps to have that empathy and that player perspective.
Fantastic. And you were telling me a little bit about your rugby journey before we came on camera. It sounds fascinating. Starts in the US, currently here in London via Wales. Tell the viewers a little bit about it.
Yeah, I started playing when I was 14 back in the US. In my high school team, we went to national championships and it was good fun. And then I came over to Cardiff Uni. I started playing. Playing more. I started reffing there and then moved to London after that. And I'm a referee here, played a bit for London Welsh. Yeah.
I mean, an incredible rugby city, Cardiff. There's very few places better for the sport than that. But a quick word on the growth of US Sevens. Yourself coming from the US, in 2024 we saw the women's team get a terrific bronze medal at the Paris Olympics. How much do you think that's helped to grow the game in America?
I think it's helped to grow the game a ton, especially with Alona Maher and some of the other players really on social media. It's become very popular and there's just such an energy around women's rugby in the US right now. It's really exciting to see.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Bridget. Remember, without our referees, this tournament simply wouldn't be able to take place. So thank you to all of them. We look forward to seeing them on the whistle as the day continues. For now, it's back up to comms.
Thank you, Will. You join us for the opening stages of our next Women's Open. Match this takes place in Group B with Monaco Umusa in that wonderful white and light green kits against the Akuma Panthers in that recognisable all pink kit. Amy Wilson-Hardy still alongside me for this one. Just about a minute played and Monaco putting the pressure on to get the penalty. And they've got a lot of space out on that left wing. Akuma Panthers have left it, but it's knocked forward. And that will be a scrum for Savvy Panthers. Bit of sweat can be wiped from the brow, Amy, and Monaco were bearing down on the try line.
Gosh, yeah, I think she had more time than she thought, didn't she? A little bit of a pressure pass there, but Jazz Rampton taking that penalty quickly. And unlike Hong Kong, you actually saw Monaco maybe not getting quite enough depth. Easy to get excited when the try line's so close, though, but still in a position to put loads of pressure on these Panthers side.
The scrum puts in. And Monaco able to keep hold of possession. They move it out to the right wing and they get the accelerator going. They can. It's a twist and a turn and a dive and a try. Devaney Robinson, the New Zealander, managing to get away over the line somehow or other. And it's first blood to Monaco.
Yeah, great finish. Taking the defence one way. That hard step on the inside.
That's all about that persistence. And a chance for Monaco here to add the extras as well. Through Manja Bechtel, the German, the captain. Doesn't quite find the post this time, but it is 5-0 to Monaco Umusa. Hosted their first ever Sevens tournament in May, which was won by 70s. His Royal Highness the Prince Albert of Monaco was in attendance, that one. And it's been a good year for Monaco winning Dubai Sevens and the Melrose Sevens as well.
Great facts there.
And get done my homework. Knock on, conceded. That scrum again going the way of Monaco.
Great chase there by Charlie Woodman. She played on the GB, on the Circus GB, showing those long legs, that pace, putting so much pressure on that catch, and it's daunting. I'm telling you that, especially as a smaller player. You see that high kick coming and someone as tall with such presence as Charlie thundering towards you.
And they are thundering forward. That is certainly the word for it. Penalty now. Whistle just going the way of the Umusa right now. And there will be a pause for an injury to an Akuma Panthers player here midway through the first half. Bit of a different tone to the last game we saw, Amy. Obviously Monaco having more of the possession, but being made to work harder to find the try line by Akuma Panthers.
Yeah, definitely a closer match start up. What I love about the Monaco side, it's a mixture of internationals in different ways. You've got Jazz, who's represented Jamaica. You've got Charlie with GB. Mentioned the German captain. It's definitely an international affair, despite not being all from the same international teams.
So we set up again for a scrum. Monaco leading the way. It's bright sunshine at Wasps FC. And it is Monaco with the put in here. Quickly whipped to the middle. Thought about the change of direction. Chloe Pontus going herself. Oh, what a move! Just emerging out of nowhere there. And Monaco doubling their lead. And they did so, in the words of Amy Wilson-Hardy, in thunderous style.
I do like that word, thunderous.
Yeah, absolutely superb that. It was patient from Monaco. Waited for the opportunity when they'd drawn the defenders in to punch through the gaps, and the try line appeared before them.
You can see here as well the change of kicking personnel, which is what a lot of teams are doing now, that the rules have changed. You've got less time between, as if sevens isn't hard enough, they're cutting down the time so that there's less time between scoring and taking the conversion. So the benefit of having two kickers on a team is huge. It means that one can get set up for the kick-off while one's taking the conversion. As we said, that kick-off's so crucial. It is a set piece. And there, the kick-off just going long, giving the Savvy Panthers an opportunity to have some of the ball, show what they can do as well here.
Chloe Pontus, the scorer for Monaco, that second try, the French woman. Some wonderful steps that you saw on the replay. As I say, defenders drawn in and driving forwards. But Savvy Panthers now with a chance to get onto the ball. And referee has called out the offside against the Monaco, and it will be a penalty. What can the Panthers do? Can they get their claws into this game?
Interesting, looks like they're going to go for line out.
Trusting in their set piece. That ball was getting very close to us. Anybody watching that in 4D would have been ready to catch it, I think. They've got the line out. Close to the halfway line. Chance to set up a sweeping attacking move here for a Panthers side. Winners at the Edinburgh Sevens the other week. Played across the Super 7 series this year as you burst through the line. Semi-finalists at Hertford and Oxford. Plate semi-finalists at the National Pub Sevens. Plate runners-up at Manor Sevens. But, Amy, we're going back for another set piece.
So unlucky. It was such a lovely line. It was, reminded me of a New Zealand with Michaela Blyde coming flying on that wing on that short line. You think, teams quite often think that wing is going to stay wide, go around the outside, but cutting that hard line can catch the centre and wing out in defence, and it nearly paid off for them.
Approaching the end of this first half. Monaco looking to add a third. Savvy Panthers trying to close the gap in this Women's Open Group B match. Lovely shimmy into the deep runner, over the top, through the middle, but just dragged out. Not quite, says the linesman. The player was dragged out, but the ball hadn't crossed the line, and Panthers now have kicked it forward, and they'll chase it as well. It's a kicking game and a chasing one, but Monaco just about covering. The pill bouncing. It bounces for the Panthers this time.
Oh,
but there's no time to take it. Oh,
that's absolutely brutal.
you've got to feel for Savvy Pampers there. The chance to set up the scrum just shy of the 5-metre line and threaten the Monaco try line, but taken away from them at the blow of the whistle. And as we go into the break, it's Monaco leading Savvy Panthers 12-0, but maybe a little glimmer there, Amy, of what the Panthers can offer in the second half.
Definitely do not count this team out. They are coming. They've shown from that chase that they're ready to fight for this, and anything can happen in sevens, we know, but 12-0 is not a big lead, and everything is to play for.
Make sure you stay with us to see what happens next. Are you enjoying your morning with us? The Lit Sevens. Just a reminder of the scores that we've seen at the 10:40 kickoffs on pitch 1 in the Women's Open. Hong Kong beating British Army 73-0. That's a confirmed score. On pitch 2 in the Men's Open, Ramblin Jesters beat Wild Dogs 19-12. On pitch 7 in the Women's Open, Hammerheads beating FRM Beavers 22-10. So your top 2 teams in the Women's Open Group A are Hammerheads and Hong Kong. And on pitch 5, Men's Social, FRM Beavers beat the Fulhams 36-12. And on pitch 4 in the Men's Social, Solihull Greyhounds beat Harrow 27-7. We'll see all 4 competitions on pitch 1 and on this live stream as you will rejoin the action. Monaco with the white shirts and the green shorts, and showing some wonderful skills to kick and pass on that tight on that right wing, leading the Savvy Panthers in the all pink 12-0. Amy Wilson-Hardy alongside me. That would have been a wonderful try if they'd been able to get that pass away.
Yeah, a little luck there, a little deflection from the chip. They're coming out, let's see. Savvy Panthers have this possession, which I feel like they've deserved after the end of the first half, after that huge chase and then the whistle going.
We were both shaking our heads a little bit when we felt the cruelty of the narrative, but
I think I've been watching too much
tone.
football, and I'm like, yeah, you just keep playing. They've got advantage. It's not like that in rugby.
We'll be calling for hydration breaks in a minute.
Yeah, get those advertisement boards up.
So a penalty. Well, Savvy Panthers just strolling up. And again going to kick the territory. Really trusting in their set piece, but has that bounced out? No, it hasn't. So it means that we go back to where the initial kick was made. And that will be a scrum to Monaco. Oh, they just haven't got luck on their side at the moment, the Panthers, have they? This factor's not going in their favour.
Not quite gelling. You can see glimpses of what they can do, though. As we said, 12-0's not a big score. I should keep their heads up. It's still early on in this half.
Monaco will have that in mind as well.
Hong Kong showed that you could score in 4 seconds, so shouldn't be disheartened.
Well, Monaco looking to do something here for Giovanni Robinson, scorer of that first try after 2 minutes, which seems a long time ago. Manya Bashtel into Pellard. There's the deep runner from Yasmin Rampton. She's still going here, Rampton. Can she go all the way? Not quite. Dragged down on the 5, but Monaco putting the pedal down. They've got the overlap. And Monaco, the little check. Have they gone over the line? Referee has said Has he given the try there?
Yeah, no.
Well, lots of the players coming back towards the halfway line. A ball's been put back onto the spot here, so I think we have to assume that the referee has set a try. Even though I wish it had been a little bit clearer, but it does mean Monaco do have their third score. They had the overlap on the right, and despite the best efforts of the Panthers, couldn't keep them from putting the ball over the paint, and it does mean another score, and it's 17-0 as the conversion kick falls short. But
Yeah.
again, that is the reward of Monaco just keeping the press on. Let's have a look at the replay here. It's a great effort from Charlotte Woodman, and despite the Panthers' efforts, you can see the ball has hit the grass. The assistant was there. He says it had hit the grass. Referee puts his hand up, and we get a third try.
Yeah, what a defensive effort. So unlucky there, but again, Charlie showing her the strength just to finish that off and dot that ball down. Oh.
So 17-0 and Monaco with their tails up. There is pinned back, shoving players to the ground. Makeda Lewis, the British player. Oh, she's going to do it on her own. That's a wonderful try from Makeda Lewis. Bullying Panthers off possession and then driving through the middle of them, pumping the legs. And it's a quick fire fourth for Monaco Umusa.
AKA Cookie started playing here at Wasps. I remember her coming in, never on time. I wonder if that's changed, but when you've got skills like that, power like that, you can kind of let her get away with it, right?
Well, she may not have been on time before, but that try was right on time for Monaco, for settling maybe some of those nerves at the Panthers' pressure, because 2 tries now in this second half have them leading 22-0.
Lovely link there, you did.
Oh, thank you. Didn't even practice that one. One of my mum's favourite songs, that, Right on Time.
Great tune.
It is. Monaco getting possession again from the restart. You talked about the importance of keeping that composure from the kickoffs, and Monaco are finding that at the moment in this second half.
Honestly, so crucial, and it's practiced more, probably more so than any other set piece in Sevens.
Oh, Monaco getting close to their 5th try now, but Panthers trying to sneak in, and there was a knock on. And it does mean there is a scrum for Monaco, whose mountain's got steeper to climb for 2 minutes to go. Can they pull something out of the bag? A couple of changes rolled on, and they will have the scrum. Coming up next, we've got some more rugby action in the women's socials. That starts at 11:30, so there will be about a 10-minute break, and then Wilfred Kelmsley will be back with you to bring the East London Vixens against Hampstead Rugby Club in the women's social. So make sure you stay with us for that one. I can't believe how quickly the morning's going. We're already at our first break. Group stage action until about 2 o'clock, and then we go into our knockout matches across our 4 events, the women's and men's opens and the women's and men's social competitions. The West London skyline in the background, who will be aiming high today. Monaco scampering onto the ball and getting possession back. It's almost positional pressure from Monaco, isn't it? Forced to kick out of Panthers, who are unable to really use the possession that they had, and now the turnover means that Makeda Lewis is in again. She's trying to do it all herself again. Steps past 1, past 2, past 3. Can she do it again? Makeda Lewis tearing through the Panthers under the post. Simply sensational from Makeda Lewis for a second of the game, and that should put the rubber stamp on this one for Monaco Umusa.
It's an absolutely incredible individual effort there. And she's got it all. She's got the pace and she's got the footwork, which just makes it so hard to defend. But like you said, all coming from that huge pressure, and it's definitely a positional pressure, that ability to pile it on, knowing that you've got the whole field behind you. And what started maybe a little bit disjointed, you can see why Monaco have won the competitions they have, and definitely one to look out for the rest of the day. Full-time
whistle has blown. Makeda Lewis slingshotting Monaco Umusa to a 5-try victory over Akuma Salvi Panthers. Doesn't tell the full story really of how Panthers performed in this game, putting pressure on. They just couldn't make it count with the ball in hand, and it means that Monaco Umusa winning their first game of Women's Open Group B, in a group which also features Jordan's Legacy and Wild Dogs. And we'll have a 10-minute break on pitch 1 here at the LIT Sevens. But stay with us. Women's social action coming next. Wilfred Kelsey will be guiding you through it. And we'll be back with more action here on a sunny day in West London.
So as those third set of games come to a close, we have got about a 10-minute break before we kick off again at 11:30. So the next round of games are going to be from 11:30. Once again, if you are not sure where you're playing, where your team is in the current leaderboard, download Tournify on your phone or your device. It's available via Apple or Android. Download Tournify and search for LIT Sevens 2026. That will give you all the information you need to keep abreast of what's going on for you and your team. So again, download Tournify. Don't forget, we've got the way to stay hydrated thanks to 4-5. Hop along to the right yellow defender next door to the LIT Super Sevens tent, giving away 3 bits and electrolytes, great way of staying hydrated in this heat. And while you're in that area, go next door. Our official charity partner, Restart, doing incredible work. They've got 2 great ways of raising money, and of course, this is about rugby, it's about fun, it's about enjoying yourselves, and it's also about raising awareness to some of the great work that our charity partners are doing. Restart, foremost amongst them. If you've got £2, come along, give them £2, and you can guess whose shoe it is. If you get it right, you could be given a chance to win a signed England shirt. Of course, our boys from England are playing later on today against Argentina. Let's hope they do better than the football team. That game, of course, is this evening. Now, in the team of Argentina are known for doing things very well. Yes, in football, yes, in rugby, but also their food is incredible. We've got Argentalia here today. It's an Argentina grill. They've got pork belly, they've got steak, they've got chicken, they've got chorizo, with that legendary chimichurri sauce. They do boxes with chips and salad, pop along, it's a meat fest. It's a great way of getting your protein fix. Argentina there, if you want to go, Argentalia, if you want to go and get some meat, chips and salad. Lots of great food options. We'll be keeping you abreast of all of them. And again, make sure you stay hydrated and do come along and spend some time at Restart.
Well, we've got a little bit of time between our matches right now, which gives me the opportunity to take you over to have a little bit of a look at the pitch. Now, those of you who were here last year or watching along on the stream, you might remember it rained and then it shined and then it rained and then it shined. It has been so dry, so hot all across London, all across the UK, as you know, recently, and that means the pitches here are very hard. So let's take a little look at the bounce of the ball. There's going to be a decent bounce off the kicks here, which means we should see a lot of kick tries into the corner as the ball gets booted there to try and find a little bit of an advantage. There is, of course, the artificial pitch here at Wasps, so that's going to change the game slightly. Some teams that will play on there will have to adapt between playing on grass and playing on the artificial pitch. Got a bit of an opportunity to have a look around the event site that we have here at the London Sevens. So many different vendors, all of our teams with gazebos up over there, making sure that they shelter from the sun in between the games. A good opportunity for them to reapply their sunscreen. And also, our grandstand here at Pitch 1 is starting to fill up. As you can see, wildly enthusiastic fans here today. Who have you come down to support?
Hong Kong ladies.
Hong Kong ladies, and who should we look out for on that team?
Shauna Forrest, she's amazing.
Why would you say Shauna Forrest is amazing?
She's just a truly talented player. I'm completely unbiased.
Any familial relation whatsoever?
She's part of my Hong Kong family, yeah.
Awesome. And what is it that brings you to London Sevens, as well as supporting the Hong Kong team? The atmosphere that we've got here, what do you love about it?
London or the Wasps in particular?
Well, the tournament here at Wasps.
It's the first time I've been, and it's a wonderful atmosphere, beautiful weather, and all round nice people.
What a perfect answer. You're wonderful to have on TV. You should do it more often. Almost as though she realised that we were doing interviews along the touchline here. Our other spectator has run to the clubhouse. We've got a couple of people heading over here towards the pitch. Hi guys, have you got a moment just to have a quick chat? Which team are you with today?
Sons of Spartacus.
Sons of Spartacus. How many matches have you played so far?
Played one and won one.
Played one, 100%. Who have you got up next?
We have got Bricks Sevens next. Got no idea who they are, where they're from, but...
Brick Sevens, they're from Brixton, so they haven't had to travel far. How far have you come from?
We're sort of all over. The premise of the team is the sons of former Blackheath players. So sort of South East London crew, basically.
Okay, not far at all. So Mike Friday is involved with that crew as well.
Yeah, he's set up. He's not here today. He's watching Lucas out in Georgia, but Harrison, the other boy, is captain in the team, so we're keeping the Lincoln going.
That's fantastic. So you're up next on Pitch 1.
Pitch 3.
Oh, Pitch 3. So we won't...
I'm just strolling through.
We won't get to see you on the live stream, but good luck, and we will see you on Pitch 1, I am sure, before the day is done. Now let's go around here and just have a chat with Warren and Amy, who've been on commentary this morning, and get their thoughts on how the day has gone so far. Brilliant to have such knowledgeable commentators, and of course Amy with so much expertise in the game of sevens. Warren and Amy, the first bit of the morning is done. What has been the highlight so far?
Well, the highlight so far for me, I think, do you know what, it's probably watching that first game of the day in the Men's Open. We saw some really close action between Hong Kong and the teams they were playing. It just shows you the standard that we're seeing here today. We've got some of the best Rugby Sevens teams on here. There can be a bit of an air of unpredictability about where the pill's going to bounce, as you've shown on there, but I think that's probably my highlight game so far.
And Amy, you've seen all there is to see in the game of sevens. You saw it absolutely pouring last year. Has the weather conditions had an impact on allowing us to have a bit more running, flowing rugby here today?
100%. You'd like to think that the people would still play in the rain, but obviously there are more drop balls, more stop-start. You see such a free-flowing game of rugby, and also just the pace at which can be played is just elevated. So it just makes a really exciting game even more exciting.
And we're starting to hear and starting to feel the atmosphere grow around Wasps FC. A big part of that, of course, is the atmosphere that you're putting out there on commentary. How much do you love this event, Warren?
Absolutely love it. I mean, it's the first time coming for me, but I've been around the Sevens circuit, obviously following the LIT Super 7 series this year, and obviously been to lots of different events over this circuit. Just love the energy that's around here today. There's so many different pitches going on. We've been keeping you up to date with some of those other scores around the other pitches as well. It just feels non-stop. You start at 10 o'clock and the day just whizzes by. So I love the atmosphere here, the energy, the unpredictability about it as well. There's so many different aspects to keep your eye on here.
Now, obviously, the teams have loads of matches through the day, and they're thinking about which one's coming up next, and only trying to go one game at a time. But if they're a proper Sevens player, a little bit of their mind is going to already be on the after party and the fancy dress that they'll be wearing later. It's a Top Gun theme here today. Amy, have you seen any decent costumes yet? And what have you got lined up for later?
I was wondering where that was going. I thought you'd be on the next game, the final, but no, the after party, which 100% you wouldn't be a Sevens player, is part of the game. It's why we love it. And you know what? I've been up in the commentary box, but my next 10 minutes is going to be scouting around, and hopefully, if I see any early goers with the fancy dress outfits, I'll head them straight over this way. So.
Perfect. We would love to see people with fancy dress on the stream. And if you're watching this while you're here at the Sevens today and you think your fancy dress is on point, then do come over, make yourselves known to us, and we'll have a little chat with you on the live stream. Warren, any favourite Top Gun quotes?
Oh, blimey. I'm trying to think back to the film. I think certainly the songs in there. I love the piano song. I try and play that. You mentioned costumes. I've started mine. We've got my aviators on.
Here we go.
There you go. Loving that. What do you think?
I mean, I feel like Tom Cruise is here. No, don't you feel the same, Em?
100%, Mr. Cruise from now on.
Do you have any Top Gun quotes? Are you a big fan?
Don't put me on the spot now. I have got the worst memory. I wish my partner was here, because he can honestly say a quote for any single film, and that's how basically he communicates. But yeah, less of this, more of that, I think.
Well, we are ready to get back onto the pitch. The action is underway. I feel the need for speed.
Thanks, Shep. What a start it is as well in this women's social tie. Hampstead Rugby Club have raced down the left-hand side and opened up the scoring. Delighted to be joined by Sam Bork for this one as well. Sam, East London Vixens have conceded first. This women's social competition, just like the men's, is full of surprises.
Yeah, it's heating up here today, much like the weather. Well, we're in for an absolute scorcher, aren't we? But what a day. I'm excited to be here once again with you, Wilf.
And in this women's social, these two are part of a group of only 3, which also includes the Christina Noble Children's Foundation. We've got more action for the women's social after this as Rugby against Cancer take on the host, Wasps FC. But what a start it is for the number 14 for Hampstead. We're still short of a couple of team sheets, which at this late of the day is rather inexcusable from these club sides. Hampstead unknown to us, so we're hoping the Vixens can play with ball in hand. Good pickup from the West London club. But just been put down on that far side, jinxed them a little bit there.
Oh, good footwork on the outside.
But how about this for a recovery run? The Hampstead player with a hint of a high tackle, penalty given. Vixens on the front foot, great acceleration. 2 women outside her, but they're not needed so far. Eventually, I think a maul has been formed, so this is going to come back for the penalty advantage. You'd assume, unless they drive it over. They do say, the Vixens, they're the only women's team here in the Sevens competition that play the exact same tactics as a 15 side, but the maul hasn't worked out for them this time.
That's a great thing to put on your CV, isn't it, Wilf? I mean, who does that? Obviously the East London Vixens.
Indeed, they are formed originally by a couple of graduates of West London University, now playing out near West Ham. But they are trailing here, and it could be about to get worse for them as Hampstead cross over the 22. Who's there in support? The try scorer goes for the pickup. Vixens off their feet. Still will play. Could be a double here.
Love the double pump there, Will.
And finally through the hands it goes, and Hampstead have a second. You know, it's tough, Sam, when in this short format you only have 6, 7 players on the field at once. You know, it can be difficult to contain a breakaway like that.
Yeah, definitely. Going coast to coast there. Hampstead, a really, really fantastic try. I mean, they've come out, they've stopped the maul option, and it was was all ends up from there. Broken field, allowing Hampstead to just surge through the lines. And then the space opened up on the right-hand side. A double pump came through. And we love to see those. And then the hands were ensued on the outside.
Yeah, 2 rounds of action for this women's social competition. And then Warren Muggleton will be back with you at 11:50 for some... At 10 past 12, I should say, for some men's social games. London Japanese against LU Sevens.
What a great pill.
Hampstead float it through the hands, looking really impressive so far, Hampstead Rugby Club. They've got numbers on this right-hand side if they can use them. Vixens look a little disjointed. Back to the open side, but the pass is loose. And it's clattered upon by the Vixens, although the knock-on will come their way. Well, Sam, you're in the men's social competition, as we've discussed, playing for the Surrey Exiles today with your lovely AI-generated badge.
Yeah, I think this will be my 9th Sevens team I've played for this summer. Really loving it, to be honest. And this LIT series, it allows so much opportunity for people like me, especially, who want to play rugby every weekend. And then you manage to get yourself on a team. And what an event we've got here as well, where if I've been here for the last 3 years, it's always a great day out.
10 years at Wasps FC, 14 in total of the LIT Sevens, the London International Tournament.
I have to say, Wilf, this East London Vixens kit is one of the best I've seen.
Yeah, it's a stunner, isn't it? The light blue down to the pink. They've not all got the matching shorts, but those who do are rocking them well. And a thunderous tackle as well, flung to deck. Hampstead here, coached by Ben Worsley and Callum Hull, have looked sharp so far, but now they've only got 6 on the field. It's 6 on 7. Lovely footwork from Hampstead. This is beautiful rugby. But with the injured player in the way, out comes the handoff. Good tackle from Lamont.
I have to say, the hits are raining in from the Vixens at the moment. Really impressive, standing on their own 22. Just the shots raining at the moment.
And good spot by the AR as well to give the knock-on. I think this might be the only social sevens competition in the country with assistant referees.
Yeah, and they it's a professional organisation, and they do it extremely well. You will hear us many a time today saying how much we are in gratitude of the referees and the ARs here today. They make the game run so well.
Well, in this women's social, last year it was Wild Dogs taking on the Wild Dogs in the final, which was pretty special to see. And the Wild Dogs main side, the Alpha Pack, actually won the tournament. So it was the 3 best women's teams all from the same 7 setup. That was quite special. But I think we're going to see some more variation in the Women's Open today with some big performances already coming in.
Yeah, that would be good, Wilf. But, I mean, there's just so much talent on offer here at the LIT Sevens. You could go around to any pitch and see some fantastic rugby being played. Here go Hampstead once again, out to the wheels on the wet.
Oh, it's the try scorer that will burn her way to the line again. Now, you cannot substitute raw pace in the game of sevens, and as we've seen on show here, Hampstead have got it in abundance. Now, number 14 with 2 great scores from long range.
The thing you like to see, I mean, like, you can have pace, Wilf, but the thing is, coming onto the ball in stride is so important in the game of sevens. And this number 14 for Hampstead does it so well. She times her run on the width perfectly, and she scores a conversion as well there, making it a full complement of 7. If you just watch here, she gets onto the ball at the exact right time, holds her run, holds her feet, then the gas comes through. Great try for Hampstead on the outside. Vixens still looking for a foothold in this game. Hampstead bossing it at the moment.
In this women's social competition, there are quarterfinals, so finishing in the top 2 in your group is enough to progress. And for East London Vixens and Hampstead, they only need to win 1 game to do so in this pool of 3. So very doable for both sides, even if at half-time it is Hampstead in control. Second half soon to come in this women's social tie in just a few moments' time. Welcome back then to the second half of this women's social tie. It is the Vixens who'll kick us off left to right in that stunning blue and pink with Hampstead on the receiving end. It's been Hampstead who have been in control of this tie so far, and it could be on for them again here as they come flooding through the hole. This is brilliant from Hampstead, opportunistic this time, and another score to add to their tally. That's going to take them beyond the 20-point mark. This is such an impressive performance from Hampstead. Really impressive stuff from them.
Wow, Wilf. Hampstead have just lit it up so far. And another full complement of 7. They are truly in the driving seat at the moment. There's no stopping them here on pitch 1. Especially when you have weapons out on the width.
Yeah, that's a big handoff. And you can see that that 13 is a pretty towering figure. Strolling through in the end for Hampstead. It's nice to see local sides from London getting involved in this international competition as well, Sam.
Yeah, definitely so. We like local teams coming and playing here, but also we love internationals, and we've got a host of them today, Wilf.
Yeah, we saw Monaco, Umusa in action, of course. The Melrose champions, their women's side looks so impressive. We've got Monaco Impis coming up soon enough in the men's
double shot
open competition as the double shot comes in. Good acceleration, but straight into traffic. Decent effort at the turnover. Slow ball, though, for the Vixens.
Great carry as well.
Really strong.
Been held up, though.
Indeed. Delgado unable to get it to ground quick enough here. The pace of play has just dropped a touch. Early ball wide from Rugby, and it's been picked off by Hampstead. And the number 13's going to have a double.
In they go again. Easy as you like. It comes from all of that pressure in D, Wilf. The monster shots that keep raining in from Hampstead just slow that ball down so much that when you get to the middle of the park, suddenly you've got no depth and no pace on the ball. That means that the defence from Hampstead can just blitz up, and they get a nice little interception off of the knock-on there. And another full complement of 7, holding all the cards, Hampstead RFC.
Knocked over for a full skibbity set of points, and it's a really strong second half from Hampstead RFC. This number 13 has had an unbelievable start to the second half. Just opportunistic as well, as we said, for their previous try, but Hampstead on top. And this all but sees them through to the quarterfinals as well, Sam.
Yeah, I think that's a hatful for the number 13 now. She's really, really showed what she's about here. And the Vixens can come round now. They get dragged into touch, unfortunately, there.
Oh, it's good defence. Good on both sides of the ball. And as we said, as this is only a 3-team pool, Hampstead will qualify for the quarterfinals with this win, with just the Christina Noble Children's Foundation still to play. It's the NCF Sevens. Line out to come. Hampstead with the throw. Just awaiting the full complement of specialists in Vixens colours.
Good hands from Hampstead on the outside. Can they get it to the gas? Of course they can. Here we go. Here's the hat-trick ball.
Hat-trick on the offing. Across come the Vixens, but still too much pace. One little step at the very last, just for show. Decent effort from Zoe Wee coming across, but the tackle was made.
Love the little hezzy on the outside there, Will. Just a little oos on the outside. Always gets you through. As we say, pace is one thing, but when you have footwork like that, there's no stopping it.
Well, it hasn't been the East London Vixens day, based out around that West Ham area. But still going to talk about them and their organisation, because, you know, they founded back in 2012. Having all grown up in the area and graduated for the University of East London. They've now got 2 15s teams entered in the league structure for the first time in their history. Run in partnership with the King's Cross Steelers. They technically run out of East London RFC, but they are essentially a team that's formed on their own. And that is great to see for the women's game, Sam, that, you know, Hampstead RFC is a big rugby club and clearly got a very strong women's section, but The East London Vixens, despite being hosted by East London RFC, they have essentially formed by their own merit, and that's great to see the game growing in that direction.
Well, it's what we love to see, Wilf, and as much rugby, as much women's rugby as can be played is always a good sign. And the Vixens are doing every team in the country proud right now, having made their own roots here and now playing on the big stage here on pitch 1 at Lit Sevens in Wasps.
Scrum to come. Hampstead after more. Warren Muggleton Express has come delivering once more. As Hampstead deliver again straight through the centre this time as they cross the 40-point mark. This is a dominant performance by Hampstead.
Yeah, once again, Hampstead just surging through the phases, get the ball back, and wow, the pace through the middle. No way they're getting in the way of that, and a full complement of 7 as well, making that a game that is fully in control by Hampstead RFC, although East London Vixens had their moments. They got down the width very well on a few occasions, but no cigar for them at the end of the day.
See, that's just running with the ball in 2 hands to begin with there. That's what created the space, and another well-worked try by Hampstead, who will go through to the quarterfinals of the women's social with that victory, with one more game still to play in the group stage. Still a chance for the East London Vixens to qualify, but they will need to beat the CNCF 7 side of some quality. More action for the women's social up next. It's the hosts in action. Wasps FC take to the field, and they're against Rugby against Cancer. One of the strongest sides in the men's 7 circuit, entering a social side for the women's today. And I'll throw you down in just a moment to Will Shepp, who's with a very special guest and a friend of the channel.
Well, we are joined right now by Max Brown, pitchside here at the London Sevens. Max, obviously you're a massive rugby fan, but you're here today with Roba.
Yep. I'm here, yeah. First off, I love Lit Sevens. I think it's a great tournament. What a day for it. But yeah, I'm here with Roba, which is my new brand. Launched it a couple of weeks ago. It's mainly an off-field clothing brand for rugby fans who want to wear something good.
Yeah, and you got a stand here today for people to pick up some clothing. Had to get that sorted fairly last minute, but great that you've got so much gear down here.
Yeah. So we've got limited stock. We've just got 2 of our new T-shirts, and they're doing well, and seems to be going well. So yeah, it's good.
Tough for you not to be playing this tournament. I know you played it a couple of years ago with Beavers. You were scheduled to play this year with Scimitars, but you've got a bit of an ankle injury that you carry.
Yeah. So about 5 weeks ago in Amsterdam Sevens, I've gone over my ankle, and then next week I've got a 24-hour Rugby Sevens game, so I thought, right, it's probably best off to sit this one out and go next week.
Yeah, so it's tough enough back when they used to do the 10-minute finals for people to go that bit longer in a game of sevens. You're doing that and some. 24 hours of sevens. How's that going to work?
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, last year we did 36 hours of 15, so I've got a little bit of experience under my belt in that aspect. But 24 hours, I think it's pretty much non-stop rolling. It's all standard sevens rules. You've got to stay on the pitch. So it's going to be good fun. It's for great cause as well with Loose Heads and a couple of other charities. So hopefully we make it through.
I'm sure you will, but I think maybe people's time getting back to their feet might be a little bit slower than in a normal match. You know the teams that are on the series, you know the teams that are here fairly well. Who are you tipping today?
I think I've got to back my own team, Scimitar. I think looking at the lineup and their first 2 games have done really well, so hopefully they can go all the way and lift the trophy.
Well, great to have Max with us today. Great to have Roba down here as well. Do pop along to their shop if you've got some time and you want to pick yourself up some really nice stash. For now, back to the rugby and back up to Wilf on comms.
Thanks, Will. Welcome back then to the women's social competition, I should say. Men's social to come later on. It's the host, Wasps, taking on Rugby against Cancer, the charity set up to help those affected by cancer. So many of their players and staff are people whose lives have been affected by cancer in some way. Against Wasps FC in those famous black and yellow colours, the host for today's event. And a strong early carry, straight up the gut from Mika Evans. And then shipped on. Wasps in possession, right to left in this first half. Rugby against cancer start to swarm the Wasps. It's a brilliant effort at the breakdown, but it's a penalty. Wasps FC, of course, the amateur club that are our host for the 10th year in a row of the Lit Sevens. Really beautiful little corner of London. They've got an artificial pitch of great quality behind us. They've got lots of space for us here today. Thriving mini section. And of course the women's team as well, who are battling on here against Rugby Against Cancer, whose social side in the men's variation, of course, won the House of Hope Sevens. If their women's social are of a similar quality, they could be on the front foot here as Thea Janis with a good carry. Winding run back against the crane and beating everyone on the way through. What a moment for Rugby Against Cancer. Their first try live on the main field here at the Lit Sevens in the women's competition. And it's Hannah Kemish who goes and scores. Kemish, also of the British Police. A hard runner. Beat about 3 women on the way through there to score. What a start for Rugby Against Cancer. The Wasps, who were trying to play from deep inside their own half here, are once again being asked to exit. It's a good pickup in the end. Real pressure piled on. But Naomi Choria did well. Penalty, Rugby Against Cancer. Quick tap. And they're not back 10 here, the Wasps, so they could see more here. It could be a yellow. Sasha Roberts has won another penalty. But Roberts is there in support. The ball goes loose. Out comes the stiff arm. And eventually, the penalty is given. Wasps with good scramble defence. Bit chaotic. Hassan with the tap. Walters to the edge. Oh, beautiful. Round the corner to set up another score. Lauren Walters on the end of it. Try and assist for Hannah Kemish. That's really lovely sevens. Wrapping round the corner. Got the offload away through contact. A second try for Rugby Against Cancer. And a second conversion, unfortunately not able to be nudged over. Thought it was a great effort. But this is just really good sevens. It's hard to keep any side out inside your own 5 metre. But lovely step on the wrap, round the corner, drew in the Wasps, and the hosts the 2 tries behind. James McAvoy and Ellie Roberts in charge today, this Barbarian side. Kick-off from Rugby Against Cancer. Deeper this time. Pops up really unkindly for Choria. It's good collection from her. Choria dragged down by Layla Hassan. Evans floats it over the top. Is there a bit of space for Palmer? This is well marshalled by RAC. Oh, it's a brilliant offload from Tamale Odds forward from Kitamai. Well, if you get a close-up of those Rugby Against Cancer shirts, obviously great colours, the blue, the pink, the white, but each shirt is also adorned with the names of loved ones who have cancer, who are currently cancer-free, or who are unfortunately no longer with us. And when you purchase your own shirt, you can see there those lines in the centre of the white are names that are lit up by request of the player who wears the shirt or who has purchased it. So very special people to that individual player. It's a brilliant way to not only remember who we're playing for, but also to represent the individuality of this side, who are racing to the right wing again. Really strong clear out. But great work by the host. Theo Charis with a good run, but stripped back the other way. Rugby against Cancer, win possession in the 22. Stripped in the tackle. Wasps have it again. What a wild time in the corner for both these sides. Eventually, Evans flicks it away. It's a tough pass to take inside your own try line. Palmer up the centre. Double shot of serious quality, and the turnover. Well, they're not allowed to play on that because it's a penalty. Lauren Walters. Nothing wrong with the tackle, not rolling away is the call. Wasps with the tap. The standard option in the game is sevens. Almost an interception. Just a knock-on given because that was close. Looking a little bit pedestrian there. Wasps women's side and almost punished for it. Layla Hassan was right after it. All of these players, as it is described, have a genuine reason to want to play for something bigger than rugby. Of course, they've been pretty hot on the men's circuit this season, rugby against Cancer. Certainly my first time taking the women's team, but they look just as impressive so far. Scrum dug out, miscommunication, has Wasps scrambling back behind their own try line. They just let it run dead. Regardless if they tap it down or let it run, it will be a 5-metre scrum. Wasps captain Emily Stone at scrum time dug it out just about, but the sport player was running the wrong angle. So we'll have a reset. And a huge opportunity for Rugby against Cancer to score another right before half-time. Should be a 2-on-1 out there if they can swing it, and in the end it's a walk-in. Great pace on the pass from Walters. And over they go again. Well, there is no 14 listed on the team sheet. Perhaps that's Hopkins, where the number was scragged out. So give Charlie Hopkins the benefit of the doubt. It's another score before half-time. It's Rugby against Cancer's game to lose in the early stages of this women's social tie. They look like one of the sharpest teams we've seen so far in this division. We'll be back in just a few moments' time as they go over for yet another score. Welcome back to the second half. It's Wasps FC, the hosts, in action. At the moment, struggling against this very talented Rugby against Cancer side. They've had a knack of entering social teams that are perhaps not so social. This is a really talented rugby team playing in the Division 2 of the LIT Super Sevens here at Wasps. And what a start to the second half, immediately breaking away with rip-roaring pace down the left-hand side. Great run by Nufano. And look at the physicality in the carry. Obscene from Rugby Against Cancer. They are through again. Outstanding. Nicky Hufano made the early break and then just power through the centre. It's a good covering tackle, actually, from Laura Wilcock, who got back well, but then to get straight back to her feet again. What a carry that is from the RAC number 10. Oh, good start to the second half. Continuing where we left off. 6 minutes to play, 24-0. Here comes the skipper, Emily Stone. And Stone up to the 10. Good carry from the captain. Wilcott. Round the corner they come. A bit more intent here from Wasps RFC. Strong clear out. Wilcott continues her run. Evans has been busy. Palmer. Good line speed from RAC. Palmer gets it back on the inside. Just gets her head down. You can always tell when it's a rugby club that are putting a sevens team together, I feel, because they do just play a touch more direct than the sevens specialists. Wilson, good carry. Wilcox, again, takes it to the line, but it's well met this time by the try scorer. Contact again from Wasps RFC. Stone with a dummy. Used to making breaks like that in the 15s game, but not as much space around the breakdown this time. Another brilliant line. Naomi Palmer makes plenty of yards. Well, they're driving their way forward here. Stone harassed to the edge of the field and is stripped. And RAC have it back and now can play with broken field. It's a brilliant tackle by Laura Wilcock to turn the tides of possession again. Good shape over the ball, but penalty goes Wasps RFC way. Evans with the tap. Good delay. Palmer. Palmer almost through. Palmer still going. Fantastic leg drive. Another penalty for Wasps. Too many in this area. Evans sticks her head in and wins another bit of free ball for Wasps RFC. Best attack of the game for them so far. Wilson. Dragged down. Well, they're still looking a little bit narrow here, but they might be able to drive themselves over. Bit of whip being injected in the attack by Wasps RFC, but it's smuggled away by Rugby Against Cancer. And again, it's Hufano with all the space and freedom of the turf here. She slows it down already on the 10 metres. She's pulled the handbrake inside her own half because there's no one in black and yellow on the pursuit after a tough period of attacking play. Hufano settles forward under the sticks. Well, that is tough to take as a local fan here at Wasps RFC. You've just had your best attacking period of the game. You're inches from the line. A brilliant turnover. And then Hufano goes 90 metres the other way. I mean, this is outside the 22 she stopped. Unbelievable. What a performance by Rugby Against Cancer, who have shown that they can survive on both sides of the ball. Kick-off from RAC, taken on the full and returned with interest by Wasps. Such a famous old name in English rugby, of course. It'd be great to see them back to the heights, maybe even back here in North London. Rugby against Cancer again over the ball. Great shape. And ripped away, but the penalty goes the other way. Still working our way into the morning. We've had one round of group fixtures from all competitions now, including this women's social. And we're just starting to get an idea of where sides stand. And I think Rugby against Cancer are certainly one of the top teams left in and around this social category. Wasps go for the corner. Decent nudge by Laura Wilcox. So maybe one last chance for Wasps to get on the board on home soil. Line out pending. Short, tapped away by Shep, sorry, on debut. Shep. And now the space opens up on the outside, and look at the wheels. They're almost unnecessary. So much pace on that wide channel. Hopkins with a second. What a performance Rugby against Cancer have absolutely raced away with this one. Even as the second half rolled on and Wasps started to show signs of life. 2 breakaway scores, a brilliant turnover and a stolen line out have led to this end result. 36-0, our joint highest winning margin of the day here on pitch 1. Rugby against Cancer have been unbeatable. And they're looking like real favourites in this women's social category already. 2 tries for the number 14 in this one. Well, good start to the competition for Rugby against Cancer and a great start to our coverage of the women's social. We turn our attention to the men's up next. London Japanese are taking on social stalwarts, LU Sevens, up next, live here at Wasps FC, where the hosts have been beaten in their 10th anniversary of hosting this tournament. Before that, women's open and men's open action still to come. I'll hand you down to Will Shapp, who's alongside some of our armed services men and women.
One of the really exciting things we have to look forward to today at the London Sevens 2026 is the Army-Navy match coming up on pitch 1 at 1 p.m. And ahead of that, I'm very pleased to be joined by a couple of members of the Army Sevens setup. Sally, you're going to be on the pitch for the Army against the Navy. You've been involved with the team for quite a long time now, and as I understand, you've got a pretty good record playing against the Navy.
Yep, we play. I think I played them again 6 times. 6 times I played them, and I played for Army for 5 years, and I love playing for Army against Navy. It'll be tough, and after that we still are brothers.
That's what we like to hear. That's what the game of rugby is all about, after all. You played them 5-6 times. How many times have you won? How many times have you lost?
We never lost to them, and yeah.
Okay, so we're thinking maybe the odds could be stacked in the Army's favour later on. We'll see. Kim Folk, you're with us as well. Thank you for joining. You've been involved with the Army for quite a long time now, and you were telling me about all the different international tournaments that the Army gives the players the opportunity to go and play in.
Yeah, I mean, there's amazing tournaments throughout the UK, which the team travel around and engage with everyone, but it's really good for us to be able to go to a few international tournaments. We try to do at least one each season, and earlier this year the men's sevens team went out to Fiji and played in the Coral Coast tournament, which allowed them to do some engagement with the local community, with the children, and the Royal British Legion, who are one of our industry partners as well, so it was a fantastic trip for the team.
And it's not just the men's team that you've got here today, you've also got the women's team. How are they getting on?
Yeah, so we got our women's programme that had been introduced about 3-4 years ago. They're really focused on participation and development, because in the Army we have smaller numbers of women to play sport and we do compared to the men. So yeah, they've been really progressing in the past few seasons, and we're really impressed and pleased with how they're going.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Sevens just keeps on going, doesn't it? The next game has kicked off. Army-Navy at 1 p.m. Salu is tipping an Army win. Let's see. Back up to Warren on comms.
Thank you very much, Will. join us at the start of this rather enticing game. This one at 12:10. This is a men's social game between LU Sevens and London Japanese. LU Sevens in the light blue and the pink shirts with the London background on it. And then in the white shirts is London Japanese. And it's LU Sevens that are making a brilliant start to this one. John Botka for Loughborough University searing down the wing and getting underneath the post. And that is the score for LU Sevens. Brilliant solo move. And that has set the tone nicely for LU Sevens in this men's social match, which you're watching. Conversion added, and that is 7-0. As you look at the replay here, it's just drawing the defender, and he's got the faith in John Botka to use that pace down the left wing and get the LU Sevens off to the best possible starts. Because in the open competition this season, and normally near the top as well, runners up at the National Pub Sevens and Hertford Sevens in June, semi-finalists in the Oxford and Manor Sevens in the Sevens series. While London Japanese are the LIT competitions for the first time this summer. Local club who train here at Wasps FC, founded in 1979, with a very special history. One of their ex-players, Seiji Hirao, known as Mr. Rugby in Japan, had 35 caps for his country, including Japan's first ever Rugby World Cup win over Zimbabwe in the 1991 World Cup. Great to see them here at the LIT Sevens, which, as we said before, has that mixed flavour of regulars on the Sevens circuit and international teams. Here go the LU Sevens side now. Dave Stewart going into the academy. Lucas Dance of Swansea picking it out. Orbital pass by George Harris. Out to the wing. Will Nielsen of Sweden Sevens trying to get round the tackles he has. Oh, that is wonderful. I look to the heavens and a bolt from the blue. But it's gone out for a line out, unfortunately. That's why he was looking up. It would have been wonderful. I was ready to celebrate that one, but unfortunately the assistant wasn't, because a foot had just gone out of play, and it does mean a line out for London Japanese, who survive that particular scare. So still 7-0 to LU Sevens over London Japanese. A ball pushed back. It does mean a penalty with a deliberate push on the ball, so Japanese with a chance to play out from the back. It's pushed out by Tom Leslie. Lovely interchange, and Dom Hindle has some space to get round the left wing. He managed to stay in. He's got 2 goose steps in. He surges past his teammates. Look at the powerful run. Checks back. Can he find the try line? No. Oh, he will. That is one of the best solo tries we have seen of the day. A little bit of everything in there. And no doubt why he's calling for the substitution. He emptied the tank to get that score on the board and a chance to draw level. Especially with London Japanese down to 6 players. And we are all square at 7-all. We've got to watch that one back, haven't we? He picks it up just beyond his own 22, skips past one challenge, then the other. They can't keep hold of him. And one of the most physical runs you're likely to see of the day. He checks back, seeing the run across from LU Sevens Botka, and is able to change direction, get underneath the post, make it easy for his kicker. And we are all square at 7-all. What quality on display in the men's social category. What a fan in the bleachers who's made his own little sign. We've got a couple of them. Obviously LU Sevens fans with the colours that they're using. can see that sign just in the bottom right of your picture. It says make 'em scrum. That is what we're about to see. Little injury here too. LU Sevens. Saxon Stewart Taylor of Brighton Uni stayed down. Looks like it's a problem with his left knee. Just hope it's nothing too serious. You're watching men's social Group A action at the LIT Sevens. These sides playing in Group A. LU Sevens and London Japanese winning their opening games. LU Sevens 26-17 over 6 Sevens. London Japanese 15-10 over 7 Burgers. Unfortunate to see the number 1 for LU Sevens, Saxon Stewart Taylor, having to make his way off. We certainly wish him all the best and hope it's not too serious. It does mean a scrum which will be put in by London Japanese, all square at 7-all, with just under 2 minutes to play. Of the drift from Tetsuo Furukawa, who's still going here, over the halfway line. And a man on his sights behind him. LU Sevens want a penalty here and a turnover of the ball, but the penalty will go the way of the Japanese. Failure to bind, and they go for it quickly. He'll change the direction. The space opened up from LU Sevens, and London Japanese capitalise. Aaron Mara marauding through the middle, underneath the posts, and London Japanese have turned this game around. That is wonderful work from the youngster. No extras with the conversion, so it remains 12-7. Have a look at where this starts. This is pretty much on the halfway line. As it comes in, it's all about the change of direction. Jack Leffley had been sold, and Aramara Shimmy created the space. London Japanese, for the first time in this game, have the lead. Wonderful atmosphere growing around the LIT Sevens, music pumping, rugby action all around us. Some good food and drink on offer as well. Keep all these players hydrated and fueled for the day. LU Sevens forced wide again. Amazing to think where we were. We thought they'd scored a second try early on in this game, but were judged to have gone out of play, and now we find ourselves with London Japanese leading 12-7 as we tick over the 7-minute mark. They have a line out and win it. Branson Chu. It's into Leslie. But Sevens have managed to rip the ball. They're trying to find a gap themselves. The more direct approach from the youngsters of LU. Ball whipped out quickly, but stopped in his tracks. George Harris trying to pull the strings here. Wildy Nelson. Oh, it's out to the winger. Stops his run. Oh, he's got past another. Oh, he can't go all the way, can he? Just gets the tap tackle, and London Japanese stop the LU man in his tracks, but they're having to scramble to keep hold of possession. Not sure they know that the players kicked over 7 minutes here. We did have a long pause for injury. So Japanese still playing here. Well, Osha Pickering had that ball. Oh, and he tries to kick it away. LU Sevens push it out of play, which means it's the end of the action for this first half. And it's been frenetic, to say the least. LU Sevens having taken the lead, but London Japanese coming back and asserting themselves in the front position and leading 12-7 as we go into the break. ready to get the second half of this game underway. I don't know where the time has gone. It's 20 past 12 now. Amazing how quickly the action's going. From the 10 to 12 kickoffs in the women's socials, we saw on pitch 1, Rugby against Cancer beating the host Wasps FC women 36-0. On pitch 2, Hong Kong beat Apache 26-7 in men's open Group B. Pitch 7, Sri Lanka beat FRM Beavers 19-7 in Group C. On pitch 6, in the men's open, Monaco Impis beating Godfather Rugby 26-21. And in the men's social on pitch 5, Bromsgrove Bulls beating Spleg Sevens 19-14. As we get started, London Japanese, a home team here, are in their white shirts and their navy blue shorts up against the LU Sevens in their blue and pink strip. And they have a penalty. The early stages of this second half find themselves 5 points down. It's a barrel forward from Lucas Dance into Manu Patti. Now Jack Leftley, those bright green boots. Has he got a bright bolt to get LU Sevens on the scoreboard again? Ball bounces just short of Manu Patti, of Tadley, and it is considered a knock-on as he picks it up. Just didn't quite get a firm grip, and it will be a scrum for London Japanese. Said you're watching men's social action here at the Lit Sevens. A bright day in West London. No signs of any cloud cover coming soon. It's glorious. Bit of a breeze about too. You can see the flags in the background. And the Japanese picking the ball out of the scrum. Bit of a solo run here. Into Scott Lewis. He's done really well to keep his composure. Space might open up in the middle. It has! Can the London Japanese man go all the way? He's pinned his ears back. He's launched the ball out to the left. And that will be picked up by LU Sevens. There was a forward pass in the process, and it is a scrum. London Japanese can't keep their composure on the attack. And it means that there is a scrum put in for LU Sevens. And their fans certainly seem to be enjoying that in the bleachers. Coming up after this, we've got Women's Open Group A action again. We'll see Hong Kong again as they take on FRN Beavers. So make sure you stay with us. And after that, a huge clash coming up in the Men's Open category. At 1 o'clock, Royal Navy Sharks v British Army. Meanwhile, on the pitch here, LU Sevens through Manu Patti. Over the 10, Chris Howe of Surrey Uni in support. Gets the release. Leroy Shane of Oxford Quins. Bit of hesitation again from London Japanese. Gives the knock on and the scrum to LU Sevens, who are sensing that there is an opportunity. Only 5 points behind. And this LU Sevens team, who this season will have felt almost the bridesmaid, never the bride. Been runners-up and semi-finalists in the open category across the 7 series. Maybe this is their chance. He's picked out the scrum. A man out wide in Lucas Dance. Taking on 2 defenders. This gets brought down shy of the 22. And a penalty for not releasing its exceptional defensive work from London Japanese. And they have the chance to build a move from the back. Tetsuo Furukawa gets the move started into Branson Chow. Lovely exchange with Scott Lewis. Wonderful hands from the Japanese. Lewis again. Trying to get round the outside, and the pass makes the ball look like a blur. They have an overlap on the left. Another pass out the back door, but not as well placed as it could have been. Just stalls the momentum for a moment. Furukawa now gets his pass. Out to the wing, the space, is it emerging now? Scrambling defence for LU Sevens. Furukawa on the turn. Can't get past the challenges though. Leaps to gain some territory. An extraordinary push from Stewart of LU Sevens to push them back. Japanese still in possession, leading by 5 points, approaching the last 2 minutes. Tom Leslie. Again, the gap gets closed out, has a supporting runner. He wants to pass away as well. Now a penalty, and the referee reaches to his pocket. And the sin bin will go against Lucas Dance of LU Sevens. A Japanese player down with an injury. And he's tackled from an offside position, Eddie. Number 5 for LU Sevens. He knew when he went for it, the referee would reach for the cheese. And that's what's happened. Robbie Hogg on the ground here at his home turf. And the Japanese just taking their time, thinking about what moves they will make. Don Hindle is the man closest to the ball until now. He changes positions with Tom Leslie. No substitutions rolled on. Well, I think the referee has to do a little count here because, yes, there's one too many players on the pitch still. There was 9 at one point for London Japanese. And now there's not enough because there's only 6 of them. We've got the numbers out. We had to get my fingers out there to start counting, but we are up to scratch. And a knock on, and after all that time, London Japanese unable to capitalise on having the ball in possession. They are attacking 6-man LU Sevens, but they have the ball and they are fighting to get back on level terms with London Japanese. If they can get a score, they'll have a chance to kick for the win, you would suspect, with 1 minute 15 left. But LU Sevens feeling the pressure from the scrum. It's kicked over the top and blocked. Falls kindly for James Hone, and LU Sevens can keep hold of the ball. It's into Stewart. But there was a forward pass in there, and now a penalty. And the referee's reached straight to his pocket, and it gets worse for LU Sevens because Manu Fati has been shown the yellow card. It was originally a knock-on. He must have said something to the referee as he changed it, called to a penalty, and now there's 5 players on the pitch for LU Sevens up against the 7 of London Japanese. They decide to barrel forward and try and make the numbers count straight away. Just over 30 seconds left of this men's social Group A match, and the space is emerging now, but the pass is risky, hopeful more than accurate. And now a penalty for LU Sevens. What an extraordinary end to this game. LU Sevens clinging on the fingernails to those hopes of getting something out of this game, but they will have to fight for it from here. Pinned to their own 5 line, knowing a try will draw them level. They've got a lot of work to do and not enough men to do it with. They've got to have those overlapping runners. They do have them. They managed to get an overlap, you know, on the far side. Now it's kicked forward. It's a chase. John Botka leading the line. The ball might bounce for him here. He kicks it forward. It's still going here for LU Sevens, but the referee has judged it to be a knock-on. That's the end of the game. London Japanese survive a late scare from LU Sevens to win this 12-7. What an extraordinary game of Rugby Sevens, and it just keeps on coming here at the Lit Sevens for you, with Women's Open Group A coming up against FRM Beavers and Hong Kong. But our man on the ground, Will Shepherd, has been talking to people throughout the morning. You can watch this stream back at any time. Of course, we're on air until 7 o'clock. And in the meantime, he's waiting patiently. We'll come back to the action in just a moment. Meanwhile, delighted to be joined on on commentary. Kat Marchant alongside me. Kat, thanks for joining us for this one. What have you made of what you've seen so far?
Oh, it's good energy, lots of players around, like clearly buzzing. The crowds are starting to come in now and it's getting busier and busier. And it's the thing I love about Sevens, is just that, the energy and everybody just so keen to play.
It is. We're about to see some women's open action in there, but that game's is testament to what I love seeing about the LIT Sevens. You've got this mixture of sort of local teams regulars on the series, and international setups as well, and it just makes a really unpredictable mix.
Oh, it really does, and the different styles of the games as well, because you'll get, as you said, a mixture of experience. Like some people here more for that social side of things, and others to really come and perform, and it's that excellent mix.
Well, the game's getting ready to start in. Will Shepherd is waiting. We'll see if we can come to him at half-time. So I know he's got some guests waiting for us, but in the meantime, we've got some women's open action for you, where we have the Hong Kong team up against FRM Beavers. Hong Kong in the white shirts, FRM Beavers in the black shirts with the coloured streams. But meanwhile, Hong Kong are coming forward. They were so impressive in that first game, a 73-0 win over their opponents in that one. British Army. It's made them look second best all over. FRM Beavers showing some physicality and looking to attack themselves. And an early penalty. It's a good start from Hong Kong though, Kat.
Yeah, nice start. It's exactly what you want, possession, and they were thinking about going quickly then, but decided against it, and they're going to pull those players in for a scrum to have the optimum amount of space available for them.
So scrum coming up. In Group A, Hammerheads have already played their second game where they beat British Army 31-0. So they're leading the way in the group. Hong Kong knowing they have to win this one to keep up the pace, and then there will be a meeting of the two of them on pitch 2 at 20-2. Top 2 teams through to the semi-finals, bottom 2 into the plate semi-final as well. Hong Kong keeping possession. Just juggling it, and they have conceded the knock-on there, so it will be a scrum to FRM Beavers, who'll think they've survived a late scare, but it's also a very enticing staring contest, this one, early on.
Oh, absolutely, and it was so on out wide there, wasn't it? She'll be gutted not to have let that one go to hand. I thought she was slightly unlucky there. I thought that might have just pulled it back, but referees in line with it and saw it just went slightly forward. But they did really well. That break through the middle, created the space on the outside. They just couldn't quite get the ball there.
So FRM Beavers able to play this out. It'll be really interesting to see what they can do in this game. Beavers losing out 22-10 to Hammerheads in their first game. Beavers very well familiar on the Elite 7 series. Runners-up last year to the Wild Dogs, and in the semi-finals it was FRN that beat Beavers 19-5 before the merger this season. And they're showing their physicality to get over the halfway line. Lovely pass, but it closed out so well, Kat. I think that's what Hong Kong are doing well in these early stages against FRM Beavers, to keep them pinned back. The defensive motion across has won.
Yeah, that line speed coming up, just stopping them from being able to get it wide. And you can see now they're getting their spacing right, and now have been forced to kick through because there was just no way through it.
We saw this a lot in some of the earlier games as well, where the position, it's all about the position, isn't it? Where I think the Monaco women's team were doing that in their first game. They were so brilliant. And Panters had a good spell, but were forced to kick out from their own 5.
Well, sometimes when you, as well in sevens, especially dry conditions, you put boot to ball and just have a foot race. Anything can happen. We've seen the bounce of the ball. It can be cruel, but it can also just go your way, and it does put pressure on.
So scrum now to Hong Kong. First time today that we've had no score after the midway point of the first period as well. Kat, you've been in these sorts of scenarios before in a game like this. What are you guys saying to each other out there?
I think it's that balance, isn't it? Because you want to feel settled and you want to make sure you're composed when you're doing things, but sevens are short and you need to get going, so they need to be composed but also pick up that pace a little bit. It's just been a few handling errors, hasn't it, that have caused, but here we go, lovely break now.
Oh, that's it. That's exactly what they've been waiting for, to draw the defenders in, and when the space emerges, they can just stride towards the try line, and there it goes. First blood goes to Hong Kong, and on the balance of play, you'd suggest they've been the more clinical on possession.
been clinical, and that's a really lovely finish there. And they must have heard you saying there's been no score yet, and they're like, right, hold my beer, I'm going. But no, really good work. Just and this is what Sevens is all about when you're not playing with a sweeper defensively. When someone does make a line break, if they are really rapid, they are going to score.
So looking to add the extras, which they will. And they heard us, they heard me, I should say.
Yeah.
We can just watch it back on the replay here. Coming out the scrum, it's textbook rugby sevens stuff, really, because you've got so many players drawn into the set piece. It's a bit of a staring contest, isn't it? Whether you're going to go out wider, if you've got the agility and the pace to break on the near side of the set piece, you can catch them out.
Yeah, just that little bit of footwork and a handoff just to push yourself forward, accelerate to go through. A kickoff's not been taken cleanly there, so it's going to be
knock on. And it's gone beyond the 10, which means we won't reset for the opposition team to play. So it's a shame on FRN Beavers there. But Pill not quite bouncing in their favour.
Yeah, when you've been scored against, you just really want to keep that possession and get yourself into the game. So last thing you want to do is just knock on. It is a bit breezy today. You can see the flags round the outside catching it, so possibly got caught in the wind. But either way, he'll be gutted there.
So from the scrum, Hong Kong able to play this out. Very different contest. Well, I think that was a forward pass, and so does the referee as well.
Just mistimed, wasn't it? It was that out to in run. You could see what she was trying to do with the angle, but just left it too late. Referee's right in line with it. Ball crept forward.
So scrum to be played by FRN Beavers. Can they offer something against this Hong Kong team that have looked ever so impressive in these early stages of the Women's Open competition at the Lit Sevens? This bright, now breezy day. So 2-on-2 down the right wing. Can't quite get the pass, happy to take the contact, and Hong Kong able to steal it away. Got to be sharper at the breakdown as they look to capitalise on the gaps in the middle of a scrambling Beavers defence. But they're putting the pressure on. Number 13, she got the score a couple of minutes ago. Brought down to ground there. 30 seconds left of this first half. Nice deep run. Could have trusted in it a little bit more.
Yeah, because they've got whip there, and it's been countered, I think, that breakdown.
Oh, penalty goes the way of FRN Beavers. Great defensive work.
Yeah, she got herself a little bit isolated, didn't she? You'd spotted it, and so had the Beavers. They'd got in there early over the ball, and they won the penalty for it.
So FRN Beavers, can they get themselves something here? Oh, it's a kick through, but doesn't stay in play. So that means the referee pulls this back. Hasn't blown for half time. Yeah. Oh, he has. It's just all very...
He's dummying you.
Yeah, he has.
He just doesn't want you to know what's going on.
He doesn't, no. We had a word before the game, and he thought, I'm going to make you work for this one, Warren. So, half time, it is 7-0 to Hong Kong over FRN Beavers. We'll be back for the second half. Make sure you stay with us. Latest scores from the 12 kickoffs. We just saw London Japanese beat LU Sevens 12-7 in the men's social Group A. On pitch 2, Hammerheads beating British Army 31-0 in the women's open. Same group as this match between Hong Kong in the white and navy blue and FRM Beavers in the black. Hong Kong leading 7-0. On pitch 7 in the men's open Group D, Wild Dogs beat Switzers Rugby 21-17. On pitch 6, Ramblin Jesters beating CNCF Sevens 38-14. And on pitch 3 in the men's social, Sons of Spartacus beating Brick 7 45-0. Cap Marchant still alongside me for this second half. We can confirm the scorer of the first try was Natasha Olsen-Thorne. My team sheets have got lost in a forest of paper,
Yeah.
but we found them.
We did.
Saw the clearing through the trees. And now FRM Beavers, here they go on the attack. You wonder what the coach would have been saying to them, because there really has not been a lot between these sides.
No, really hasn't, but whatever he said has worked so far, because the intensity that they just were running at, but now, well, I've said that, has been turned over.
Curse of the commentator perhaps, but hopefully not. Let's see what happens. Hong Kong, repossession through Chloe Chan. And she's got the pass away, and To Ao King has found the space, capitalised on it, and is driving through. It's not quite the try-scoring spree that we saw from Hong Kong on their first game on this pitch, but it's about clinicalness in possession, spotting the gaps and driving into the space.
Yeah, for Rugby now, Beavers have made them work for it a little bit harder, haven't they, to get those scores. But that was a nice score from Hong Kong first possession to get that turnover and then just execute with some real pace there.
Vivian Poon scored the extras in the first half. Lines up that motion with the shoulders, visualising the kick. And can she manifest it? She can. And we have 14-0. Hong Kong asserting themselves. And this is the break. Cap.
Yeah, it's that footwork. They're always scanning, aren't they? But they're through the middle, and you can just see she's gone there. No one's going to be able to catch her. But they just make it look easy, don't they? They're not in a rush. They're just nice, composed, and then just taking their opportunities when they see it.
Hong Kong seven side making their Lit Sevens debut. Preparations ahead of a busy autumn time over in Southeast Asia when this rugby tournaments really get going over on the other side of the world. Ball has gone out of play from the restart, but bounced just before it went out of play, so it means an FRM Beavers throw-in. Again, they've just got to keep their heads up, haven't they? Trust in the words that were said to them at half-time that inspired that very strong start to the second half.
Yeah, definitely, and here we go. We got some pace on the outside, but it is just snagged down with that defence. Hong Kong's defence doing really well for them.
What they do is they only commit one player really to the defence. It means it's so hard to get them out of the wide.
Yeah, definitely, and then they're just so quick on that turnover as well and look so dangerous. And here's another one.
Oh, such quick feet, and they've got absolute pace to get down the right wing. Michaela Baltazar got herself a try in the win over British Army before, but weaving and wandering her way towards the try line for a thrilling third score.
And again, that's all from the turnover, so defence is really winning them this game. Got the turnover out on that far left-hand side, goes through the hand, they're scanning, and then great footwork for the finish as well and pace.
That's what it's all about in sevens. You spot a gap, not commit too many to defence, be direct and physical in attack. You'll normally come out on top.
Yeah,
right now it's Hong Kong doing that.
Yeah, and from Beavers' perspective, they've got to put probably one more in the breakdown, which is going to limit their options, but they have to look after this ball. 2 turnovers has cost them dearly because they've been 2 tries against. So it's that scan. I love this. It's not on to the left. We're going to pull it back to the right, and then it's simple hands. Good footwork, as we spotted, to go through 2 defenders, really. No rights to get through that gap. It wasn't a massive one for her to go through, but she backed herself, and it worked for her.
19-0 now. 3 minutes to go. What looked like a cagey affair is starting to look like a assertive performance from Hong Kong. Restart, short of the 10. FRM Beavers looking to show what they can do. Beck Stevens. It's the pop pass away. And it was judged to be knocked forward by Hong Kong. So the referee's going to pull this one back for the scrum.
Yeah, Beavers were quite keen, I think, to recognise to the ref, go, yes, no, that was their hand that got to it. It wasn't us that knocked it. So deemed to be an attempt to catch, though, so that's why it's going to be a scrum and not a penalty against. And so often in sevens, if it isn't intentional, it's going to be a straight yellow, isn't it?
Well, seeing as he tried to catch me out at half-time, I thought we'd placate towards the referee.
Yeah.
Just try and get him back on our side again.
Yes, yeah, good. Always good to have refs on the side. There you go.
So FRM Beavers now for Stevens, putting the ball into the scrum. Great drive as well. The ball just being whipped out to the left wing. They've got a runner on this near side. Can they capitalise on it though? Huge crunching tackle comes in from Hong Kong's King, showing her reign on the left wing of FRM Beavers. But they're still in possession. Chloe Broom, the co-captain, gets pushed back, and Beavers are getting drawn into this. They're playing narrow at the moment, but maybe a bit of trickery can get them forwards. Lots of dads. Goes for the kick through, but Hong Kong able to sweep that up just about. It became nervy, but they do have possession, although it's a battle at the breakdown. Hong Kong still keeping hold of it, but the referee's now called for the penalty in at the side of the ruck, and FRM Beavers a big chance to get on the scoreboard now.
Yeah, and they've decided to go quick. Right option, I think.
Played nicely into Eva Barrett towards the 22, still on her feet. Hong Kong's Rivers trying to hold her up, but that's a wonderful bit of solo work from Barrett to gain a couple of extra yards. Can the Beavers capitalise on it? Ulna Kloppers going to ground. Ball is swept out from right to left. As for the penalty. Wonderful combination between our pundits. Cat Marchant, Amy Wilson-Hardy. Lovely parts and move with the kit.
Still got it.
Still got it.
Yeah.
Penalty. Well, I thought he was going to call the penalty there, the referee, for FRN, but there was a knock-on in the process, so it means, having initially been done by FRN Beavers, it will be a scrum to Hong Kong, but it's the end of the match anyway. 19-0 it finishes to Hong Kong over FRM Beavers, keeping up the pace with Hammerheads in the Women's Open Group A, and really setting up what will be a really enticing game coming on later.
Oh, definitely. Can't wait to watch how that one plays out.
Brilliant. Well, we've got a huge game coming up at 1 o'clock in the Men's Open. Royal Navy Sharks v British Army right now. Let's throw it down to our host, who's down there on the pitch, enjoying some sunshine. I'm very jealous of him, Will Shepherd.
Well, we are on pitch one after Hong Kong's match against Fine Rugby now. We're going to try and go over and have a quick post-match interview with Hong Kong, bringing you live reaction here at the London Sevens. A terrific performance from Hong Kong there, so plenty for them to celebrate and plenty for them to look forward to as the game continues. They're just about to have their huddle here. We'll see as Andy signs the referee's card whether we might be able to grab someone for a quick interview. Andy, are we able to grab a quick post-match interview? A really good performance for you girls there, plenty for them to be proud about. What are you most pleased about from that match?
We're just trying to build into this tournament. You don't know what to expect, and we spoke about that idea that there can be a bit of chaos in the most positive way in a tournament like this, because there's an unknown, and it's how we deal with that unknown that complements and everything else we're trying to build on.
Brilliant to see Hong Kong here today. We've already had a chat with some of the guys from your men's team. The women's team, where have they come from on their journey here from Hong Kong?
Yeah, so we came over from Hong Kong, China to Poland, and we spent nearly 10 days there for a joint training camp with them, which was very productive, and it was exactly what we needed, just to get everyone to play lots of game time, building into this big year where we go to the Asian Series and the Asian Games. And then it's lovely to be able to come to England and the weather to be like this, just as the icing on the cake.
Yeah, we deliberately laid on this weather for all of our international visitors. That Asian Games, massive for you in terms of the next 4-year cycle for Hong Kong. The men, they're looking for the three-peat. How are the women looking going into the Asian Games?
Listen, for us, the goal is to medal, and that's pretty clear across the board. I came in fortunate enough to take over the team from Paul John, who was stepping in there at the time. Came with a really well prepared team. We got the bronze medal. And that gives a lot of confidence just in general to the program that we can do that, we can medal, and it's all about now making sure that we build into this one in the right way, because it's a 4-year cycle, right? It's always going to be a bit different, and that's kind of where we draw the parallel with a tournament like this. We went well in Poland last week, but when you take the confidence forward, but understand you need to be really deliberate in recreating something new with that confidence that you've built in the past.
Brilliant. Well, knockouts to come. Good luck for those. I'm sure we'll be seeing you on the main pitch come the final later on.
Hope so. One more group game to go, and then we'll see.
Good luck. Cheers.
Cheers.
So, Hong Kong, China with yet another win here at the London Sevens at Wasps 2026. The venue is looking resplendent today. All of the 70 teams enjoying themselves across our social and elite competitions in both the women's and the men's divisions. We're going to go back over, we're going to have a chat with Amy about the international flavour we've got at this competition. But I'm sure you can hear the music blaring, you can see all the players and the coaches enjoying themselves in the clubhouse and out on the decking here at Wasps. So much for them to enjoy. Plenty of food as well. And we do know that if you're a Sevens player, you need to be well fueled, and so the food options that LIT have arranged here at the London Sevens, absolutely crucial to the flavour of the day as a whole. Loving the live stream that we're bringing you here today with our crack commentary team, not just Warren and Wilf, but you've also been hearing the brilliant tones of Kat Merchant joining on comms alongside Amy Wilson-Hardy. Amy's waiting for me here on the bench, so let's come over and have a quick chat. And Amy, we were talking about the international flavour of this event. We've just seen Hong Kong, China in action there, Sri Lanka here as well. Why do you think this tournament is able to attract teams from all around the world?
Yeah, good question. I think its reputation goes before it. Obviously, it's been growing over the 10 years here at Wasps, but it's been going even longer than that, with 17, I believe, years in total. So, and thanks to Elaine's hard work behind the scenes, grafting, attracting those teams by putting on such a show, it's going to attract those good teams. And I think just the standards increasing, and teams know that if they come here, they're going to get a really decent standard rugby and able to play and kind of test what it's like. A lot of teams using it as warm-up for Asian Games, for example, with Hong Kong and Sri Lanka, so they kind of get to gel a little bit more and really test their standards and see what they can do.
Now, you must have played countless numbers of different countries during your Sevens career. Were there any that you particularly enjoyed matching up against?
Good question. I think I've got actually really, I don't know why, but really good memories of playing Mexico, which was a really road game. It was in just after COVID, and we were playing in their Fast Four series in Vancouver. And the game was very one-sided, and that's no disrespect to Mexico. They had a new team coming through, and to see where they've come now is huge, and it's incredible and just showcases the game of sevens and where it's going. But it was just so gracious, such lovely girls, and I think that is there's something about sevens generally. That was one specific game, but that it's so accessible. And that's what's brilliant. All the teams and all the people in their team are very down to earth, and it's very much mixing. And on the series, we all play in the same. We stay in the same hotel, so you play and then you're out there and you're back and you come home. Whether you've won, lost, drawn, whatever, you're back in the same hotel having breakfast, having dinner with these teams. So it's lovely. You get to really intermingle with them and learn about different cultures. So I'd say playing all the teams is great because you get to learn that and have an insight as well.
And you touched there on the after the match, everyone joining together. Who is the team that is the best fun off the pitch at the end of a tournament on a night out?
Well, we were just reminiscing, right? So obviously GB goes without saying. Who's good? I'd say like the Brazilians. The Brazilian girls are always great fun. The Canadians know how to party. They're always out in full force. So, but yeah, it's just like you've been away, you've been grafting hard, and it's a way to let off some steam. So it's always a good night out afterwards. And like we mentioned before, it's part of Sevens. It's the social side. So yeah, we've had great memories from many trips. We had to travel the world, and yeah, teams are all out in full force after a long series.
Yeah, so many trips that you've taken with the game of sevens. I'm guessing you probably haven't played a tournament in Mexico, though, despite having played Mexico. How good would a tournament there be?
Oh, so true. There's a few locations where I'm like, come on, and if I might have to, I've not officially said I'm retired, right, but I'd come out of that and graft as hard as I could to get back on the circuit. If Fiji would be a stop as well, Mexico, We're lucky enough to go to Brazil though, so that was a cool one. So, but yeah, the places you get to go for the game, whether it's an international stage or, like we said, obviously these guys coming to London, you've got Hong Kong just walking behind us now, making the trip, and we've obviously done the return trip for the infamous Hong Kong Sevens. It's not just putting the game on the map, but it gives an opportunity for, I think, especially as generally a younger sport, for young athletes to go and explore the world. And some of the places I've been, I'm so grateful that I've had the opportunity, and it's great to see that that's continuing.
Well, maybe next year LIT Sevens at the Azteca. It was good when England were playing there in the World Cup. So Sevens seems like the natural fit. We're going to be talking to Sri Lanka after they've played their match earlier on, but you were having a chat with their team manager. How are they viewing this tournament in terms of what it helps them to build towards ahead of the Asian Games?
Yeah, with Sevens, it's so much about gelling as a team, and it very much was that. And the manager made it very clear that they came to play a really good standard of rugby, which is amazing. And again, testament to this tournament of the standard it brings in. So it's an opportunity for those guys to be tested before they hit those Asian Games, where maybe there is more pressure. I know they want to medal in the Asian Games, so this is a great way for them to kind of see where they're at. Maybe they've been trying a few things on the training field and they can bring that together and do it in a lower pressure situation, although I'm sure they're still gunning to win this one as well.
I'm sure they will be. We'll be seeing Sri Lanka in action on pitch 1 very shortly. The action will be getting back underway, but what I think we're going to do is just try and ambush a few more spectators in our grandstand. When we did it earlier, it went really well, so I'm sure that our spectators that are here now in the grandstand will be just as keen to talk to us. Thank you very much for fully agreeing. Not on this stream. That's the best time phone call I've ever seen. Brilliant, and it was genuine. I will be honest with you. Who are you here to watch today?
I'm playing for RAC.
Playing for RAC. How are you going so far?
We won, I think, 34-0 against, I don't know, a team. Wasps. We beat Wasps. And then we were supposed to have North Bristol or something now, and they've pulled out.
So you got a bit of an extra break?
Yeah, had a little bit of lunch.
A little bit of lunch. Unfortunately, you can't quite get on the beers just yet.
No, I'm waiting until later.
And looking good to get into the knockouts and challenge for the title?
Yeah, hopefully. It's RAC's first year here, so we're really positive. We've got a good team today, so really hoping to get into those knockouts.
How would you describe the London Sevens in 3 words, your first experience of the tournament?
Oh, big, powerful, fun.
Big, powerful fun. We like that. You had your chance to be on TV, but unfortunately the call took it away from you. Let's come and see some of our other spectators here filling out Wasps in force. 3 of you here together. Who are you here supporting today?
Navy.
Here to support the Navy. That's good, because we spoke to the Army earlier on. We've not heard from the Navy yet. Are the Navy going to be able to do it?
No idea. I've never watched them in my life. This is the first time I've come and watched them, so.
Have either of you watched the Navy before?
I have, and they beat the Army at Twickenham this year.
In the 15s?
I have no idea.
So you're hoping for a double here. Is there anyone that you know within the Navy team that we should be watching out for?
Yeah, my partner. I don't know what number he is, but he's playing.
What's his name? Give him a shout out.
Harry Bateman.
Harry Bateman. We're looking forward to seeing you light up the scene against the Army. Thank you very much, guys. We have a young fan here as well. Can I have a quick chat with you? Or are you a bit too shy? That's understandable. Could I have a quick chat with you? Who are you here to watch today?
My honest answer? The referee.
The referee. We like that because no one's given us that answer before. Why are you here to watch the referee?
My husband.
Perfect. And how long has he been reffing the game of Sevens?
Oh God, about 20, 25, 30 years. Like a long time. Long time.
And do you go to watch him ref at all of the tournaments, or would you save it for days like this? I know which I'd do.
Only sunny days, otherwise we'll stay at home.
Perfect. Well, let's hope he goes well in this one as well. We are very shortly about to get underway. As you can see, the teams on the pitch ready to kick off the final handshakes before we go. So I'm going to throw you back up to Warren on comms to take you through this one.
Thank you, Will. Perfectly timed. I just had a call from someone in the bleachers. Just had to hang it up. Yeah. Cat Merchant alongside me as well. This fixture speaks for itself. This men's Open Group A match, Royal Navy Sharks v British Army.
Just everyone's up for this one, aren't they? You can see how much the crowd have gathered because they're so excited to see what this match brings, because it's always physical, it's always fast, and you always see a lot of skill. So yeah, what more could you want?
The crowds are starting to come around the stand. They're into the bleachers, they're around the barriers of the pitch, and we are away for this game. Royal Navy in the navy blue up against British Army in their traditional red strip. And what a fixture this is. It just promises so much, this one. Penalty early on for Navy. Stephen Balimaloma with the carry. The deep run comes in, but there's still Navy possession. They did really well there, the Army. Harry Mays trying to get round. He's weaved past one tackle, goes into the contact for the second. A lot of Navy players drawn in and defensive work done by British Army to win it back.
Oh, but they've decided they're going to go quickly. It's messy, but doesn't matter. Bounce goes to hand.
They had a deep runner coming in, but they've got the overlapper as well, and he's got pace. Wazai Lunavanua. Picked up by Nave. Into the middle with Kama Dranivesi, a familiar name on the Sevens circuit. British Army have got some big units in the middle. Akima Ravuvu, wouldn't want him running at you.
Absolutely not, avoid that.
Amisi has the overlapping run from Yawa Yawa. It's taking two Navy players to bring him down. Army purring in possession, getting more comfortable, but the penalty won by Navy.
Yeah, neither teams are panicking in defence, are they? They're just getting their numbers in, working hard to get those turnovers. And I'll tell you what, actually, when I was playing Sevens, many years ago, admittedly, but it wasn't the big ones you'd be scared of, it's the little ones that are rapid. They're the ones, the footworky ones that you've got to watch out for.
Indeed, so tricky in possession, you've got to reach down to try and tackle them as well. Yeah. So Navy from the penalty, whipping the ball quickly from right to left. It's created a bit of room here for Harry Bateman. He's taking them on, wants to step inside, but gets locked up by the Army Vice. Out to Harry Mays. And now, Neil Rigglesford, the man in the middle, trying to skip past a couple of challenges now. But ball becomes loose and it's picked up by the Army. And they can go forward now through Ravuvu. Over the half, and there's a deep runner. He can get the space he can, whips round once, round twice, and that's British Army to take first blood. Lueki Tulele, the Fiji Sevens player, running from deep, weaving round the defender under the post, and that's the first try.
Yeah, he was almost toying with him, wasn't he? Just looking like he was really light on his toes, so he could go left, go right, didn't matter. Ended up making the defender fall over with his class and ability to go through and to score that one, and the extra two added as well. So great start from the Army.
That's all it takes sometimes. One little error from Navy, one perfect pop pass from Nabulu, and it was supporting him in the right place, Lemeki Tulele, to skip round the Navy scrambling defence and get that first try.
I think he'll appreciate you saying the perfect pop pass. I thought it was a bit of a one-hand hope around the back with a bounce, but we'll take perfect, we'll go for it. It worked.
It did. A bit of the outrageous. Getting the Army set up for a precision drive, and they lead the way of the conversion, having gone in 7-0 as the wind whips up around West London. Right now it's in the sails of the Army. We've had the meeting between the Navy and the Army in the 15s, which came in beginning of May. Navy winning 41-36. And Twickenham consecutive victories for them.
Yeah, that's such a high-scoring game as well, isn't it? Always competitive, and just it brings so many different people to come and watch rugby, when possibly even non-rugby fans just come and watch it because they're just so interested in seeing that battle between these two sides.
It's just one of those games where you know, and like this one, where all players are going to throw everything at it. It's played quickly out of the scrum, spiralling into the contacts, but it's still British Army in possession. Save a ball. Carrying himself. There's two big carriers in the British Army side, one on the right and one on the left for them. Vuniyawa Yawa gets the ball out to Kyla. He's through. That's the second for British Army. Just like that again. Instinctive, precise, powerful from British Army.
Yeah, powerful's a great way of summing it up. They've got their big lads who cause a lot of trouble in defence, causing them to come in tight, and then they've also got the pace and the footwork as well, so that perfect balance where it's almost impossible to defend. and it was a lovely line of running, just a straightening line of running as well to get the score.
Conversion to come. The British Army. Oh, it's a deft kick as well, and it puts them 14-0 up. We've got to have another look at this one, Kat.
Yeah, so they're just working so hard, and then it's the speed of ball away from that as well. Nice long pass, 2 in a row to get it wide, and then I mean, he looks like he's going to pass it, but I don't believe anyone thought he was going to pass it, was it? Going to go under the one arm, he's going to go and score.
The scorer for Army, Sitiveni Kyla, putting Army 14-0 up against the Navy. They look for a little taste of revenge from the defeat at Twickenham. Navy man Harry Bateman hauled to ground. Really a bit shell-shocked, I'd suspect, the Navy, having been hit twice. And there's a cruncher of a tackle coming in. The ball is released.
Got a hand to it though, so it was deemed a knock on there. But yeah, that defence, that's one of those where all or nothing to run in.
And this is what we see from the Army a lot. When it comes to substitutions, it's all or nothing. 7 go off, 7 come on, and that is a daunting sight for any team.
Well, daunting because they're just fresh coming in, aren't they? And it's a opportunity for them to just show what they can do as they come on, but also can be jarring when you're all coming off and settling. So yeah, it's an interesting tactic for sure.
It'll be interesting to see if they can maintain that balance of physicality that we saw. I'd love to come back to that, actually, how Army have used that sort of balance of those big players that will make those drives and draw the players in, but they had it on both sides, and it means that there's space for the pace wingers.
Yeah, definitely. And but then that's difficult, isn't it, to sustain for a long time. So actually using those subs really smart, so you can just go on, give it everything. You're going to be rotated off.
So Navy now looking to strike back over the 10, in front of their bench, in front of the expectant crowd, enjoying the West London sunshine. Harry Mays. Pass out the back door. It's quick hands from Navy. Has it created some space? It might have done, you know. Over the 10. Little roll away. And all of a sudden, Navy bearing down on the Army try line. They're committing to the tackle, but a little bit early. Now there are bodies, but there's an overlap. And now a penalty for the Navy for the offside. And they take it quickly. They're not wasting time. They can see the try line in their sights, and they get over. Harry Mays leading from the front, and Navy have their score.
Yeah, really important score for them as well. It's probably the first time that they've been anywhere near that 22 in the attack, and you know, 1 entry, 1 score. That's good clinical for them, but yeah, they really needed it, didn't they, with how much pressure the Army were putting on them.
How crucial could that be? As the half-time whistle is about to be blown, it's time for the Navy man to take his kick. It won't hit the mark, but it means it's a 9-point game in this clash on pitch 1 between Royal Navy Sharks and British Army, with the Army leading the way at 14-5, but Navy just showing what they're capable of. Stay with us. We'll be back for the second half. Ready to get underway again in this Men's Open Group A match between the Royal Navy and the British Army. British Army knowing in this 3-team group that if they stay ahead and they will be top of Group A. Royal Navy currently bottom, having lost out 29-21 to Stallions. So Navy, really, Cap Merchant, got to throw the kitchen sink at this now.
Yeah, they really do, and they've started strong with the defence, getting their chance for first possession of this half.
And get the knock on. Also worth noting, it could see teams from all over the world in this Lit 7. Sri Lanka topping Group C at the moment. We saw them earlier on beating the Godfathers 36-7. Kat, I know you've worked with the Sri Lankan women's team, but I know the Sri Lankan rugby, the men's team, are putting a really impressive performance as well. And it feels like there's a big sort of shift towards rugby over there as well.
Oh, definitely. I loved my time over there. They're such a great group of players, so keen to learn, just so respectful in everything that they do. And it was, yeah, a truly wonderful experience, and nothing but respect for the country and for their players.
Amazing. Well, great to see them here, and I'm sure we'll see them more as the day develops as well. Right now, the Navy in their navy blue, down 14-5 to the British Army, thanks to 2 tries in the first half for them to Royal Navy's late try. But they're enjoying the possession in this second half and trying to find a way to pierce through the British Army defensive line.
Yeah, the Army just flying up so aggressively in their defence. It's difficult, and being shut down here. Looked a little high, I thought, there, though.
Oh, bit of volleyball played on that wing. Samesa Banuve able to pick the ball up. It's driven into the middle. Such a deep run with pace from Inoki Vivardi. It's very difficult to stop, and it means that spaces can emerge for British Army. You get another deep runner on it. The pass out the back. Now, that one was definitely a risky pass out the back.
Yeah, risky. It's gone forward, but such a difficult place to have to try and defend out of, especially as I think the wind is actually against them trying to exit this one. And here you go, doing all those subs again at once. It's brilliant to see it, because no other teams do it, do they, that I can think of?
No, it's a unique tactic for British Army. They do it across all the competitions that they compete in. We've seen the British Army competing in the, they won the GB Sevens a couple of weeks ago, winners at the UK Armed Forces at the National Pub Sevens, part of the Lit Super 7 series on Manor Sevens. Lit 7 series champions last year as the British Army. They just love playing, don't they? It's such a, and it's always wonderful to see the performances they put in. They just play almost full throttle rugby sevens.
That's a great word for it, I reckon. Yeah, full throttle, everything they do, 100%. The hits, the passes, all of it.
Well, now some full throttle hits attempted, but Navy trying to find some gaps around the outside. Just being shut out, and again pinned, and that will go straight into Army possession. They get the pass away, the try line emerges, and Army able to capitalise. Waisea Leonavuna getting over the line, and Navy just put that on a plate for the Army.
They really did, and that's that desperation to just try and get out of your defensive 22. It is difficult to exit out of it, but that is credit to Army defence. The way they just fly up the line speed, it's very aggressive. It can be risky, because if Navy were to footwork around them, they're then through, and it's a foot race, but that pressure it provides has turned into a try for them.
3 conversions out of 3. 21-5. Let's have another look at it again. This comes down to that full throttle word again, and that comes in defence.
Yeah, defensively, just there's a bit of pressure on that breakdown, and then the read of it as well from out to in, but not just that, to do the line and then to be aware of where his players are, to be able to offload to him. That's a really well executed steal and then score.
And the man who picked up the ball there for British Army is like Randy Orton, okay, out of nowhere, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In the WWE. Oh,
yeah.
But now a crossfield kick attempted. First time we've seen that really on this main pitch, and Navy have been able to pick it up. Lovely step inside. This could be an incredible try for the Navy. They get it onto the outside. Can he keep going? Navy trying to score. He's up again. Oh, what an incredible try for the Navy. Lewis Roxby finishing it off. But how about the work of the man on the left wing? That was absolutely incredible.
Oh, brilliant. And good for them to try something different. What they had been doing hadn't been working. So putting in that kick, having that big chase on it, and then the support work as well off of it. Absolutely fantastic try, and hitting the deck, making sure rolling, getting back to feet, just keeping that ball alive. Really good strike back from them.
We'll definitely see that they come back to that. So we'll just see if the conversion kick doesn't. The wind whips it away. So it's an 11-point game, 2 minutes to go, still a chance here. This is the crossfield kick, and it's all about the individual work here from Tomasi Rokukua.
Yeah, it's the footwork on that back inside. He's running. He doesn't pass it too early because he thinks defence might be able to drift across. He ties in 2 players before he gives the pass. It's a great defensive effort, but the ability to not be held, to roll, get back on his feet in order to score.
Well, it may have felt like mission impossible, but a Tom Cruise roll has got Navy on the front foot, and they've got a penalty as well. I think back to the Oxford Men's Elite final. Prezelli Barbars, 2 tries down against Saracens with 3 minutes to go, were able to get the win. Could we see something extraordinary here? Not with passes like that.
No, not with a big lofty pass into touch. But it's been touched, so they can't take it quickly. So you're going to have to get in and set.
Got to say, the hair on Charlie Crawley is absolutely magnificent. I don't know what conditioner he's using, but that is resplendent. I'll be getting some pointers.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is glorious. Almost stolen, but the Army keeping their composure. So they'll go hunting now. They'll draw Navy in and go hunting for a fourth. Going through the middle. He's got a supporting runner as well. And British Army are looking to put the seal on this one now. Here they go. It will go over the line. Mesake Raloka finishing off the run of Seikovi Vuni Yawa Yawa. And that is what British Army can do.
Yeah, they felt like they were going to be slightly under pressure there, didn't they? But they absolutely weren't. They delivered when they needed to. And the pace of the chase on that one, absolutely incredible. So that offload, their ability to move it wide, and just the absolute gas at the end there.
It's almost one of those scenarios where you look at it from their own line out in their own half and think, they've got a chance here.
Yes, yeah. Every time they're anywhere near the ball, you just feel that they could pull something off, don't you?
The kick will be wide, but the result is unequivocal. It's revenge for the British Army against the Royal Navy as they win 26-10 in this men's Open Group A match at LIT Sevens. But what a great game and what a great advert for Rugby Sevens.
Oh, fantastic advert. You just had it all there, I thought, with the one-hand offload. Some good, some bad. Saw some breakthrough, excellent tries, fantastic game.
Well, we'll take a minute to calm down. Wilfred Kelmsey will be back in the commentary box alongside Kat for the next bit of action. But right now, let's go down to the bleachers and join our host, Will Shepherd.
Well, Salu didn't want to overhype the Army earlier on, but they have just put the seal on a massive victory over the Navy here on pitch 1 by the side of the pitch and in front of our spectators stand, which is growing all the time. We are joined by Jazz Rampton. Jazz, thank you for coming over to chat to us. Normally you're involved with Shogun, but today involved the star-studded Monaco outfit. How did that come about?
So my brother actually played for the men's, and I was playing with Shogun, and some of the coaches were watching, and then I just got picked up from there and played in Dubai with them and had a great time, so just still going.
I mean, Dubai was probably even just a little bit hotter than this, but it is a hot one today. Any chance of getting a tax exile and citizenship in Monaco as a result of playing for the team?
I hope so, but probably not, no.
And you've previously been involved with the Jamaica international setup, but you're making a move over to GB, hopefully later on this year when you become eligible. Tell us, how's the pathway gone to go from Jamaica to GB?
Well, I had a great time playing with Jamaica, and it was a lot of fun and it was challenging, but I decided to step away, and then I've been playing a lot in England with Shogun, and the GB coach is my coach for Shogun, so I think it would just always be a dream of mine to play with GB, so it's something that I'm pushing for and working hard for. So journey's going well. I've enjoyed the whole series of LIT this year and it's gone well. So, yeah.
And how much does a tournament like this, while it's got a real social element to it, it's also got some fantastic top-level teams, how much does that help you prepare for that step up to GB?
So much. We're playing against amazing teams. Everyone here is so good, but also it's a place where we can have fun and express ourselves. So you have the high quality, but also the fun with the rugby, so it's perfect.
Last one before we go back up to comms. Are we going to see Monaco on pitch 1 in the final later on today?
100%, yeah.
100%. You've heard it here from Jazz Rampton. Let's go back up to comms for the next game here on pitch 1.
Thanks, Will. Another group decider for you in the men's open competition. Before a big block of social fixtures, we've got two huge ties in this tournament. Monaco take on Sri Lanka, the Impis against the Tuskers. It's a group decider after both these sides are 2 from 2 against the Beavers and the Godfathers, respectively. Amy Wilson-Hardy alongside me for this one. I mean, this is exactly what the LIT Sevens is all about. Monaco, Sri Lanka. We've seen Sri Lanka this morning. They were brilliant, but Monaco have matched their results. This is going to be such a good game. Kickoff will come in just a few moments' time. It's Monaco in the white and blue trim against Sri Lanka in the white and green. Monaco, the Frenchmen, almost all of them are represented at AS Monaco at the 15s level. The Tuskers come from across Sri Lanka. Amy, we were chatting to the Sri Lankan coaching staff as well down below. It's such an interesting squad. They've only been here a couple of days, but they've already looked really sharp.
Definitely one of their lads, I think, arrived last night, so fair play with that long haul flight and then straight into a, well, I guess they're used to the heat at least. But
Yeah, too right. As Sri Lanka claim the kick-off and secure the ball, and they're going to look to dance their way through early doors into the high tackle. Penalty comes their way. Nice run from Bandara. This Monaco side have looked really impressive so far, but it's a break through the centre early doors. Here is the first chance for Sri Lanka, popped over the top, and it's Ramilta Himash who will weave his way through. Another game-breaking run by Akash Madhushankar. That flying mullet of his, and then Ramilta Himash with his second try of the LIT Super 7 Series here on pitch 1. Popped over the top, and then some nice footwork. Oh, Sri Lanka can break from anywhere.
Yeah, Madhushankar looking so impressive in the early games as well, and this just continuing his form. Thought he might have the legs to go all the way, but
you can always spot him, can't you? And Ramilta Himash with a brilliant finish. Swirling wind, which is sort of going left to right at the moment across the field. There's the big hitch kick. Oh, another little right foot step. He moves so quickly for a big man. I mean, he looks ginormous out there. I didn't really notice it. We're too distracted by the flowing locks in that first game, but he is a huge figure. Kick-off to come then. Sri Lanka on the chase. Tap back. And it's that man again with ball in hand. He looks so dangerous. Madhushankar. It was actually a really nice tap back from Soisa. And I think the penalty is going to go Sri Lanka's way. Well, clear from the referee there. Tackle height. Got to keep it lower. Any more of those and they could be in real trouble. Yeah, that's the trim we've all been talking about.
I haven't seen any that contest it yet, so.
He's got one eye on that trim of the day competition. It's going to be a tough one to win. Hard line up the jumper from Dangu. Little hitch kick for the first time from Zumri. Zumri's looked really bright. Slam to the deck and straight over the ball go the Monaco Impis, and they do have it back. First chance for Monaco to attack with ball in hand. Lifted. Is that beyond the vertical? Flag goes up. Ref kept his whistle in his pocket. Look of shock on the face of Tanguy Savoie, who was just upended rather unfortunately. I mean, that was a huge hit.
Huge hit. You can feel the intensity of this game go up from the first couple of pool games. Something a bit more to play for now with the decider. Both teams really being tested.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a deciding fixture. That does give it its extra edge. Line out, one by Sri Lanka off the foot, but a towering leap trying to win it back from Dorian Preal, the captain. And in the end, he has forced a slight knock-on. He's the most relaxed man at the LIT Sevens this year. Dorian Preal, he was just laid back, shirt off on the benches when I went over to chase the team sheet. But like any good captain, he was straight on it, ordering the troops about, and he's won the ball back for Monaco here. Scrum comes their way. And they float it wide at the first time of asking here. In comes the stiff arm, and Monaco go rumbling through. In the end, it's a two-man tackle to bring down Lucas Pitavino. Straight to the other side of the field. They've got physical figures all over the park. Missed tackle, offload away, and Monaco will equalise. Nico Davissau with a wonderful carry. Luca Coutia and the Monaco pair link up really well.
We saw in the first game of the Sri Lanka's pool game in how connected they were in D, and the question was, could they keep that connection with a more physical side? And it does become tougher because you then have to commit a couple more players to that defensive tackle. Just seeing it break down slightly there, but
also as well, how quickly they move it from right wing to left wing and then back again. It is man on man, and as soon as that missed tackle is made, it's not an easy man to put down, Nicolas Davissau. And there you go, very pleased with that. Lovely take straight off the kickoff from Sri Lanka. They're so well drilled in the air. Another man into the breakdown though. It's Davissau looking to get his hands on it, not legally though. So it comes back for Sri Lanka from the pen. They have said in the referees in the build-up of this tournament how hotly contested the breakdown will be, but as a defensive or indeed an attacking player, you need to come right round the gate, and then it's only a fair contest for one man. Interesting option to kick for touch. First time we've seen that in the men's game today. It says a lot about how well drilled the Sri Lankan team are.
yeah, and you never know, maybe a bit of a test as well to see, like they want to, as we mentioned, they're in the lead up to the Asian Games. They want to try these things against a really strong opposition. So why not try it now? Especially with, they would have gone through. This is a pool decider, but a little bit of pressure off.
Indeed, that is true that both these teams are through to the quarterfinals. It's a little hip-hopping run from Ekanayaka. But here's a little ball to the right-hand side, eventually just bounces free. And back up to his feet comes that Diluk Shadanga. Scrum for the Impis, who trailed by just 2 after missing that kick. That is a bit of a missed opportunity. We don't tend to rattle on about conversions too much until it comes to crunch time. But it's important to take this top spot and face an easier run into the quarterfinals and semis, although both these sides could well make it through to the final, having been drawn on different sides of the pool. Off the deck quickly enough from Davissau. Monaco look a bit disjointed here. Could be a chance. Davissau again with the carry. Can't miss him. Absolute giant out there. Back to the open side. What a pass that is. And the pace that it's taken onto has Sri Lanka backpedaling through the cap flap. Monaco driving on. Michelucci to ground, but a turnover. What a time to get it. And Monaco have to react. Straight away the quick tap is on. I think Monaco might have won that one back. A little bit distracted by some ongoings on the near side. Well, how has that broken for them? Rather fortunate in the end. I mean, Amy, what do you make of that period of play? Really strange stuff. Possession changed hand a couple of times.
Yeah, it was a bit here, there and everywhere, but that is Sevens, and it's the ability of a team to react to the transition, who reacts quicker. And in that case, it was Monaco. But such a prime time to attack is when it's on that transition play.
Just bounced so kindly for the captain, Dorian Brial. But he has the score to take Monaco ahead at the break. You can see on the bottom of your screen there, just a little bit of afters going on. The ball was just knocked on. That offload is really loose. But in the end, it's Tamgai Savoie who gets it away. Good first half for him. And Sri Lanka trail at the break in rather unfortunate circumstances. They'll have to switch on here. Some very aggressive tones in that coaching staff at half-time. We'll be back in a few moments for the second half of this huge group decider. back underway, and it's kickoff from Sri Lanka now left to right in the all-white. The blue and white trim of Monaco in front by just 5, but they have coughed it up early doors. Great pressure. Amy Wilson-Hardy alongside me. This is that work ethic that we know of Sri Lanka. They will not take this result lying down.
Definitely not absolute workhorses. You can see that's in their DNA, it's in their nature and the way they play.
Madashanka. Switch doesn't work out for them this time, and there's no advantage coming. And the captain, Brial, just leaves one on his opposite number. There is some bite out there in this pool decider. We already saw a bit of a coming together. Denuwan Wikramatratchi was really getting stuck in after going down on this near side.
How these fixtures are heating up. The stands are becoming full to the brim down here.
Everyone wants to take in this Sri Lankan and Monaco side. If you're in the men's open, you know you might have to face them later on. Ball on the inside. Is there a player in support? Good carry from Charlotte, who does well to keep ball in hand. Little dink over the top from Shiodini. But Sri Lanka are there in numbers, and it's regathered by Madashanka, but the flag goes up before he gets the ball away. Well, that's a big moment for Monaco, trying something different. Little kick through from Cesar Shiodini, and it did work out for them. They got the ball back.
Yeah, it was almost a Sonny Bill offload from Mullet Man.
Didn't quite work out for Madashanka. So a line out now for the Sri Lankans to defend. Madashanka going for the one-man lift on Janadu Dilshan. There's some real height in that Monaco line. Short though, round the corner, just about held onto by Max Cassano. Little step from Savoie. How creative is he? Stiff arm once again by the Monaco number 9, Lucas Pativino, such a strong carrier. They shifted across quickly here. Casanol. Penalty goes against Sri Lanka. Madashanka a little bit slow to his feet. You can see the cry go up on the far side, so Monaco will play. It's allowed to bounce. Some pressure piled onto Disavo. 3-on-3, numbers up here for Monaco. Can they break the line? Chop tackle. Down goes Savoie. Penalty this time for Sri Lanka. Brilliant turnover. Jayatha Rajathan wins it back. Rajaratna with brilliant work. And that's the kind of defence that has come to define the Sri Lankan team.
Getting feisty out there.
It certainly is. It's whipped inside by Kuthunga. Double handoff. And some good acceleration. Monaco right in front of their own bench, looking for the turnover. Counter ruck, but they're off their feet. Penalty and a chance for Akash Madashanka. Off he goes, Madashanka breaks the tackle. One man still to beat. Madashanka lobs it over the top. Unselfish, but spectacular. Sri Lanka level again with a kick to come under the sticks. Madashanka breaks the game once more.
He's become such a pivotal part of this team, right? He's so powerful, but also, like you said earlier, showing that footwork, showing that balance running. For a big man, that's super impressive.
And would you believe it, Jayathu Rajaratna, who won the turnover, is the man who's tracking 100 metres to get over and score. Sri Lanka ahead. That says all you need to know about them, that once that original penalty was won, he was not waiting to let others take his place. Jayarantha, he's there in support. There's two men running on the inside. It's a good chase. I says Shiodini. Sri Lanka will slow this one down. It's a 2-point game. We've already seen a French base side come back and win it in the final play when Sepp Rush were victorious in the first game of the day here in the Men's Open against Hong Kong. Can Monaco from just across the border do the same? Impis to the short side. There's the switch. The ball is loose. Impis driven back beyond his own line. It pops up for Sri Lanka. Will the try be given?
Saw the flag go up. What are we saying?
Just have to wait and see. Diluk Shadangi is happy that he's dotted it down, but I think it was originally placed back by Impis. So good recovery from Impis. And it's going to be a scrum on the 5 for Sri Lanka and a chance for them to kill this game. Ramblin Jesters await. They'll be playing in the next game in the Men's Open. They're taking on a talented Switzers side who haven't had the results go their way so far. In another final round of the pool fixtures. Feed to come though from Sri Lanka. Looking to go 3 from 3 and top the pool. It's not a kind bounce for Shiad Zumri. Zumri still going. Priyampis with a upending tackle. Rajaratna feeds it on. Is this the chance for Sri Lanka who pin back their ears and score? Pasindu Bandara will knock this one off. And Sri Lanka have the group. Well, he made that finish look very simple, but it wasn't, with 3 Impis in pursuit.
Lovely stop-start, right? Again, the defence all waiting, and then that acceleration to go off and finish off in the corner.
Teddy Savoy, one-on-one, beaten onto the outside. And Monaco are going to have to settle for a spot in the quarter-finals as a second-seeded team. They will still head through after 2 wins from 3. The conversion attempt off target, but it will count for naught. Sri Lanka have done it. This is the score that sealed it after already leading by 2, heading into what was final play. Soft hands, and Bandara skips away to score.
Like we said, a real good test. The standard has just crept up in each pool game. So it's a good test to show that defence, like we saw that organised defence from the first game. Can it withstand a more physical side? Monaco, classic French, going at every breakdown. Absolutely nailing that scrum, putting so much pressure on it. But Sri Lanka showing that they've got the strength and depth in their team to withstand that and progress as top of the pool.
Sri Lanka top the group. Monaco settle for second. But who will progress through Group D? The Rambling Jesters are 2 from 2 at the top of the pool. They still have Switzers to face. Switzers with a more than outside chance of qualifying. They do need a win and for results to go their way elsewhere. But Rambling Jesters the favourites in our next one. Another game for the Men's Open soon to come. But before then, I'll throw you down to Will Shep, who is pitch side with a couple of the Tuskers.
Just moments after that Sri Lanka win over a stacked Monaco Impis side, I am very pleased to be joined by 2 members of the winning outfit, Dange and Zumri. Dange, take us through that match.
We trailed and we tried our best and we came back in the second half and we won.
Big celebrations from you as Sri Lanka ran into the corner there for that winning try.
Really happy about it. Really effort of the boys.
And Zumri, for you, that match must have been a bit of a roller coaster. Monaco were ahead at one point, but you did come back. How important is this tournament for you and your preparation for the Asian Games?
Yeah, I think before this tournament we had 2 tournaments in Uzbekistan and France, and coming into this tournament we had a really, we were focused on improving our stats of the game. So I think, yeah, we're just learning it game by game and trying to get better.
Dange should be through now to the knockouts. Looking forward to playing that one and hopefully getting through to the final.
Yeah, definitely going for the final. Yeah.
Well, good luck to both of you. If you carry on playing like that, I'm sure we'll be seeing you in the final. Wonderful performance there. I'm sure got all of you at home really excited. Great to have Sri Lanka here. Good luck to you for the knockouts. And back up to our crack commentary team.
Thanks, Will. Another huge tie up next for you. It's Switzers from Geneva, who are in action against the Rambling Jesters. Just hasn't been their day, the side from Switzerland, who have recently hosted, of course, their own international sevens tournament. And they've come to London and have been beaten twice. They will kick us off in the purple. Rambling Jesters in their more traditional green, red and yellow trim on the receiving end. Looking to top the group with a win. Almost tapped back by the Switzers, and they have actually regained possession. Ramblin Jesters has been around for almost 15 years now. They were champions of the Floodlit Sevens at Roslyn Park this season. They're also pretty competitive at the British Elite. They've got a strong team out today. There's some fast footwork though from the Switzers and the captain, Camille Gallagher, who looks to skip through. He does find an offload for Di Martino. Down he goes inside the 22. They're stacking up on the right-hand side. One last pass should do it. Into the corner they go. Andy Gaspars with a good finish. And the Switzers will take an early lead. Amy Wilson-Hardy still alongside me. This would be a shock result, given how the pool has gone so far.
Playing quite direct, very scooting at the breakdown, taking it on, but then if you keep doing that and you keep retaining the ball, it becomes hard to defend, and then showing that space out wide to score that first try.
Well, Switzers lost by just 4 points to the Wild Dogs, whose women's side are the defending champions here at Wasps FC. And then they're also beaten by the Christina Noble Children's Foundation, CNCF, who have a strong team out today. Ramblin Jesters beat the Wild Dogs early this morning and then just about saw off CNCF by 38-14, a very impressive result. So it's the side with no wins, currently leading the side with 2. Little bit of a crash in the corner. I think that's on that. The Beavers there to stay clear. Kickoff claimed by the Jesters, who will look to respond straight away. A defeat here, and they could let their place at the top of the pool slip on points difference. Still, they look to drive through. Imikolo Waka loses out. Switzers have it back, and it pops up for Luca Bongiovanni, who lays it back. Early ball should do it. It's a 3-on-2. Can they execute? In comes the dummy and the leg drive, and over goes Matteo Secchi. Switzers have 2, and Ramblin Jesters are shell-shocked by the men from Geneva.
Playing with a point to prove here, I think. Look really feisty, look like they want every single ball. You see, I love it when you see a team that just falls on everything, like scrapping for all those little wins.
Matteo Secchi goes over for the Switzers second. And this is tough. I mean, Ramblin Jesters, they've beaten the likes of England and Fiji in the past in World Cup warm-ups. They've made the Rugby Town semis. They've made the final in Dubai. But Switzers are no mugs, of course. They are very used to the Sevens game, and it was a good steal in the end. Half an intercept, half a rip from Thibault Pichardé. And now we have a real game on our hands. Swiss champions in 2023, 2024 and 2025. They've won the International Sevens twice. First created in Geneva, Switzerland back in 1931. But it's some beautiful footwork from Boris Ames that might undo them here. And the Durham Uni man is going to scoot through to score. Well, if you've been following your uni rugby recently, you know who Boris Ames is. It's a really good carry.
Great initial footwork, finding that disconnect in the Swiss side.
Good response. Exactly what the Jesters needed.
Looks like a Boris.
Oh, it may have been Jalen Nunn actually went through. Just checking out the numbers there. And I think it is Nunn with that fast footwork. Just say, Boris Ames is a much bigger guy. So I was wondering.
He looks like a Boris. I want him to be Boris. Can we call him Boris?
Just the shade on the shirt of Port Jalen Nunn. Nunn's played a lot of sevens so far over this summer. Not just for the Jesters. He's a real speedster. So I think he'll be comfortable one-on-one here out wide as the ball's put down. And we didn't get the chance to see the one-on-one battle, but to the short side comes Lucas Norton. Norton on the inside. Couple of Durham boys in and around this group then today. Lucas Norton, the former Northampton Saint. Taken to the line by Tom Chandler. Nunn. Here is Boris Ames. Flashed across looking for Norton, but it's beyond him. Well, Durham Uni themselves have been on the circuit a few times this campaign. There's a good mix of youth and experience here, including a couple of German internationals we've yet to see. Line out, though, for the Switzers. Marine Sublé. Not straight. Not a call you see often, but it was right on the outside arm of the Switzers man, Jean Norrard.
I don't think they're getting away with that one, unfortunately.
There is a bit of wind blowing against them, but this game is certainly back on again. Still plenty of time before half-time. Norton is really quick off the mark. Well, RGS High Wycombe Starlet. And he'll go himself, sniping down the near side. Puts the little dab through. Does it clatter off a Switzer shirt? Well, Victor Richen has pulled up a little short there. I think they had it covered, though, on the chase. And we'll have a line out for the Switzers, but they're under real pressure here. Some real social activities on the touchline in front of us, but nothing but skill at the line out to win possession back. And off goes the try scorer, Andy Gaspars. And Gaspars certainly has the first half of his name locked up. Look at him go. Gaspars away with one last man to beat. Tap tackle, takes him to ground, but he pops straight back up.
What a defensive effort, but that was incredible. And he knew from the start, and he was taking them on right from the 5-metre line. That was mine.
I think it was Chandler that got all the way back. Goodness, what an effort, and all in vain. Andy Gaspars has two. And at the stroke of half-time, the Switzers re-establish a more commanding lead. Look at that chase.
Imagine making all that effort and then it doesn't lead to anything. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, that is a real shame for the Rambling Jesters, who are through regardless of this result after going 2 from 2, but top spot could be away from them. Switzers as well could climb to third and claim some better seeding in the men's open plate, but their qualification is also very unlikely, nigh on impossible. Still, they're not playing like it though. Gaspars with his second score before the break. Switzers Rugby Geneva looking for their first win of the day, and they are in front here at Wasps RFC. Second half, the Rambling Jesters, despite being undefeated today in the pool stage, are trailing to Switzers, who are winless at the bottom of the pool. Bit of shared contact at the bottom there, but I think it's going to be a Rambling Jester line-out. Amy Wastadi alongside me, been really impressed with Switzers, who can't qualify for the quarter-finals as first and second place are beyond them, but they haven't played like that at all.
No, having seen them for the first time today in this game, definitely wouldn't have thought that.
Must be a very good Wild Dogs and CNCF side also in this pool. Switzers with the scrum feed just knocked on in the kick-off chase. And flung inside by Arthur Haig. Gaspars on a hat-trick. Looks to get on the outside of Nunn. Easier said than done. Chandler's after him as well. Gaspars flicks it away and is there in support. Andy Gaspars finally flings it inside. Look at the line speed from the Rambling Jesters. Novard, great line speed. And some good leg drive has the Switzers out of trouble. Brilliant work from Jean Novard. Oh, it pops up really unkindly and it's knocked on.
Such a shame they did such a good job just to get their team back on the front foot, create an opportunity. If they were just a little bit quicker with that breakdown, there was an opportunity to go through the hands.
And there's height in the line out. And indeed, there'll be strength in the scrum as well. Sean Ingle, German international, what a veteran of the Sevens circuit, and Boris Ames on the other side. Lucas Norton may well have a snipe here and try and take on Luca Bongiovanni, his opposite man. Both scrum halves wearing 4, as it should be in the game of Sevens. Something very respectable about that. Into the centre they go. It's Chandler to the line. Chandler offload on the inside. Another one over the top. It's beyond Norton's, and Switzers wrap it up. Inches away from a score that could turn the game on its head. And as the referee points out, good turnover, but the scrum advantage was coming. So Harry Rickard denied. How close was that to a fantastic score, Amy?
Yeah, some brilliant offloads, but just getting in that offload channel, really good way to defend. When you feel like you're on the back foot constantly, defensive offloads, it's so hard, but just stay in that channel.
Switzer's scrum deep inside their own territory here, leading by a try and some change. Dummy switch, big tackle on the 22. On the dry ground here at Wasps RFC. Its 10th year of hosting the 14th annual Lit Sevens tournament. Direct again from the Switzers, but Jesters hold firm. Again, the Geneva side take it to the line. Is that a maul? Referee lets it play. Slow progress here. Jesters line them up again. Harry Chubb with a thunderous hit. And almost an intercept, so close to the line the Switzers are playing. They do manage to float it wide, and what a contact! Oh my goodness, a thunderous carry, and the offload from Julian Josh, and this could be a fantastic try. Josh is still there, and Josh, none gets back and is fended off for a second time. What a score! Julian Josh goes coast to coast and leaves a cutout of his opposite man on the turf for good measure.
That's Sevens. That's just brilliant to watch, isn't it? And that patience, because you thought they're never going to get out of their own 22. They were just getting absolutely nowhere from the Jesters' defence. But that patience and then bosh, a little bit of individual brilliance and physicality there first.
Norton gets handed off 3 times before he can make the tackle as well. It's absolutely brilliant from Julian Josh, and all of a sudden it's a 20-point margin opening up. 20-7. Switzers on top. Flag stays down, good effort. Here again, Julian Joss. He dropped it on this near side and had Switzers in a bit of trouble, and then he takes 2 men out of the game. I mean, Nunn gets back to his feet really well. And in fact, it isn't Julian Joss on the support. It's Arthur Haig who gets the try. Picked straight from the kickoff. Brilliant nudge. Camille Gallagher, the captain, gets the offload away, and Switzers could be over again. Gallagher there. Big ball into the midfield. It's almost over. Rishon. Direct from Segu. Already a try scorer. But what a turnover from the Jesters, and they'll tap.
I love those kickoffs. Those little grubbers through. They're so hard.
Oh, but the penalty was reversed. Referee was stood at the wrong angle. Bongiovanni. Subley goes himself. Put down emphatically. Pick and go from the Switzers. Held up. What a tackle on Nahin Subley.
That's a tackle from a frustrated player, right?
Yeah, Nunn has just he's having absolutely none of that. He has hit him so hard.
See what he did there.
And he's won a scrum for his efforts, and Ramblin Jesters are still in the game. If they can go coast to coast here and make it 20-14, then this game is alive with just 6 points in it. But they're going to have to go hard here. Switzer scrum. Von Giovanni. Callagher, the skipper, looking for the switch, pops it over the top. It's off the toes of Andy Gaspos, back inside. Rishon. Callagher. Dummies the kick. Gets around Gazprom. He swung to deck. A little bit slow to react. Gazprom. Through the hands they go. Dummy in the midfield. Might see the Switzers through to a seeded spot in the plate quarter-final. Lovely hands. Big chop tackle. Flicked up for Meyer. And over in the corner they go. And the Switzers have stolen this one. The Rambling Jesters, depending on results elsewhere, may well have dropped into second place in the pool. They'll still be through to the cup quarters, but the Switzers have decided to turn up at the perfect time here at the LIT Sevens.
Look so confident when they're playing, don't they? They're really gelling, and it looks like it's a shame they haven't had this form. Well, maybe they have. Maybe it's just that's the beauty with Sevens. Different teams play better against different. The way teams play can't speak anymore. Changes how teams play against them, but showing what they are capable of. A nice way to finish the pool games for them.
Switzers Rugby Geneva victorious against top of the group Rambling Jesters. This may well have turned the tide on who each side will face going into the quarter-finals at both plate and cup level. Well, what an advert for the London International Tournament, the LIT Sevens again, with this win for the Switzers, who pick up points for the first time. Well, ahead of our next game, which is the return to the Women's Social, while the pools are decided and the knockout stages take form. I'll hand you down to Will Shepp, who's with some rather social members of the LIT Sevens tournament.
Well, as the action continues to unfold on the pitch, the spectator stand continues to fill, and I'm joined right now by Jeff and Paddy, two members of the Fulhams. Jeff, you have been on the pitch today. How's it been?
It's been hot. I won't lie. Hot in the sense that the other teams are a lot better than us, but we're having some fun. We're in the social element of it, but yeah, it's been good fun.
Paddy, you're not on the pitch, part of the coaching side, but I imagine also leading a bit of the social element.
Yeah, spot on. You know, we've managed to find our favourite seltzer bar so far. The Social Boys, they're doing great for us. Not the hell. But no, it's a great day out. We're loving it. It's fantastic.
And this stash here I'm loving as well, like all matched up with the bucket hats. And this, well, I'm trying to work out what colour you'd call this.
It's a cream and an emerald green, I would say.
Deliberately off-white?
I don't know.
Deliberately? Just gold labels. Off-white.
Off-white. Yeah, it's deliberate. Yeah.
Deliberately off-white. Okay, who've you got up next?
We were actually one of the teams pulled out, so we're actually not entirely sure. So I think we're just straight through to the bowl quarter-final. Whoever, we don't know who that is yet.
And enjoying the extra long break as a result of that. Paddy, how do you keep your charges under control when they have a little bit of extra time off the pitch?
You know, there is so much water in the seltzers. I think that keeps the boys hydrated. A couple of Super 5s games keeps the boys electric, and some rats and rabbits as well keeps the boys still moving.
Fancy dress theme here today is Top Gun. Are we going to see you all in the aviators to flight suits later on?
I had no idea. I had no idea. Yeah.
I mean, there's surely time, Paddy, for you to run out and find some aviator outfits around here in Acton somewhere.
I mean, I'm with you. We'll find somewhere. We'll get some.
You got the moustache though, so you can be Goose. You're more of a Maverick, perhaps.
Yeah, the intelligence anyway. Yeah.
I'm not sure that's what he was known for, but yeah. So the action's about to continue. We've got a women's match coming up here. Any teams that you've been keeping an eye on aside from yourselves?
Yeah, we were over chatting to the Sri Lankan international team there, who flew in for it. Lovely lads. They're heading off to China and Japan after, and they're telling us all about it. So we were keeping an eye on them, definitely. Yeah, very good team.
Any big coaching tips from the Sri Lankans?
No, mate. I think they're far better than us. We'll leave it to their coaches and staff.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Jeff and Paddy, and good luck to the Fulhams for the rest of the day.
Cheers.
Good stuff, Shep. Keeping them entertained down there. back up here in the comms box. We return to the women's social. Our social hour begins while the pool stages of the open competitions are totted up. It's Fine Rugby now Beavers in the black, green and pink trim, taking on the South London Crabbitohs. And Kat Merchant is alongside me, of course. Kat, welcome back to the Lit Sevens. I mean, what a day it's been so far. And this women's social competition really hitting crunch time.
Oh, absolutely. I was going to say, it doesn't seem anything social about it so far, putting in some big old hits.
It is the Crabbitohs who have got a netball and a rugby team as well, a men's and women's side, a really fun touring team. And they take their quick tap penalty early here, and they could force the 3-on-2. They've executed it brilliantly well. Now it's a foot race, and Crabbitohs can spread their claws for the first time over the 22. Can they go the full length? Back come the Beavers. DuPont with the shot, and DuPont drags her into touch.
Oh, great defence to cover there, because you had to say, you know, she's ran 70 metres and been just tracked down in that final second. You could see what she was doing. She was slowing down to try and hand her off, but couldn't quite get it. Great strength as well to pull her out of touch from there.
What a tackle from Tatiana DuPont. I'm assuming it's Jemima Firminger who went the full length as the only unlisted player amongst the team sheet. Line out goes awry. But I think let's just give him a retake here to spare their blushes. Line out to come from Izzy Carrot. Just about claimed. Really good strength and dexterity from Hannah Ullerock. Shantae Williams, the co-captain. Into contact, a little bit narrow at the moment. Beavers looking to break. They are the Women's Open champions across the Lit Super 7 series from last season. And now in this women's social, they go for the clearance, but it might pop up for the Crabbitohs here. Williams on the chase, and Williams is first to the ball, and Shantae Williams gets the offload away. But that final pass is just a little forward.
Oh, we've seen them put that kick in a few times. Tactically, it's something they really look to do. Put it through, big chase and put pressure on, and it almost worked out for them there.
And it will be a scrum time instead. Great work from Shantae Williams, who's also been on the mic for Next Gen Live in the season gone past, across rugby and netball.
Multi-talented, that's what we like to see.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Might well catch her on the old counter-ruck screens as well, which is a really fun excursion into the game. But it's the Crabbitohs who win it round the corner. Nice work from Badlands. Couple of numbers out there on the right. Good delay on the pass. Might it open up here for the Crabbitohs again? It needs another try saver for the Beavers. This time it's Hannah Ullerock who goes diving in. Crabbitohs move it right to left. Is there a player over here on the edge? Still no space for Firminger. Down just short of the 5. Big clear out from Anouk Asher. Straight through the breakdown. Daisy Travers takes the direct route. And this time the Crabbitohs are over.
Great spot there to go through the middle. They'd gone from width to width and they weren't able to get round that tough defence. So then actually just picking it off and going straight through the breakdown was exactly what was needed.
And Travers adds her own extras as well.
And here's where she goes for the outside. As you said, there was cover, couldn't quite get round them, but then arriving player just scans. I don't even think she scanned, I think she just knew as soon as she got instinctive. Great play.
7-0, the South London Crabbitohs lead. Good start for them, they have been on top here so far, forcing the FRN Beavers into defensive actions. A brand new joint effort between Fine Rugby Now and the former Boom Beavers across elite divisions and social divisions in the men's and women's competition. South London Crabbitohs need a win here, chasing down the Guildford Gazelles and the Wild Dogs and Manapak in this Group C of the women's social competition. Hampstead, as we saw, Rugby Against Cancer, both looking like top dogs in this competition. That was, of course, a all Wild Dogs final a year ago. Taken clearly off the kickoff. And a good fend comes in from Ullerock. And some great leg drive as well. And Ullerock might just get away here. Beyond halfway at least. Shepherd. Contact at first receiver. Sillence. Oh, good shape on the pass, but I'm not sure it was meant for the supporting player down the middle of the field. Florence Webb. And now weaving their way back inside here in our Sillence. Quick pick and go. Tracy Yu. Doesn't quite break for them for the first time. That's a great shot. Crabbitohs over the ball and snaffled away by the Crabbitohs. They've just got their pincers on it. And now the South London Crabbitohs with a bit of broken field. That's a great line and a good offload. Will it bounce up for them? No knock on as of yet. Great clear out, but it left them isolated. And then a slight knock on right on the toes. Should hand possession back to the South London Crabs.
I'll tell you what, the South London Crabbitohs had lots of space out on that left-hand side if they could have got it, but it was great defence by Beavers to make sure that they attacked that breakdown, got the turnover, because, yeah, I think they could have been in trouble there.
Fine Rugby now do enough to slow things down for the moment. Ben Hanna and Ty Bovell in charge today, the South London Crabbitohs. Of course, we know all about the Fine Rugby Now Beavers. Won the LIT Super Sevens Open last year. Our Beavers men won the Open the year before that. This season, still learning their ropes, I think, as a combined unit. Penalty Crabbitohs. Quick tap, and off they go. Good early drive from Sims Mailer. Badlands whips a beautiful ball out to the right. Gives some good line speed. Flying up from Elsie Day.
Yeah, great defensive effort there. Really stopped her from going.
But still they'll take on the short side. Little pick through the breakdown again. More yards through the centre of the park. Off the deck from Badlands. Just assessing their options here. Miss pass over the top. Perry Jordan feeds it on. Oh, lovely step inside and out. And the Crabbitohs will pin back their ears again. But have they got the pace to go the length? This time, they do. And again, there's only two players without a number. Could well be Neen Imashun, could be Jemima Furminger who goes over. Regardless, on the stroke of half-time, it's a great time to score.
Oh, fantastic time to score, and you'll have to forgive me here as a former winger. I absolutely love seeing that. Just that slight hold. She's absolutely rapid, of course, but actually, in order to get that round that defender, you'll just see this little hold that she does first, just before that break there, and that's what was enabled her to go all the way around the outside. Absolute flying there.
Almost 50 tries in under 60 games for England. You'll take that. That's a winger.
Yes, yeah.
On the stroke of half-time. So the Crabbitohs go 2 tries up, and they may well have rescued their tournament in the women's social. 7 minutes still to come. Just a few moments' time here at Wasps RFC in the LIT Sevens. Welcome back then to the second half. The Crabbitohs have done well so far. The FRM Beavers in this women's social pool, currently down the bottom with the Crabbitohs. But Crabbitohs still fighting hard after just a 2-point swing between their game with the Guildford Gazelles. The game's still on here as Williams breaks the line early. What a start to the second half for the fine Rugby Now Beavers. Cat Merch is still alongside me. I mean, could not ask for a better start. 20 seconds in, straight off the kickoff. What a run.
Yeah, absolutely exactly what is needed from Williams there. She knew what to do for her team. Just loads of pace, power through that middle, and no one was going to catch her. A little bit of a chase on her, and then they realised, no, I've not got this.
Have another look at it here. Straight off kickoff. It can't go much better than this.
Yeah, brilliant take. And then she's just assessing where that gap is. And in fairness, it's not much of a gap, is it? But she just so fast, just carves up lovely J-line straight through.
Well, game back on again, perhaps. The South London Crabbitohs had to work so hard for this second half lead, but it's allowed to bounce unkindly by Bird, and who will it pop up for? It's back with the Beavers with knock-on advantage. Williams winds it up. Sillence. Webb. Nice little work on the switch around. Good defence from the Crabbitohs, who were all over it. Just about comes back for Florence Webb. Ulrich. Straight to the line. Up to the 22. Oh, Crabbitohs come through the breakdown. They might be off their feet, but I think they've snaffled it.
I thought a little bit off their feet, but got away with it there.
The ball was more than loose. It was completely out of the breakdown. I think that's what allowed them to proceed. And what can they do now from here? Step back on the inside from Chloe Raggett. And Williams just wraps up her opposite winger. Flick quickly off the deck from Asher. Some nice soft hands. Bird in support, but the ball is flicked away from her. It's a little unfortunate. Back with the Beavers.
I think she had to flick it away there because there was just that look of the jackal.
Tatiana Dupont boots a ball. Good acceleration from the Crabbitohs. Penalty as well. That's a bit of a soft exit after piling on the pressure. Quick tap, hole through the centre opens up. Out comes the stiff arm. The big don't argue. And through goes Anna Cook. Trapped back well. The fine Rugby Now Beavers, but that's the half break the Crabbitohs are after as they look to keep their chance of heading through to the Cup quarterfinals alive in this social competition. Beautifully timed pass to free Raggett, and Raggett is through, and Chloe Raggett will surely go the length, covered by Day. Who's there in support? Bird lets it bounce, flicked back to Igolder, and Xanthe Igolder's hit hard. No way through for the Crabbitohs. Fine Rugby Now Beavers with unbelievable defence. Should be a 2-on-1 here. Out wide it goes. Can Cook finish in the corner? South London Crabbitohs finally break through. My word, Kat, they're made to work for it.
They were made to work for it, and that was with a defensive player down as well. So they were defending with 6. They did so well there just to force them to eventually get out wide and score in the corner, but they had to work hard, and they did. The link play between each other looking really slick there.
Wild Dogs Manor Pack look the favourites to top the group. They've got a group deciding game against the Guildford Gazelles happening elsewhere, but they are defending champions. Who will head through with them? If the Gazelles are beaten by the Wild Dogs Manor Pack in commanding fashion, then the door is very much open for the Crabbitohs. Nice step in there, flung round the corner.
Yeah, and then it's just the hands out wide, isn't it? And just pace for the corner.
Cook finishes under a bit of pressure. A little bit of a delay while substitutions are made for the Crabbitohs. Let's wait and see what the final few moments of this game will bring. We are tight for time here LIT. They've done pretty well to stay on track, but no time for dawdling as Tanya Bird will hang this one up. Crabbitohs lead by 17-5. Allowed to bounce. Deflects really unkindly off the hand of Emily Hearn. Decent return. Fine rugby now, down inside the 22. The wind is really blowing, and it's hurtling a gale right in their face as Redfern takes to the deck. Clearance kick will get caught in that blustery wind, and it will bounce back almost to where it was nudged from, and it will pop up for the Crabbitohs and Eleanor Evans. Good delay from Travers, and leg drive into their corner, but it's another physical intervention from Hannah Ulrock.
Well, you mentioned the wind, and we certainly saw it there, didn't we? It almost stood still in the air, the ball, and then the cruelest of bounces from a Beavers perspective to come back over their head.
In the end, try saver from the FRN Beavers. Line out's loose. It does come back the Beavers' way, who duck under the challenge. Long way home for the Fine Rugby Now Beavers from here. Again, going direct at first receiver. There's not a lot on here for the FRN Beavers. They're going to need some individual brilliance to get them out of trouble. The ball goes to ground. They're on their own try line. Out comes the handoff. Big tackle to disrupt. Crabbitohs have it back. This could be the game here. Tanya Bird floats it across. It's put down.
One-on-one opportunity there missing, wasn't it? You could say defensively might have been stopped, but that's a nice position as a winger in sevens. Quite a bit of space out wide. She'll be gutted she dropped that one.
With the scoreline as it is, she may have her blushes spared. Of course, up next, got a really special one for you, because Warren Ruggleton back with you alongside Sam Bork in the men's social. There's 2 men's social games and back to the women's social for a final group decider. And then we're into the knockouts. So I've got to get scampering and find out who's playing who this afternoon.
Yeah.
Williams with the feed. Scrum from Crabbitohs is strong. Williams fires it to the short side. Little snipe round the breakdown. Williams makes plenty of yards. Crabbitohs again go hunting for it. Redfern with a pick and go. But that looks a little uncomfortable there. It's just the ankle of the Crabbitohs player that she's holding.
Yeah, don't want to see any injuries, so they'll be getting in quickly to just see what's going on.
I'd be surprised if the game continues, given that it's a 17-5 scoreline and we're a minute into overtime.
Yeah, you imagine sensible call will happen, and as you said, the games are packed pretty tightly. It's been running very smoothly.
It has indeed. We've still got so much to decide before the pool stages begin. Our first knockout game from the men's and women's open competition, arguably the competition that is drawing most of the attention today, is at 3:30. And indeed the final whistle goes. So it is a victory for the Crabbitohs. Their tournament back on track with one more round still to play. Tough task lies ahead of them though. It's the group leaders and the defending champions, the Wild Dogs Manapak, left in the pool. The Gazelles of Guildford will be eyeing up this Beavers game as one they can win and progress through to the Cup quarter-finals in the women's social. Men's social action for you next, due at 2:30, so 10 minutes until then. We'll have some activities, I'm sure, which Will Shapp will provide down below us until then. But from here in the women's social, FRN Beavers beaten by the Crabbitohs. We'll be back very shortly here at Wasps RFC, the 14th annual LIT Sevens tournament here in London.
Well, our last game coming to an end with an injury there. Hopefully everyone is okay, and we'll be getting back underway shortly on pitch one. We've got a little bit of a break though, so a chance for me to talk to Warren Muggleton and Sam Burke about the games so far. Warren, you were particularly effusive about the Army-Navy game that we had earlier on pitch one at 1 p.m.
I said it at the end of commentary with Cat Merchant. It was a true advert for Rugby Sevens. You know what you're getting with British Army. It's full throttle. Whether it's on the ball, off the ball, whether they're going for those big tackles, you know it. But Navy came into this having won the inter-services match back at Twickenham beginning of May. So there was a nice sort of storyline going into this one. But Army did what it was such a tightly fought game, but it's always about the narrow margins, I think, in Sevens. If you have a little error, it opens up massive gaps, either through the middle or out wide, and Army were able to capitalise on those in the first half. Navy put on some great shows in the second half, got a couple of scores on the board, 6 tries overall, but Army really deservedly took it, and we had a great crowd around here as well. I'd definitely encourage people to watch it back.
Yeah, the atmosphere was brilliant. And how likely do you think we are to see those teams in the big matches come the knockouts later on today?
I think British Army have certainly put on an impressive show. I mean, I've been keeping an eye on some of the others. I think Sri Lanka have been a real surprise package. I know, speaking to Kat as well about what the work that's been going into the Sri Lankan programme, that's been really big going on there. I know Hong Kong have put some good ones in as well. I think what I'd say is the big teams are turning up. You know, those international sides like the Monacos, the Hong Kongs, they're all turning up. It's what I said before. I think it's unpredictable, really. I think any one of about 5 or 6 teams could be taking the title today.
Well, big sides have big players, and talking of big players, let's speak to one right now. Sam, you would be on the pitch for this tournament here today if it wasn't for your ankle. And one of the matches you'd have been involved in is coming up next. Tell us what we've got to look forward to.
Yeah, Surrey Exiles taking on Trinity Rugby. I've represented both of them now. This will be my 9th team this summer, Sheffy, which is mental. But this is what the LIT tournament's all about. I mean, allowing people who want to play rugby every week to play rugby every week. But yeah, unfortunately my ankle's been busted. Turf took another victim, but I mean, they are in pristine conditions. If you think about how hot it's been over the past few days, to be able to even play on these is a miracle. But yeah, a massive one coming up. A lot of Mo Rugby roots running through both teams actually, which is great to see. But it's going to be an absolute corker, and I wouldn't be surprised if both of those teams make it through to the latter stages of the tournament.
Well, it'd be great to see them at that latter stage, especially with the rivalry between the two teams. Who on each team is our player that we should be looking out for?
Edgy Jackson, the coach captain for Surrey Exiles, is a mate of mine, plays down at Ironsides with me. And then so many names from that Trinity side to look out for, but there's a live wire in the middle. He's a little man. His name's Josh Joubert. Watch out for that step.
Well, you've heard it here from Sam, the full lowdown on Surrey Exiles against Trinity. That's up next. The two of you have got to get up to the commentary box to call that one, and it'll give us an opportunity to bring in Cat Merchant. Thank you very much, boys. Cat, so good to have you here at the London Sevens today. Our viewers will have heard you on commentary, but we haven't yet had a chance to have a chat with you pitchside. You enjoying the day so far?
Absolutely. There's been some awesome rugby on display, really great energy, crowds really starting to build as well and get into the vibe of it. So yeah, loving it.
Yeah, Sevens is a festival when it's at its best, and this is really turning into a festival atmosphere.
It really is indeed, and you're doing so well to pick the right people that you're talking to. Like they've got some good stories as well.
Yeah, so many stories around here today. One of those stories that I love is the fact we've got the Sri Lankan men's national team here today. You have a connection with Sri Lanka Rugby.
Yeah, I used to coach the women's team for a season. I went in there and I absolutely loved it. Their culture, they just want to learn. They're so keen, and in those really hot environments as well, where I was like absolutely melting. They were just machines. They were just getting on with it, and I loved my experience doing that.
I imagine after a career playing rugby in England through the winters, that when the call came to go to Sri Lanka to be involved with rugby, it was a pretty easy decision.
It was one of the quickest decisions I've ever made. I was like, yes, I'm there. Yeah.
Well, great to have them at the London Sevens today. And tournaments like this are so important for the development not only of international sides like that, but of Sevens players looking to build themselves up from the grassroots. Do you remember playing in tournaments like this when you were early on in your career?
Yeah, because it gives you opportunities because you're playing against some of the big stars or you're in and amongst them and you get an opportunity to be seen. And just the environment as well, like seeing teams how they warm up when they're in the zone, and you just absorb that as a player. So it's really great opportunities for social, for grassroots, but also obviously at the highest level as well.
This London Sevens is a really special tournament. 14 years that it's been going, 10th year here at Wasps. What to you is it that's the kind of the biggest draw that's allowed it to bring 70 teams here to West London today?
The quality of the rugby itself speaks for itself, and the fact that there are so many varied teams and they do get to play against each other. It is a really good vibe, great tournament, and it's what keeps people coming back.
Speaking of the vibe, the fancy dress later on is Top Gun. Have you brought your outfit?
I have not, I'm afraid. No. Have you?
Good point. Good point. Maybe I should stop asking people that question. But I'm sure that we will manage to find a way to fully enter into the Top Gun theme. We've had to say goodbye to Amy Wilson-Hardy. She's off on mum duty for the rest of the afternoon. But you're going to be guiding us through all the games on commentary and down here as well. Pitch side. What have we got to look forward to as we head towards the big games, the knockouts later on?
So knockout rugby is always the most exciting because from that point on, everything, you know, it's the oh god, the phrase has just gone for me, but well, competition time, right? Because you've got to be like focused, every single possession counts. So that's a bit, massively to look forward to.
Well, we love knockout rugby here at the London Sevens. If you're a Sevens fan, you will love it yourself. Stay tuned for that because they are just around the corner, and we will be taking you all the way through to the big dances, the women's and men's open finals, closing out the evening here at Wasps FC. For now, we are getting very close to our next kickoff. So let's go back up to the commentary box with Warren Muggleton and Sam Bulk.
Thank you, Will. We made it. Don't worry, everybody. Sam Bulk even limps his way up the ladder.
It was tough. It was tough, actually. It was tough. It started going in the middle. Although I'm really, and now that I'm up here, Warren, I'm really annoyed I'm not on the pitch.
I know. Well, we are here. This match is in men's social Group C between Surrey Exiles and Trinity, two teams that my co-commentator knows all about in what I'm going to be dubbing the Mo Bros Big Sam Bulk Bash. What do you think to that?
You can't be calling it that. You can't be calling it that. It's not all about, it's never all about me. Never. It can't be.
But you've just given me a great bit of insight into both teams. You've been running through a couple of players we should be watching out for.
Yeah, I mean, having played with this is my first outing with the Surrey Exiles. Edgy Jackson, the player coach, has been hounding me for months on months to come and play, and I said, fine. But yeah, no, definitely watch out for the big Chris Wolf, who is wearing number 1 for the Exiles, has played in the Premiership, so watch out for him. He's going to be straight on this restart here. And then also number 11 is also a fantastic player. But this Trinity side, again, full of absolute characters. Ewan McDade, fresh out of school after a fantastic season with his school side of Kingswood. And Josh Joubert, who I played with at school, is also a magician in the middle of the park, joined by his brother Luke, who have both played very high standards of rugby. But here we go. This is the one. This is the one to watch out for, Warren.
McDade wearing number 6, Joubert for 9 for Trinity in the green. Surrey Exiles with the yellow, red and black navy, and they've managed to get a bit of a bounce of the ball to get towards the try line. It's become a bit of a mess, and it will be a knock-on for Trinity. But my goodness me, that almost caught us all out. Surrey Exiles tried to pass the ball back, then bounced off the shoulder of a Trinity defender and were bearing down on the try line. It just spilt forward, and it will be a scrum for Trinity.
Yeah, Aidan Casey there, who actually plays with me at Ironsides. He's a hell of a player, still only 19, I believe, and he got a really nice bounce of the ball there. But the anti-gas from Aidan there really didn't help him. He's really come on leaps and bounds over the past few years, playing through the Colts at Ironsides and now progressing into the senior squads. Here goes Josh Joubert, though.
They're trying to break out from the back. Joubert, the man my co-commentator has mentioned. Can they find a gap in the middle? This game, very significant one in this men's social Group C. with these two teams top of the table, winning both of their games, trying to decide who will top the group in what is such a busy men's social category with quarterfinals places galore. Now here goes our man who's a familiar name to us here, David Okaperi. He's through. He's got so much pace down the wings. We see him do it all the time in the men's open competition with Trinity, and he's over the line for the first try.
Davy boy. Mr. Odomeru is a fantastic rugby player when he wants to be. The footwork, the power, the speed. There's often a point where it comes into tournaments where Davy doesn't get the bounce of the ball that he wants. And then slowly this weird confidence thing builds up in his head. And you kind of got to take him aside and go, look, Davy, you are probably one of the most skilled players on the pitch. Back yourself. And that's what he's done there. I love to watch him play. He is just so languid and jinky all the time. What a try from the young man. Also an Ironsider. The Ironsides are getting a fair few mentions here.
Well, all eyes on that man, David Okaperi. What's a try?
It is a bit of a difficult name. It's Odomeru.
Odomeru.
Odomeru. The writing from the Trinity.
I'm looking at the writing. Someone's clearly a doctor. No, actually, they all written very neatly. It's just me trying to guess. Well, here come Trinity. They've got confidence now, brimming through them. Malachi Goldson able to get the pass away to Aidan Sisk. He's through. Oh, that's a brilliant move from Aidan Sisk, following in David Odomeru's example, and he's over the try line, and Trinity are strutting their stuff.
Yeah, Trinity have had a real good foothold in this game to start it off. It all comes through the bit of temptation and precision in the middle of the park from Adam Sheehy and Josh Joubert. And Sheehy goes for the extra two there. He's not made it. Oh.
So 12-0.
But it's just that slowing down of the ball in the middle of the park just to start off, and then the pace kicks in and we're out onto the width. And Sisk on the width.
That's the second time the try has been scored, though, by Trinity by getting it out to the wide positions.
Yeah, they're really focusing in. This is a big Surrey Exiles side, and they've got to be able to move them from width to width if they want to win anything. That kick is no good.
Short, so it will be Surrey Exiles to start that one.
And this is the first opportunity. Can we see the Exiles really leap into fashion here?
Surrey Exiles have been so impressive today. 63-0 over Old Chelonians in their first game. 52-0 over Surrey Exiles. So quite amazing. These are the first two tries of the day that the Surrey Exiles have conceded.
And here we go. Trinity trying to work out their own 22 over the ball. That's Edgy Jackson there.
Penalty, though, to Surrey Exiles in a dangerous position. They've got an overlap on that left wing. Will he get the pass away? He will, but it's locked up. A wall of green surrounds the winger, but still possession for the Exiles. Dylan Leaney trying to slip through, but a player holding on to his ankle like a limpet onto a whale's body. Penalty again for the Exiles. They play it quickly. Jack Rolo just takes his time, hesitates, and will take a tackle. Now, will the referee call a high tackle here? He will, against number 22 for Trinity. And they're playing it quickly. Surrey Exiles sensing a chance as they go for the post. Still held up. It's narrow margins. There's the dummy, and there's the try. Dylan Leaney over the line this time as he managed to bundle his way over in close quarters.
Yeah, fantastic try from the Exiles, getting one back here. Adam Sheehy has been absolutely sent to the hot dog stand there off the little show and go, and straight onto it. And the Exiles will have a full complement of 7 as well, drawing them ever closer, making it 7-12. Interesting game so far.
Very
Warren
little.
and I have dubbed this as probably one of the bigger games in the social, because I mean I've played with Trinity over the course of this summer. They're a fantastic outfit, and then Exiles have won this tournament 2 years ago and then got to the semi-finals last year. So they're always strong at this LIT tournament. They don't really get involved for the first few, but because most of them are London-based, they all turn up for this one, and it's absolute big bash so far. As you see
that is a big bash there.
Edgy Jackson making another huge hit, but it gives Josh Joubert
Space and time.
Josh Joubert, look at that. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile. Josh Joubert responding in the best way possible for Trinity. Third try. Anything that Surrey Exiles can do, Trinity can do too.
Definitely so. I mean, I've seen it so many times. I played with him at school. I played a lot of sevens with him this summer. Josh is a magical sevens player, and you just give him no time at all, and he just literally burst through a gap that you couldn't even see. And I'm sure his dad will be clipping this footage up to go on his Instagram in a few moments' time.
Well, he'll want the slow motion replay as well as the half-time whistle goes. It was a crunching challenge. This is straight from the restart, let's remind you. And it's just to give the show and go from the young man, Josh Joubert, and he just puts on the afterburners and accelerates away. And at half-time, this battle of two very prominent sides in the social sevens around the area sees Trinity leading 19-7. Stay with us. What will the second half offer? Let me update you on some other scores from our previous kickoffs. At 20-2 on pitch 1, we saw Switzers Rugby beating Ramblin Jesters 25-7 on pitch 1. Pitch 2, Hong Kong beating Hammerheads 53-0 in the Women's Open. Quite the statement from Hong Kong, who we've seen a lot of on this pitch. FRN Beavers beating British Army 44-7 in the Women's Open on pitch 7. East London Vixens beat CNCF Sevens 45-0 on pitch 6 in the Women's Socials. And Canterbury Women losing out to Wild Dogs Impis 45-0 in the Women's Social on pitch 4. Lots of scores you can give across all of those on Tournify. Meanwhile, we are looking at this men's social Group C match between Surrey Exiles in the yellow, red and navy striped shirts and Trinity in the green. Trinity leading 19-7. Sam Bork alongside me, he knows a lot about both of these sides. But Surrey Exiles have come out throwing the ball about nicely.
Yeah, so that's the main aim of this Exiles team, and it has been for a while. Every tournament you see them playing, the main aim is just keep ball, constantly just keep ball, and that is what they've done here. They'll be camped in their own 22 for a while, I'm sure, as you see Kai Couchman trying to hold them up.
Oh well, it's going to be a scrum towards Trinity. Unplayable out of that breakdown. Very impressive stuff, and Trinity with a big chance to create another potential try-scoring move.
Yeah, it's an odd one there because Trinity were really working it through the hands quite well. Exiles were. And then he just got a bit caught up, bit of an awry pass, and then the trouble came, the blitzing defence from Trinity. Green walls, you say. And this is a dangerous back line lining up here. You've got Luke Joubert, ex-Northampton Saint, wearing the number 21, and then obviously the try scorer, Davy Odomeru, on the width in number 11. Kai Couchman will feed the ball, formerly of Dean Close.
And it's through. Trinity looking to draw the defenders in, went through the gap themselves. Here goes Luke Joubert now. But it's stolen by the Exiles, the scorer, Dylan Leaney, getting the ball back, and there might be some room to have a go down the wing here, but Chris Wolf, Premiership experience to his name, Chris Wolf, he launches that ball. He knew there were players back there to support him. Salvador Gomez taking it on, turn away from Leaney. Trinity trying to pin Surrey Exiles onto the halfway line. They're playing a game of cat and mouse.
Need some depth here, Surrey. Really need to readjust. There's no depth at all.
There could be an overlap on this near wing. Wolf going again. Past one challenge. He's got an overlap on that side, but it's just in front of his man. Will he keep it in? No, says the linesman. Just one step further in front of him from Chris Wolf into his teammate there. That would have been on.
Yeah, definitely so. And that was a really nice attack. They did exactly what we were talking about, Warren. They adjusted their depth, and then the link player here, which was Wolf, made the right decision, dummied, so they had extra men on the outside, 2v1. And unfortunately, Premiership experience, what does it count for, Warren?
Well, here he is lining up for this. Line up, spotted the short pass and brought the Trinity man to ground. Trinity still leading this one.
Yeah,
but Surrey Exiles enjoying the possession.
That's a tough hit to take for Ewan McDade, who is still only 18, fresh out of a fantastic season with Kingswood School. Came on his first Sevens tournament with me into Bournemouth Sevens. Absolutely showed what he was about. He's built for Sevens, the little man, as he gets into the ball here.
There you go, Trinity again. McDade keeping that moving in the middle. Reece Gormley. Lovely pass into the middle, just bounces off the body of Ewan McDade.
Keep your eyes on the ball, you.
Scrum now for the Exiles. Referee, though, going to...
Offside there,
offside
the
called.
Exiles.
So, still in Trinity possession.
Couchman.
That's his nice stuff from Kai Couchman. Changing direction. Farouk Agbalaya. Over the halfway slip past the first challenge.
This is
eventually gets wrapped up. Oh, they still found a way through. They can't bring him down, the Surrey Exiles. Now they've got men on the far side.
Hold your feet, boys. Hold your feet.
Moses Burton. He's trying to find a gap for Trinity, but he gets towards the 22. Odemary gets the ball out. Now it's from left to right. Gormley has found a way to McDade. Can't slip past the challenge, supported by Agbalaya. But a gap emerges for Trinity. Can he slip past the challenge? No, he has to force that ball away. Couchman still going. Shorts held onto, ankle held. Surrey Exiles clinging on.
This is fantastic defence from the Exiles. They have an opening here. Here's
Odemary. There it is. Oh, it's just behind his man, and it allows Exiles to scramble the defence, but they may not be able to stop this man, you know.
Shot.
Gets the pass away. Oh dear, what a passage of play that was, Sam.
I mean, and the thing about this Surrey Exiles side, their never say die attitude, the bounce back ability is so good. They must have been defending on their line at 6s and 7s for about 4 minutes there. Just never give up, never give in. And they've got a turnover out of it. I mean, questionable hands from Davy Odemere on the outside, but then the ability to get back and make more tackles is just unreal.
Well, great stuff we're seeing here at the Lit Sevens, live on YouTube for you. Warren Mogelson and Sam Bork watching this one on the main pitch at Wasps. Trinity, they're feeling like we're going to the last minute, but we haven't seen a score in this second half. The Trinity are very much odds on to get that score, and it draws the defenders, and the odds finally fall in their favour with Malachi Goldson over the line for try number 4. But yeah, my goodness, they've had to work for it.
Yeah, they really have. But it's all mistake from Exiles, but that is the magic of Kai Couchman in there. Of what we watched him grow through his career at Dean Close, now progressing on to Swansea Uni where he starts as well. Couchman just has the little bit of deception there, draws 2 men in and then is able to give a pass round his shoulder. It's absolutely unreal. The Couchman bloodline will forever live on. Obviously his older brother, a fantastic Sevens player as well. And this Trinity side, I did call it early on, they are a really good setup. They tried to get me in earlier on this week, but unfortunately I was already committed to the Exiles. How much I would love to be down there playing for either team.
I can see you pining for this game, Sam, next to me. 14 minutes played now. Surrey Exiles, certainly will know that topping Group C in the men's socials is probably beyond them now as Trinity to establish themselves. Oh, chip over the top. We don't see a lot of it, do we? But that might fall kindly. It will for Surrey Exiles. It's an outrageous piece of skill from Jack Rollo for Surrey Exiles. Options now coming on left and right and trying to put Trinity in a daze. Isaac Fortnell. Change of direction comes in. There's space on this near side for Richard Debba. Referee's blown the whistle though. Penalty. That means that we will continue playing. Aidan Casey. Out to Jack Rollo, keeps that moving. Swift, accurate hands from Surrey Exile, and they managed to get the pass round the corner, but can't get the release into the supporting man, Will Mount. At the breakdown.
We need some more depth here as well. The slowness of that ball, Warren, has allowed now Trinity to get back to full fitness and come up as a line as well.
But they have to slip through. And he's got the pass away, you know. Henry Limmerson, they're still driving all on his own here and willing this Surrey Exiles team towards the 5 metre. Now the space emerges, not quite over the 5 yet, but still Exiles in possession. Trinity tried to turn it. Now they'll get the pass out to the far side. It bounces in front of Debba. Still trying to go. Trinity still standing strong. Ball knocked forward. Well, there was an offside anyway. Penalty pulled. There's the try for the Exiles. Is it? Or is the referee going to call them back? Yes.
This is nervous times right now. The Exiles are really trying for it.
Well, that's one way of doing it.
Taking one full throttle there.
And it's held up. Richard Debra went for the direct option. It didn't quite come off. My goodness me. What a way to end it.
What a tackle, Ewan McDade. Have that on your third adult sevens tournament of your life. A fully fledged man running straight at you, and he's able to hold it up and keep the score as is for Trinity. Trinity go on and win the group. What a time for them. We'll see where, depending on other results, how Surrey will go, either progressing through to the cup or...
There are 8 groups, as far as 8 groups. So you suspect the top team from each group will probably go through to the quarters. I'll have to re-look at the rules in that one, but it will certainly be a very exciting men's social campaign. But the headline is the big Bork bash goes the way of Trinity. 4 tries to 1. Sam Bork, thanks for joining me.
Thank you, Warren. Thank you very much.
Coming up next.
See you later.
We'll see you later. Coming up next on pitch 1, another enticing game in the men's socials with Bigside boys taking on UK Tuskers. And let's see if we can find our man, Will Shepherd. I think he's roaming around somewhere. Let's see if we can find him.
I'm joined by Jiv from Monaco. Impis here between games. Jiv, how long have you been playing for Monaco?
I started playing with them this year, so this is my 3rd tournament with them.
And were you playing sevens before that?
Yeah. I started playing sevens in Australia, and now I'm playing in Europe.
What makes Monaco such a great team to play for?
It sounds cheesy, but we are like truly a family. We are so close, and it's the whole club. It's not just a team, and we come together every few weeks, and we just click, and it's amazing.
So good to hear. It's such a lovely element of rugby, the way it becomes your chosen family. I was going to ask you, for someone that was watching along at home, maybe they've not played rugby or they played 15s but they've not played sevens, why they should give it a go. Is family a big aspect for you?
Yeah, for sure family. I think because sevens is very intense, so there is a lot of suffering together, and you just bond with people over a couple days, and so you just have these strong connections with your team, but also with everyone at the tournament. So it's a really, really fun time.
Well, thank you very much for joining us for a quick chat there. We've got to throw back up to commentary because the next game has already got itself underway.
Thank you very much, Will. You join us for this game in the Men's Socials Cup. And we are in the Group D with Bigside boys in the black and white and gold shirts taking on in the pink a brand new team to Rugby Sevens, UK Tuskers, who are on the move here. My goodness, they are moving at real pace as they get out towards that wing. They might be able to sneak away through, getting across the line. Yes, they have. That is a superb score. Delighted to be joined by someone from the UK Tuskers team in my friend Sudam Surrey. Sudam, thanks very much for joining us here. Before we get, just tell us a little bit about the UK Tuskers team.
And UK Tuskers, we formed the team like 1 month ago. All the like Sri Lankan nationals, they have like 7, 8 Sri Lankan nationals, and like others like 2 Jamaican nationals and 2 Fijians and a lot of British boys. So we are looking good at the tournament. So we had last week we had a tournament, so we won that. Look at that.
This is it. This is the try that has opened the scoring in this game. So wonderful, with lovely little goose step and the pass inside.
You know, scored the try. Chatura Senaratna. They have combination like, yeah.
It's a brilliant try, and it's got the Tuskers into the lead against the Bigside boys. And here they come again, the Tuskers. They are full of running. As Sudam says, it's been a very, very exciting month or so for the UK Tuskers. As I say, set up at the 8th of June, won their debut tournament at Berkswell and Balsall Sevens.
We won it, so it's good start for boys, so we are looking forward for that.
So right now we have a scrum which will be put in by the Bigside boys.
The UK Tuskers put into the scrum.
Yeah, Sudam's got his eye on things, hasn't he? And it's been a very good day so far for the men's for the UK Tuskers.
Chatura Senaratna.
Yeah, very nice
Ramesh
stuff.
Fernando, oh my God, lost the ball.
Well, it's a knock on, isn't it? And that's just, you can't afford to have those moments when you're moving the ball out like that. You've got to be accurate, haven't you, when you're running onto the ball?
So accurate. You're playing this level, so you need to have the accuracy.
UK Tuskers so far, it's been a good day. Beat Island Drifters 17-12 in the first game, and then beat Old Down Badians 31-12. Their opponents, Bigside boys, 1 win and 1 loss. Beat Old Down Badians 14-12, then lost out to Island Drifters 17-12. So UK Tuskers here really going for topping the group.
Topping the group, yeah.
What have you made of the LIT 7 series? First time here?
Yeah, first time here. We are UK Tuskers first time here. Yeah, we are looking forward for the next year as well.
Have you enjoyed, they have so many pitches in action, have you enjoyed seeing all the atmosphere and the action going on here?
Yes, bros. We are enjoying the tournament, and you know the sun is shining. We are like Sri Lankan boys, we are like the sun.
We can't ask for more than having a bit of sunshine on a day. Bigside boys right now at the penalty. Alfie Parry taking the contacts, but trying to muscle away himself, but gets over the line.
Yeah.
So still Bigside boys in possession. Tom Dudbridge gets the ball moving. They might have an overlap on this near side, but it's a good tackle.
Yeah.
Really strong stuff from the Sri Lankans, but still Bigside boys in possession. The contact comes early, might leave the gap though. Dudbridge trying to burst away through, takes 3 men to bring him down, but still Bigside and Tuskers holding on.
Yeah, so they have penalty, like sealing the ball.
Oh, it's just bounced in front of the man there, and the referee's going to pull this back. And he's going to reach to his pocket here as sin bin against Harvey Poole for the UK Tuskers.
UK Tuskers, yeah, he never get back 10. That's why he got the...
And there's been a build-up of penalties as well, and the gap has opened up, and Bigside boys able to burst their way over the line. That one coming from Alfie Parry. And it's just been a case of persistence, and UK Tuskers standing up to it as much as they could.
So you know, like in the big boys, they keep the ball and play their style, like contact. So they reward with the try, and the conversion as through.
So we have our first score of the game for the Bigside boys, and they take a slender lead thanks to the kick, and you can just see it here. It's obviously being down to 6 men, and using the physicality that Alfie Parry has, he's able to burst away through.
Yep.
But 7-5 as we approach the last 90 seconds of this first half. It's a high kick, and it's a deep kick as well. And it's a good call for UK Tuskers to leave it.
So line out for the UK Tuskers.
Tell me whereabouts all the players have come from for the UK Tuskers side.
So all the players, like Sri Lankans, they played for the national teams, national team in Sri Lanka, and they moved to migrate to England, and they like have the community here, and they have like 2 Jamaican. They are playing at the like Coventry in the club. They come to play with us, so it's good. Like good bunch of people like Sri Lankan and international Fijians and British.
Which is great to see. Scrum here for Bigside boys. They've got a chance to threaten again. Bigside boys made up of old Wellingtonians, the Wellington School, based in Surrey.
Scrum to the Bigside boys.
This will be put in on the near side, able to get it out quickly as well. Parry, the scorer of that try, whips into Calvin, and that's out again. They've got a pace man on that wing, but he's just
tackle.
about held.
Good tackle.
And has he managed to carry on? No penalty goes against the Bigside boys, and it's still the Tuskers that get the penalty. 15 seconds left of this first half. Obviously, the clock has run out on the sin bin for UK Tuskers, and that's a wonderful turn and a push away, and Tuskers trying to break over the 10, not quite able to get their own possession, stolen back by Bigside, and he gets the pass away, and there's a drive through the middle, and that will be a second try for Bigside boys. Tom Durbridge going for the direct approach. As much of the effort was there from UK Tuskers, Bigside boys just had the deep running support.
Yeah, Sevens all about the patience and the ball. You have the ball, you can play your game. So without the ball, it's tired, and you know, like without 6 players, it's hard. Conversion also going through.
So
14
at the
points
break,
to 5.
we've seen a comeback from the Bigside boys thanks to this moment. Could have been a breakaway for the Tuskers, but the determination of Alfie Parry and the pace and power of Tom Durbridge has seen Bigside boys turn this round to 14-5. We will have the second half for you in a couple of moments' time. Getting ready to start this second half. Just to bring you some more scores we saw earlier. Trinity beating Surrey Exiles 24-7 in the men's socials on this pitch. On pitch 2 in the men's socials Group B, Brick Sevens beat Spleg Sevens 29-5. Pitch 6, 6 Sevens beat London Japanese 21-17 in men's social A. Pitch 5, Old Chelonians beat Oosh 31-17. And on pitch 4, Seven Burger beat LU Sevens 29-26. Still joined by Sudam Suri, part of the UK Tuskers team,
Yes.
and they've got a restart.
Second half, good start, UK Tuskers.
They've got a try. What a great start. Let's have another look at this one. So straight from the restart, it's a lovely pick-up,
Lovely
this one.
pick-up, and Chatura Seniratna trying on the corner.
And he managed to got the perfect pass in there as well, and it's a wonderful drive straight down the middle, and that is finished up by a number 13.
Number 13 in UK Tuskers for 7 points.
So it's a 2-point game. What will they have been saying to each other at half-time, the UK Tuskers team?
So I think boys' talk is like, just keep the ball, move the ball to corner, just keep the position with us.
That's what that move was all about. It was about moving the outward pace to the wing. You knew he had the committed runner on the inner channel and just had to time the pass.
Yeah, Sevens all about patience. Yeah,
So
again on the
big
ball.
boys. Oh, they've stolen it away, and now there's another chance here. But Bronson trying to do it all himself. He did that at the end of the first half. Didn't quite come off, but now he's got the chance here. He's put them in a really strong position. It's going through the middle. Can they strike the Tuskers? Not quite. Charging forward. They've got a deep runner, but don't find him. They might be able to get across with a bit of power and physicality. Have they? The referee says he's going back.
He's going back for a penalty, yeah.
Oh my goodness me. There was so much intent about that attack.
So it's a try, I think. Yeah, referee give the try.
He's
Big fella.
Well, that is quite the turnaround for the UK Tuskers. Finished off by the big man wearing the #1 shirt, Roman Priestley.
Yeah. All the changes coming into the field. Fresh legs for our UK Tuskers.
Have a look at this wonderful stuff. Wonderful pass inside.
Rehan Thiagaraja is making the contact. And big boy. Try time.
Roman Priestley, #1 of the Jamaican Sevens. And within a matter of minutes, UK Tuskers have turned this game around.
Yeah. Claimed the lead for a UK Tuskers.
Conversion was good, taking us to 14-19. We've got just over 4 minutes to play. The UK Tuskers setting their sights on topping Group D. But Bigside boys want to have something to say about it. Only 3 points between them. They've got a bit of space on that far side. What an end-to-end game we've got here in this men's social game at the LIT Sevens. Big orbital pass into the middle of the park. We heard a referee's whistle. It's come from another pitch.
Another pitch, yeah.
Everybody stopped for a moment. But still, Bigside boys coming forward. They've got an overlap on the far wing. Calvin trying to find some space. It's kicked forward. Can he grab it? Not quite. Trying a bit of the audacious, but doesn't come off for Bigside boys. UK Tuskers surviving that one.
Yeah, UK Tuskers surviving, but they got the penalty, I think.
So back we go. So penalty now for Bigside boys.
Bigside boys, yeah.
Doesn't miss a trick here, Suda.
Yeah. So I think UK Tuskers need to tie down their defense. Otherwise, they're in trouble.
Yeah, Bigside boys, as we said, 1-1 lost one coming into this.
Nice.
Bronson with the deep run.
Yeah,
really
they're
clever.
on fire.
And now it's created some space.
Sag.
He gets the push away.
Yep.
Still going here.
Still going.
Still going. How far can he get? Can he get the pass? Not quite.
Oh, support arrived.
Support, plenty of it has.
Yep.
Bronson with the pass into the middle to the scorer, Priestley.
Yep.
Still quickly moving the ball from left to right. It's just over the head of the number 13 for the
it's
Tuskers.
Not back.
But it's gone backwards, so it's still in Tuskers' possession. Tries to kick through, blocked by Bigside boys, and it's a line out to the Tuskers, just bearing that bit of pressure from the Bigside boys.
Because, you know, like scores are like closer, always pressure, always pressure.
A very, very close game, this one. 3 points in it, just over 2 minutes to go. Which way is it going? That's the question right now. It's on the lips of the fans around the pitch, in the bleachers, watching along here on the YouTube live stream. Lovely take from the line out.
Yep.
Now the drive from deep. A little change of direction. Tuskers on the charge once again in this Group D match as our knockout places start to take shape. Bronson with the kick through. He'll chase this down himself. He's uncontested for it, allows it to bounce, and it won't be a knock on. It will be a 5th try for the UK Tuskers, who have stormed through in this second half.
Yeah, I think with this try, UK Tuskers seal the match. So yeah, they are looking forward. They are looking good because they saw the space. They saw like no one in behind. Just kick it, take the ball, try time.
There's the conversion. 14-24. Let's have another look at this one because he does so much great solo work here, does Bronson, in order to create this opportunity.
He look up, just saw the space, kick it, and kick it twice.
He made the right call. He was going to collect it, but thought I might not get there. So he decided to push it forward again with his leg and was able to collect.
Try time, yeah.
Try time. Ball just bounces. Referee's calling this back though.
Like man in front of the kicker.
Yeah, number 13.
Number 13,
got a little
yeah.
bit too early.
Yeah, too early.
And a referee decides, no, we're going to give that to Bigside boys, and they've got a chance to attack. And with the time left, it might be a lot to ask, although they managed to slip through the gap. Wow, but there's a late tackle coming in.
Good
That's a
tackle
super.
by Ram Chopra.
And now the try. Is there a try? No, it's a knock on. That is a stellar defensive work. You have to credit the work of Sachif there, the number 11, with that late tackle.
Yeah, and a lot of credit go to the Ram Chopra cover tackle. Yeah, it's a try-saving tackle for Ram Chopra.
And all that the UK Tuskers need to do now, knowing they're in the lead, knowing they've got the scrum, is just get the ball.
Just get the ball, like,
and kick it
throw
away.
the wide to wide.
But it's turned over by Bigside.
Yeah.
Able to turn, and now the space emerges. And Nate Oggy is over the line for Bigside boys. Could there be a late scare in this game yet? They're taking the conversion quickly. As it goes through, it's all eyes on the referee. He says full time.
Yeah.
That's it. It finishes 21-24. What's a roller coaster of a game in men's socials.
Yeah.
Sudam Suri, what a game.
What a game, what a game. This is like last game of the group, you know, last game of the group. They are playing their best, all the team. So best of luck for the UK Tuskers, and even like Bigside boys, looking forward for in the future.
Well, we'll see what the group holds for both of the teams. Thanks so much for joining us here. I hope we'll see you later on in the day as well. Real pleasure.
Thank you. Bro.
Up next, we've got some women's social matches coming up for you. But let's see if we can find our man, Will Shepherd. He's out there somewhere. He's speaking to one of the Trinity lads. He's got one of the strongest haircuts in the game. Having a chat with our co-commentator, Sam Bork, as well. The next game is in Group A Women's Socials, Barnes Sevens against Wild Dogs Impis Pack. So let's head over now to our man, Will Shepherd.
Now, between the break, I'm joined by Adam Sheehy, who, despite the Irish accent, isn't associated with Trinity College Dublin, but Trinity School in South Croydon. How did the team come about?
So it's basically an old boys side from Trinity School. It's where I'm playing 15s at the moment, and just got a sevens team together. I think there's actually only maybe 3 or 4 Trinity boys, but it's other boys that we played kind of sevens with across the summer have all come together to put a team in here today.
Nice. And how are you getting on today?
Yeah, 3 wins from 3 in the group. Tough last game against Surrey Exiles, physical contest, but we were really happy with how we played and really kind of excited for the quarterfinals now.
You obviously don't just play sevens, you play 15s, you play touch, you play tag. How do you find that playing all of those different aspects of rugby helps your overall game?
Yeah, they all translate, and I would stress everyone to try and give every kind of code a shot. I didn't really have much footwork. I was a very kind of one-dimensional crash ball player for the longest time, and went and played a lot of tag rugby, and now I'm probably too far the other way, but they all translate in one way or other, whether it's a short kicking game or kind of footwork or then physicality or fitness in the sevens. So yeah.
You are famous in tag for your short kicking game. Have the fields of Wasps FC seen that weapon come out of your arsenal today?
No, and I was very stern on there was a no kicking policy from anyone really today. We have enough talent in the team where we don't need to kind of gamble on a 50-50, where I think if we keep ball in hand, we're going to kind of pull the strings and open up teams. So I can't really say one thing and then go and do the other as captain, but we'll see. Maybe if we get another game on stream.
And there were all sorts of suggestions being given to me by your teammates off the pitch here, off camera, as to the questions they wanted me to ask you. I wouldn't want to ask you anything to put you on the spot, but leading by example, is that haircut something that you've enforced on the other teammates?
No, I think one of the reasons I started playing tag is because it's a sport you can wear a hat when you're playing. I consider wearing a scrum cap, but I think people wearing scrum caps in sevens is a bit too much. So I think I went the other way and tried to buy in and make it as awful as possible. So that way, if kind of players try and sledge me about it, I can say, yeah, I know it's terrible. That's the point.
That's fair enough to me. How long have you had it, and how long are you thinking you're going to keep it?
So I think I've been growing a mullet for about 18 months. Bleached it about 2 weeks ago, and have the Tag World Cup in Australia in October, and I think that'll be the ceremonious. After that, I think going to go bald after that and just commit
Fair enough. I mean, it feels like it's going to be a haircut that's going to be super at home in Australia.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they will be a bit intimidated by it and think I've got the same kind of skills as the Aussies do, and maybe give me more respect than I deserve.
No, you'll have earned all of that respect when you get down there. Good luck for the rest of the day. Good luck for the World Cup in Australia in tag rugby later on this year. I'm sure all of that will be able to be followed on YouTube, so you can see Adam's adventures. For now, we're going to go back up to Kat and Warren on comms to prepare us for the next game of the day.
Thank you very much, Will. Getting a bit breezy out there, isn't it? It's whipped up a few changes for us on the schedule, with Barnes Sevens now taking Wild Dogs or Impis on in the Women's Social Group A category. Cat Merchant back with me. You've been enjoying your afternoon here at the Lit Sevens?
I have, watching some, had a lovely chicken burger. Yeah.
I know, I had a vegan pizza as well.
Yes.
We managed to charm our way towards that.
We did. Yeah.
It was great. I was walking next to everybody was saying, "Oh my God, Cat, hello." Everyone.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's nice seeing good rugby faces. There was a guy I used to coach at uni, for example. He's here. He's a manager of a team, and that's what the rugby community gets, isn't it?
So here we are with the action on the pitch, the social competitions, which have been really competitive alongside the open ones as well. This is part of the women's social competition, with Barnes Sevens taking on Wild Dogs Impis. Second and third in the group. Wild Dogs have won both of their games, so a win for them would see them through to the semi-finals for sure. Savvy Panthers under 23s leading the way in that game, having beaten Canterbury Women 20-0 in their last game. So it's all about for Wild Dogs Impis getting the win, but Barnes Sevens could upset things, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
But here they go now, the Wild Dogs with Amy Smith getting down that wing. Gets the pass away, and Wild Dogs over for their first try. 53 seconds on the clock, that's all it's taken for them.
Yeah, they looked really comfortable as well, didn't they? They didn't panic when it was going out wide. They just received that kick, moved it down the hands, and then that back inside pass was the key one for that support play as well.
Yeah, they'll get the conversion. We'll take another look at that one in just a second as well. Anisha Pereira, wearing the number 11, will take the conversion kicks today for the Wild Dogs Impis. That conversion has just snuck in as well, and it'll be 7-0. Let's take another look at this try.
Yeah, so just pass it, get it wide, and then she has a good run on the outside, gets the first hand off, goes round the second. This one she realises she's going to get caught, so manages to, bit of a netball pass offload, but didn't matter, and then a really good score.
It's all about the communication. It's all about knowing that your second runner is going to be there.
Yes, and the more that you play together, the more you just know, or you'll hear it, or you'll sight them, because that pass going straight to hand, that's not coincidence. That's not a pass and hope just because she hasn't looked. It's she knew exactly where she was.
So first on to the Wild Dogs Impis through Mia Collins of Exeter University in the Super Bucks side. And Wild Dogs looking to put the pedal to the metal against this Barnes team. Have been on the Sevens circuit as Barnes Silly Goose as well, beaten in the Oxford Sevens and the Harvard Sevens as well. The Wild Dogs Impis have been a real force to be reckoned with in the women's open category at the Lit Sevens, winning the overall. I mean, winning at the national, was second best in the National Pub Sevens final to Hearts and Balls charity setup, and now Barnes have found a way through. My goodness me, the gap just suddenly emerging. And trying to burst through it was Liv of Barnes. And she really went about it the right way.
She really did, didn't she? A great carry. And they've won the penalty as well.
Now the pass goes out to Meg Kelly. Gets away from the challenge. Can she keep going? She's still in, releases the ball. But Wild Dogs able to scamper it away. That's a great run from Pereira. Can she get into the space? Oh, she can. Oh, that's a brilliant effort. She's puffed out the cheeks, she's pumping the legs, but it's Sophia Pereira to get over that line, and it's wonderful work. Lydia Edwards getting there as well. Brilliant stuff, and it was Anisha Pereira, that one, the number 11 for Loughborough, playing in this Wild Dogs team. She's so all about the power and the pace. We're ready to see them getting that effort, and it's a wonderful score.
Yeah, lovely score as well. There are certain players that looked very comfortable and balanced when they run. There are others who look like it's pretty hard work. I was one of the latter. Yeah, she just looks really comfortable, balanced in her running. And that's a full pitch length try there, and she doesn't even look out of breath. So that's the quality that she is as a player. I think they've done the roll-in sub, though, to give her that little break, and rightly so after a pitch length run like that.
I mean, I'd be asking for it at the halfway line, to be honest with you. That's as far as I'd get.
Yeah.
With the extras added, 14-0. Yeah, it's wonderful step inside as well to get away, and that creates the space.
Yeah, it's because she's just taking her time as well as she's running. She's scanning, and then she gets to just pick her gap. But yeah, again, just really comfortable in her stride.
Yeah. There we go. Lydia Edwards, it was, with the score. Wild Dogs doubling their lead, and they've managed to pick up the bounce. That's an extraordinary score. Rachel Hicks climbing highest to pluck that ball out the air like an apple from a tree, and Wild Dogs have a quick fire third.
That's exactly what you want, as if you've just scored, to get that ball back straight away. I really want to see the replay on that one, because that happened so quickly. Yeah. I don't even know what I saw. So yeah, it's a great area.
We need to break this one down.
Yeah,
but all that's there left to say really is that the bounce of the pill can work in mysterious ways sometimes.
Oh, especially on a dry pitch like this. It's really sunny conditions.
No conversion. Let's have a look at that replay. So this is straight away from the restart. This is Anisha Pereira with the kick from the restart.
So you want to time this, yeah, you want to time it perfectly so it's short, and as you said, actually that's the bounce and the pickup from it. A great pickup as well over her head, but it's the golden rule of rugby, isn't it? Never let the rugby ball bounce. As a defending team, never let it, because otherwise things like that happen.
Well, it's a deft kick actually from the restart, this time in the opposite direction, and Barnes will try to put some pace on the run, but unable to. Now Meg Kelly trying to take them all on herself. Approaching the last 2 minutes or so of this first half of this Women's Social Group A match. Chance really to move the ball about, get Barnes getting comfortable with a bit of possession. Just go is the call on the pitch, and that's exactly what she's doing. She's got some pace on her, has Liv. Just wrapped up, though, a really strong challenge by the Wild Dogs defender, Ella Broadfield. And the penalty won.
Gone against her. Referee was hot on this last time as well. I thought slightly unlucky not to get the turnover penalty, but clearly she's seen hands beyond the ball.
Barnes trying to poke and probe away through the Wild Dogs pack. And a penalty one for Wild Dogs this time.
That one was given, and she had hands on ball, not beyond it, which was the difference.
And now they're breaking straight away. Can she step inside? Oh, she can as well. The try line is at her beckoning. Will she be caught though? 2 on her tail. But Wild Dogs can just about get over the line. Every sinew of muscle was at full tilt to get that one, but Mira Jones gets over the line.
Yeah, that was a really good chase down, wasn't it? She was having to arc with her run to make sure she wasn't caught, because in a straight line race I think she's caught there, but manages to weave really nicely.
Just look at her face here.
Yeah.
Look at her face. She has given everything for that.
She really, really had, and that's what we were talking about. Some runners glide, and then there's other runners that, like, it was hard, right? There's nothing wrong with it, and she got an amazing score there, but yeah, she has worked really hard for that.
She'll definitely be looking back at that one on the live stream for sure. Kick goes wide. You can forgive that. And as we go in for the break, 24-0 to the Wild Dogs over the Impis pack. Enjoy this magnificent run from Mira Jones as we go into the break. Just remind you of some of the scores. UK Tuskers beating Bigside boys 24-21 on pitch 1 in the men's socials. That doesn't really tell the story of what was an extraordinary game. Pitch 2 in the men's socials Group E, Paro RSC beat Prestige Worldwide 14-10. In pitch 7 in the men's socials, Solihull Greyhounds beat Bravo Stunts 33-14. On pitch 6 in men's socials, Wasps FC losing out to Las Vegas 24-10. On pitch 5, Maroon Sevens beat FRM Beavers 24-10. And on pitch 4, Sons of Spartacus beat Bromsgrove Bulls 38-7. So many teams in that men's social category. So many putting in strong cases. Like the Wild Dog Impis pack are here in this women's social category. The person who started the scoring for the Wild Dogs in Mia Collins has started the second half. Cat Merchant, just as she started the first.
She did. It was an assist in the first one, wasn't it? Try. She got that offload just before the line. That one, you know, is a good 40-metre sprint. So, you know, you've got your tries which you watch back again. That will definitely be one of them.
Yeah, it's brilliant work. And Sophia Pereira looking to add the extras, because she can do so from behind the post with the player having gone underneath the H, in front of all those stands and tents, enjoying the atmosphere here at the Lit Sevens, and that will take us to 31-0. And you've so much to admire about confident running like that.
Yeah, just pick a line, run hard, go through. Not gonna. So, and again, it's interesting in the games. Not many teams are playing with sweepers, which just means if there is a line break through the middle, it's a score. Whereas I quite like a sweeper coming through, so you've just got that just in case. Whether it's the wing back acting as that sweeper, or whether you have that like 9 acting in that defensive role. But yeah, most teams just going flat.
That's where they can have the dangers exposed if you've got a deep runner coming in. But Barnes are trying to do the same too. Wild Impis pack of Wild Dogs, but might get chased down here. Brilliant defensive work, you have to say, by the scorer of the second try for Wild Dogs, Lydia Edwards, to chase that down. Incredible. I mean, we saw the running from another player for Barnes in the first half, but Wild Dogs showing they are not just fast in attack, they're fast in defence too.
Yeah, absolutely. Liv for Barnes, she was like flying, I thought, and then just to be caught that easily in some ways. They're really quick.
Well, here comes a run now. Wild Dogs Impis pack on the charge themselves. They brought on a substitute in Chloe Langdale, and she goes straight through the heart of Barnes, and that is try number 6 of the game for the Wild Dogs, and they're now putting themselves well towards the 40-point marker.
Yeah, it's just looking very easy for them, very comfortable, isn't it? They're, you know, in terms of for Barnes, what you want to try and do is defend in the middle, even if you're tighter, force them to have to pass out wide to get their scores. So there's a potential that they might make an error. What you can't do is have those gaps in the middle and just invite them to run through, because they're just then untouched through the middle, score. So they have to be a bit smarter defensively, Barnes do, to just not let this game completely run away from them.
Conversion added. That will take us to 38-0. Let's have another look at this one, because again, it starts in the Wild Dogs' own half.
But yeah, pretty simple, isn't it? Just one broken tackle, and then just the running behind. And you know, I've mentioned it just a minute ago, but if you have a sweeper there, then you know, she might get caught. But by going flat and going aggressive, this is the risk that you then have. One missed tackle as a score.
It's an interesting point you're bringing up about the sweepers. I don't feel like I see it very much on the Sevens circuit.
No.
It feels like it's quite something that's quite a nuance to do. On interception from Wild Dogs. Oh, they're in again. Mira Jones doesn't have as far to run this time. Picked the ball out from the Barnes line, plucked it away, and she's able to sneak over the line for a second. And that was wonderful work.
It really was a good read, wasn't it? And back to your point about sweeper, most of the time you see it more that you get amazing line speed. So instead you go flat, you put pressure on, you get line speed. But if you are starting to have a game run against you, just might be smarter to just have that secondary wave of a defender coming round. So here's
that can be where it's missing, yeah.
There you go. So just one pour out to it, manages to scoop it in. Great run in as well for finish.
Amazing how she's reached out and picked it away.
Because if you get that wrong and that's a one-hand take and you knock it down, that's a yellow card against her. So actually, but she never in doubt, the skill level just to put one hand out, bring it in was fantastic.
Oh, the Wild Dogs showing their bites. as they put firm control of this game.
How long have you been waiting for that one?
It was a modicum of inspiration, Kat.
Yeah. I'll believe you.
Yeah. And I'll just put those notes away.
Yeah.
Barnes in possession. 2 minutes to go. The Wild Dogs Impis pack getting back, and again Mira Jones, she's all over the Barnes wide position.
She really is, isn't she? She's working so hard.
There was a knock on in the process from Barnes, so it will be a scrum. And that's what it can be, is that I come back to that phrase I used a couple of games ago about positional to pressure. That's what Mira Jones is doing so well though.
Yes, massively, because you can just shift the point of pressure when you do it.
Quickly out of the line out. Wild Dogs on the move again. Lydia Edwards, just ball bounces in front of her, so Barnes will look to jump in through Meg Kelly. Up the ball. Now goes dead, and the referee calls a knock on in favour of Barnes, so it will be a scrum.
Yeah, I don't think they want any of the Wild Dogs to have the ball, but in particular, Lydia Edwards with her pace, they're going to want to avoid her getting it.
Tried to pounce, but not able to on that occasion. Barnes will look to take something from this game. We have seen a couple of 0 scores on this pitch today. There has been a bit of a difference in some games, and Barnes will be keen to get themselves on the scoreboard as well, just to take something from this game, try and set themselves up for a strong position towards the plate competitions in the women's socials. And a look at the all the tables is on the Tournify website. Wild Dogs will certainly put their position in the top 2 alongside Savvy Panthers under 23s. Barnes will stay in 3rd place. So both of these teams really staying in position. Wild Dogs though, with Savvy Panthers having already played before kick-off, Wild Dogs were 2 points behind in points difference. So this means that Wild Dogs Impis pack will jump to the top, which can land them in a more favourable position going into those quarter-finals, playing the 2nd team in Group D.
Yeah, I'm going to leave the maths to you. That's not my strong point. So I will sit here and I'll talk about the rugby. You do the maths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Wild Dogs Impis pack. Oh, that's a brilliant try to score your hat-trick on. I'll tell you something. Mia Collins. This will be having an own competition with Mira Jones. Anything you can do, I can do too.
Absolutely. Just strong, hard running, and that can be just so difficult to defend against, especially when you're tired, when you've been taking a real beating, really. And Wild Dogs have been absolutely class in this game.
The full-time whistle goes. Barnes absolutely left a bit befuddled, but Wild Dogs romping their way towards the quarter-finals of the women's socials with a superb 50-0 win over Barnes, and it has been ever so impressive. The action is moving very quickly. We've got our next game coming up. Wilfred Kelmsley will be talking you through that one. Sporting a new Lit Sevens vest, I must say, very fetching indeed. But let's head over to our man on pitch side, getting the latest from the bleachers in our man, our host, our man on the scene, Will Shepherd.
Welcome back then. We're back to the men's open competition. We've got 2 plate quarter-finals for you first. The Royal Army, who were knocked out of the competition after loss to the British Army, taking on Wild Dogs. And it's the Navy, the Sharks, who've won a free kick. Cat Merchant still alongside me, and we saw some bright moments from that Navy team against a very strong Army unit.
We did, yeah, so they'll be looking to prove themselves, though, in this game for sure. But they did have moments where we saw what they could do. That's a big old loopy frisky pass there, but seems to be working for them.
Now comes the handoff. Wild Dogs with decent press, the South African expat side, who themselves dropped out of the plate. Had a tough day today, but it's a great turnover on the deck. It's Brad Bomber, the 18-year-old Scottish under-18 international, who gets right over the ball. Well, Brad was a former Northampton Saint. They asked him to convert to a front row. He said no, so I'm going to stay as a number 8. Yeah. Was captain of Ipswich School after a great season for them, and now playing for the Wild Dogs. He does represent Scotland at the under-18 Six Nations, but he's got South African heritage as well, hence why he slipped into the side today. And great turnover to start the game for them.
Yeah, amazing turnover, just got over it so quickly, but I mean, he got hit really hard for his efforts, so it's one of those. But they look to tap and take it wide now.
Nice step off the left boot. Josh Law comes against the grain, up past the 10-metre. Quayle. Here's Bradbury. Quayle around the corner. Quentin Quayle floated over the top. More dynamic carrying in that right wing. Straight over the ball goes Jamie Marless, but it's the Navy who come up with it. Slight knock on as they picked it up. That is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, shame for them, but we have seen throughout the day it's been pretty hard to get out of that corner of the pitch, so would have been a bit of an ask, but they'd rather that than be defending. I'm pretty confident of that.
And there's another player down. Very robust start to the contest. We'll have another short break in play. All the knockouts have been decided. You can catch them on the Tornify app, of course. We have plate quarterfinals, and then we have a couple of men's cup quarterfinals, the main event, if you will, before some women's open cup, women's open plate action. And then it's semi-finals and finals. We really are in the latter stages of the LIT Sevens 2026 already. Some huge games happening elsewhere, but with 7 pitches for us to float between here. It's tough to get all the action. Scrum turnover. Mays with a tip on. Strong carry up through the gut. Wild Dogs down on the 22. Bomber. Brad Bomber just drawing in Navy players. Sticks out the stiff arm. Bomber gets away from one, but the captain, Wrigglesford, has him to deck. Quayle. Bradbury. Lovely footwork. Ronnie Durant, a championship player with Richmond. Quayle. Really patient stuff from the Wild Dogs, and then some line speed has undone them, and it might open up for the Sharks. Just brushed off there. Really nice work. And then a cut against the grain from Alex Dryden, and Dryden is through, and Dryden's got one man on his tail. No, but it's Will Wrigglesford in the end who crashes over. And the Royal Navy score the first, and that is a huge try. Wild Dogs have been on the front foot for all of the first 3 minutes. The Navy had one break and went through and scored.
Well, what the Navy did really well there was just be patient. I did wonder, they're going backwards, they know what they're doing. Yes, they do, because they waited for that just slight half gap, which they could then execute to go through, and they got themselves a try for their efforts.
And the captain, Wrigglesford, will look to knock over this kick as well. Off target, 5-0, Wild Dogs go behind.
You can see the replay here where it just looks like there's players running in front of the ball. Not sure that they're going to have enough numbers there, but then suddenly that just little dummy and cut back inside means that he can go through, and then thought possibly there was a risk of a tap tackle in there, but manages to get away from him and finish the score.
Kick hung up high, but it's overcooked, and it will be a free kick.
Yeah, not what you need, an error straight off the scoring.
So the Navy, who have been starved of possession so far, looking to keep out Quinton Quell, the hot stepper, but he breaks the line and Quell will have the pace. Oh, he cuts back inside and out. He pulled the handbrake too early, looking to dart under the post. Bomber off the deck. Dawson Smith. All the way wide. Come the Wild Dogs, and then right time to hit the line. They head over and score.
Yeah, good reaction there from Wild Dogs. They've come out really feisty after being scored against, I think because it felt a little bit against the run of play. That was the important part there, just keeping the possession, making sure that they weren't turned over close to the line, and then you can see they bring it all the way to the left-hand side. They're looking to get it wide, but just before the last pass, that good footwork, that step and hand off to score.
Stephen Balai-Loma got back really well. But this is a good finish, quite a simple finish in the end. On number 15, the unlisted man in Wild Dog colours. And they'll take the lead for the first time, the Wild Dogs. I think they deserve it, count on the balance of play.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a lovely kick. Oh, it's not gone 10. I thought it was just bang on the line there. I thought they'd timed that absolutely perfectly, but the referee's in line with it, says no.
Joe Reeder with the tap for the Navy. Kopner all the way to the edge here. Well, Kopner puts out the fend. Manages to flick the offload away as well to Charlie Atwood, it was. Mays. Great line out wide from the winger, but he's been stripped. Brilliant defence. Charlie Crawley loses out. I think it might be Navy ball from the line out, but really excellent strip because Crawley came onto that ball at great speed.
He did, like massively great line, but then stolen, I think, within the tackle, but then afterwards went into touch. So turnover. It's yeah, quick turnover event.
Lewis Roxby on into the scrum. It is a Wild Dog feed. And Smith whips it infield. A little bit inside and out to begin with. And then a line break. And through they go. And they took their time. They were deceptive. And in the end, Ronnie Durant has running for days. And he scores another. He is a regular on the elite circuit. And he scores yet another this season. Ronnie Durant heads through and scores.
Well, the Navy's defence was so hot on that line speed. They were all flying up on that right-hand side, but just that cut back against it. It's that old rule, isn't it? If one's got to go, you've all got to go. Whether it's your side of the ball or not, you've got to come up. And Navy got himself caught there, that slight dog leg, and they were punished for it.
Well, the Wild Dogs are the Women's Open and the Women's Social defending champions. Can their men match up with them here and join the contest? Ronnie Durant with a brilliant score. Looking to see the Wild Dogs through to a plate semi-final. At half-time, they retake the lead against the Royal Navy. They're up by 14-7. Welcome back then to the second half. The Royal Navy trail to the Wild Dogs, who were on top in that second half, and it's another error from the kickoff. Cat this time just offside, which isn't really the play.
No, and those are just the basics, the coach killers, you know, when you're just like, just don't need to do those, putting themselves under pressure.
Quinton Quirl, the hot stepper, off again through 2 tackles. It's been spilt as he came round the corner by Carl Bradbury, so maybe a chance for the Navy here to get back into the tie. Here's Roxby. Dawson Smith with a high press, but the Navy track back to the short side. Straight down the throat of Cairo Richards there. But the penalty goes the way of the Wild Dogs. Good recovery after not executing as you'd expect from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting in quickly over the ball, which they've been really good at this tournament so far.
Dawson Smith with a double pump, floats it out to the edge. And off comes the handbrake, but it's well read by the Royal Navy. And the offload on the inside is intercepted too. It's a much more even start to the second half. Big step and almost a line break. Penalty advantage also coming. Quickly across from Dryden. There's a seriously physical figure out there. Dryden. Snaffled on halfway. The Wild Dogs' intensity is really wrapped up in defence, and Bradbury has atoned for his earlier error and turned it over. Penalty, Wild Dogs. Smith with the tap, and he puts out the stiff arm to the man offside. Poor pass, so on the volley, recollected by Harry Bateman. It's a really congested start to the second half. Now the Navy might look to have a go. Cairo Richards is fended off. Max Watkins puts out the stiff arm. Watkins, Bradbury brings him down. 2 men in the breakdown. They can't dislodge him. Much better from the Navy. Roxby, Dryden. Yeah, they off to here down the right-hand side. Wrigglesford, the captain, finds a speedster on the edge. Again, the Wild Dogs all over the breakdown. Bomber comes up with it. Another penalty. Best period of the game so far for the Navy. Dryden not waiting around. Roxby. Well taken. And straight to the line go the Navy again. Harry Mays scores the try that will bring them within 4 points with a kick still to come. It's one of the longest period of phases we've seen today, Kat.
Exactly that. They managed to just keep on applying that pressure just by having the ball in the right areas. They didn't panic. They didn't throw any silly passes. They were just taking their time before seeing exactly where that gap was. And that was a lovely step off that left foot to straighten and score.
Nudged over. It's a 2-point game again. Let's have a look here as the penalty is given. They just take it quickly.
Yeah, and it's not a pretty first pass, but it doesn't matter. And all it is, literally just hands down the line and then see a defender over chase. This is where their hips have gone and they've gone too far past. And that's when you know, as an attacker, you can attack that inside shoulder and break the line.
Hung up by the Royal Navy. Well taken, but then knocked on after it was grabbed. The contact came in. A round of applause from Balo Loma Loma. That is elite rage bait right in the face of the Wild Dogs after the error. And now they've got more defending to do with just a 2-point lead ahead. Now the wind's still howling. We've had all seasons today. It's actually gotten quite cold, which I don't think I've said for 6 months maybe.
And you're sat in a vest shop, so, you know.
I am in the brand new Oddballs and Lit collaboration. I'm loving it. Thank you to Elaine, the tournament organiser, for sourcing this one for me. There's so much to do here at Lit Wasps. It's one of the best tournaments on the circuit just because of how busy the site is. You see it when we scan round to the right-hand side. But, yeah, it's a really exciting day for us all.
Yeah, loads of different food options. Like there's music going, there's drink options as well. Decent coffee. Had a lovely oat flat white, which is always commentators. You need to know what your caffeine is. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the Red Bull man's running around as well with his 2 vehicles in tow. Taken into contact by the Navy, who are showing much better energy in this second half. In this plate quarter-final, this is knockout rugby. Bateman to the line, looks to free the hands, but it was just away from Tommaso Roccochia. So instead it's Durant on the counter. Oh, lovely step, and another. Wild Dogs on the front foot, Josh Law. Slowed down to a point. Floated over the top, Cairo Richards. He'll back himself all the way, the youngster. Now, formerly of Oakland's College, and in and around that Saracens Academy. He's already played on the circuit this season, not for the Wild Dogs. They picked him up while he was at Harpenden. Struggling a little bit there, but a good finish, and that just keeps them at touching distance.
Yeah, an important score for them, just as the Navy were really starting to come back into the game, to close the gap. An important one for them with that footwork running across. The dummy first, I bet he wished he had given it after getting that shot, but then it does go eventually out wide for the score.
Wild Dogs kick-off inbound. We've got another quarter-final for you up next. It's the Apache in action. But first, it's the Navy, who need to go coast to coast here and get a full set of 7 if the game is to head into extra time and golden points. Atwood. Wrigglesford. Drops it backwards. Atwood on the recovery route. This is last gasp for the Navy. Rokakika off the deck. Over the head of Vale Loma Loma. Richards does his job one-on-one, taking down Jack Davis. Last gasp for the Sharks. Crossfield is the option. It'll swirl in the wind. It'll bounce away from Rokakika. It'll be regathered by the Wild Dogs, who only need to kick it out. Penalty will do. Bomber, Bradbury, Richards breaks the tackle. Well, all they've got to do is clear it away, but it's a turnover instead, and the game will continue. Bradbury's not 10. Retreats to take down his man. Atwood off the deck will still play here. Chip ahead. They've given it up. Finally, the game is brought to a close by Josh Law. A calamitous end to the quarter-final, but the Wild Dogs are through to a semi. Well, not the kind of end we'd expect from a game of this quality, but finally, cooler heads prevailed and Josh Law got back cat. And I think on the balance of play, the Wild Dogs perhaps deserve this one.
Yes, I think so. They dug deep and stuck with it, but I was worried, yeah, at the end there, when they weren't kicking it out. They wanted another score, but you just need to make sure, don't you, and just get it clear, which they did in the end there.
Now that will take us through to our next quarter-final, of course, the Godfathers, who are drawn in a pretty unbelievable group alongside Sri Lanka and Monaco. They head into the plate as perhaps one of the strongest teams in it. They're taking on Apache, series regulars, who love a bit of silverware. A different side for Apache today, but still one of great quality. We'll be back in just a few moments for that quarter-final.
Kaz Hensel, you're joining us quickly for an interview, but this match is just about to get underway after us. We've just got time to have a very quick chat on the side of the pitch. Who are you with here today?
I'm here with Women in the City Rugby today, Wick Rugby.
And how did that team get set up in the first place?
We set it up in 2024 after we put on an exhibition game at Lloyd's Sevens to try and get more women playing contact rugby in these corporate tournaments, and we're here today just to promote what we're doing.
How many tournaments a year do you end up playing in?
Maybe 1 or 2. Our main ones, Lloyd's getting the exhibition game and the platform, but we float around, we do a few. This is a good one.
This is definitely a good one, possibly the best one, I would say, to be involved with. Now, I would love to stick around and have a longer chat with you. We might have to get you back on later. This game is underway, so we are going to go back up to Wilf and Kat in comms.
Thanks, Will. What a start for the Apache Raiders. Through goes Ewan Kingdom, former skipper up at North Walshingham Rugby Club. It's been a pretty Suffolk-heavy last couple of moments or so. And indeed, it will continue here with Kingdom going over. I'm a big fan, Kat, of the Apache notes, because they know this is a more social tournament for them, even though they've opened the scoring. And we will be going through all of them, regardless of the fact that I am pretty certain they're all false. But congratulations to you and Kingdom for being on holiday. That's his only comms note, actually on the end of a lovely switch from Vince Parker.
You gotta love the notes, haven't you, with Sevens that they provide. You have to do a line for each, but yeah, I look forward to hearing them.
Tough day for Godfathers. I think they came here really hoping to go deep in the competition, but drawn alongside Sri Lanka and Monaco, their tournament was cut short. But they're into the plate, and they should be real competitors. But already one try down to Apache. Beautifully floated pass and some dancing footwork on the edge from Alex Christopher. Really high press from Apache, and they wrap up their men. There's some physical figures in there. Cassell Lee over the ball. What a stunning turnover. And Lee's going to put out the fend and break, and he'll find Kingdom. Kingdom on the roll. Saunders steps on the inside. Around the corner comes Tiernan Black, and Black takes it to the line, and Black's still going. And some real acceleration on the edge from Parker, as we've come to expect. We'll see them over to score.
Yeah, they just took their time there, didn't they? They didn't panic or anything and just stretched when they needed to. But it all came from that turnover, didn't it? Just that quick over the ball, hands on, that steal, and an ability to just move it, and the support play was really key there.
What a start for Apache Raiders. Now, Raiders traditionally are the sort of second team for Apache. Pre-season has started. A lot of club players have got to go back to the 15s game, but they've brought plenty of quality in here, as well as some young guns. Tiernan Black is a very experienced Sevens player. Floats it wide, and Parker finishes it off. Just dinked up to the 10-metre. It's a really good take from the Godfathers, who feed it on the inside at the first time of asking. And it's Salvador Guardiola, the Spaniard, who will dot down.
Yeah, he was looking hungry for the ball earlier in the game, chasing it. Solid in his defence as well, but happy to go over for his team there to get their first on the board.
Knocked over, what a kick. 14-7, game back on again here in the blink of an eye, and that's just how quick Sevens can turn on a dime. It's the best thing about the sport. It's a decent take by Sam Bunch, and then ball on the inside from the Bath Academy man.
Yeah, really lovely take, and quite a difficult pass, that one, because he's so square on to get back on the inside, so good support line as well.
Here come Apache, Kingdom. Fast feet on the edge, two forwards over to secure. Tiernan Black looks to skip onto the outside. He has support in Pepper. Asking Pepper beyond the halfway. Kingdom switches from a long way out, and then bumps straight through the hole. Brilliant carry. Parker. Saunders. Saunders almost away. Tiernan Black. Well, that's such an unkind bounce. It's clattered off some debris on the field, and up it pops.
I'm not sure that anybody knows what's happened there.
Well, eventually the call is knock on. It will be a scrum for the Godfathers, and they are being a little bit lackadaisical, one could say, in their behaviour at the moment. This is a bit loose from all parties. I mean, what a bump, first of all. Ewan Kingdom straight down the throat of Joe Martindale, who just about manages to hang on to his man enough for support players to get across in the face of Kean Lightburn. The scrum is loose. The scrum has been penalised. And a quick tap and off they go. Here is Hopkins. Grizzle Johnson. All the way to the edge. Bunch winds it up. Good line speed. Hopkins caught. Over the ball go Apache again. Penalty. Lee has another huge turnover. And here goes Saunders. Saunders floats it to the edge and Parker's over. Finn Parker, perhaps Apache's greatest ever scorer, scores another. Father of 3 as well. I can't believe that he has the time, according to our notes in front of us, of course. How he's managed to do all that before the age of 23 is very impressive.
That is impressive. Yeah.
Also not true, but like, I don't know quite enough to say for certain that he isn't, and I feel like he'd be annoyed at me otherwise.
Could have triplets.
Good finish. That's what we'll focus on. Another turnover from Lee, by the way, 2 for the man from Brighton Blues.
Yeah, and then it's just the pass, isn't it? Just that simple 2v1 at pace. Can't stop it.
And Apache looking for an improbable win against a Godfather's side stacked full of quality. Grizzle Johnson looking to slip the net. Bunch gets another offload away. Big Alex Kilbane with the leg drive. Knees on the deck, so releases the call. Cam Grizzle Johnson into midfield. Really decent carry. Who's there in support? Apache with another turnover. It's Saunders who nicks it. And off they go. It's the skipper, Max McCarthy. McCarthy! How simple does he make it look? Pepper over to score.
Looking easy for them now, isn't it? Almost just toying with the defence with that run-in. Light on his feet, and then the offload as well, moving it for the point of contact. Probably didn't even need to pass it there, did he? Probably could have scored it himself. But it's all just from that turnover there. Gets in really quickly, wins the penalty, and then they're quick in to tap it.
Well, while we have half-time, I'm going to throw you down to Will, who can continue the interview that was cut short by these very rude Sevens players who were trying to get a quarter-final underway. Well, now that that's all but dusted at the break, let's head you back down to pitch side.
Kaz, we've managed to find a little bit of extra time to chat with you during half-time because that interview before the match was so short. What I wanted to find out is, why was it so important to you to set up Women in the City Rugby?
Because after years and years of going to corporate tournaments and seeing the men being allowed to play contact rugby and the women just not being given the opportunity, I wanted to even the playing field. So Lloyd Sevens very kindly let us do an exhibition game. They had the faith in us to let us do it. Turns out there's a massive appetite for it, so we go from there.
Like, what a surprise. Of course there's the appetite for it, and it's so good to see it growing from strength to strength. Yeah. How many people have you got involved in Women in the City Rugby now?
Over the last few years, we've probably grown to having had between 40 and 60 women at different times be involved. So there's always space for more.
There's always space for more. Do follow Women in the City Rugby on socials and reach out to them if you want to get involved. Well, thank you for tuning in to episode 2 of Chat with Kaz and Sheps. We're going to go back up to commentary.
Thanks, Sheps. Back up here with the Godfathers fighting back into the tie. And it's a perfect start for them. Hopkins makes the break, ball on the inside, and they're going to race through and score under the post again. Cam Drizzle Johnson, game on. Cam Urgent back alongside me. I mean, we thought towards the end of that first half that it certainly looked as though Apache had wrapped it up, but you can never be so quick to judge in the game of sevens, and it is all of a sudden a 2-try game again.
Exactly, when you could score off a kickoff, and that does happen quite often in sevens, yeah, the game can turn just so quickly, and Godfathers there just starting with the ideal start, really. So just the bump that we've seen a few times, power through, and again, such an underrated thing of just being able to execute a 2v1 at pace to a player, hitting onto it flat. You just can't defend it.
Kick-off from the Godfathers, chasing the game, allowed to bounce, straight into touch. Frustration from Salvador Guardiola, who was keen to get underneath that one. Line out for Apache instead then, McCarthy to take. Plenty of options in there to jump. But it's been nicked by the Godfathers. Grizzle Johnson throws the dummy, but is unceremoniously put to the turf. Godfathers still have it. And they hit the line again. Hopkins on the far side, gets that little hitch kick in. There's the switch. Brilliant acceleration. Attack shut down for now by Louis Natui, and then Drizzle Johnson eventually away for his second score.
Well, you said it, it can switch pretty quickly, and they're clawing their way back into this one. Obviously the kicks are going to become more and more important as time goes down, but you can see it's an unorthodox over basketball style pass, but doesn't matter, just get it to you quick, guys, in a bit of space.
Basketball from Bunch. Part of Beach and Cliff's first ever Ace Championship winning side last year at school level. They call him the Boot. The fullback for his lengthy nudges. Couldn't nudge it over that time though, so I think he did get it from that corner, which is very impressive. So 28-21, back to 28-19. We'll have to check that with the ARs because we just didn't quite get the shot. Free kick though for Apache. If they score another, we needn't worry. McCarthy on the roll. Saunders is caught. Kingdom over. McCarthy again at fly half. Nice moves in there from Apache, but no way through for Parker. Parker. McCarthy on the swivel. Hopkins with a high press, forces the turnover. Oh, backwards, says the referee. Fine margins there. Great pace at first receiver from O'Keefe. Josh O'Keefe feeds it to the outside. O'Keefe still going, puts in a stiff arm. Josh O'Keefe will surely wrap this up. What a score.
Lovely individual effort there, wasn't it? He didn't need much room at all. He's absolutely rapid down the outside, but that handoff being the key moment for him to make sure we got that score and just turn it around again, because it's all been about Godfathers the last few minutes. So coming back with that score, important.
The British Army warming up in that corner. It's Cup quarter-final time. Up next, we've got another international affair for you for the men's open competition when Hong Kong will play Sri Lanka. But the British Army take on the Christina Noble Children's Foundation, CNCF, after this one. But first, we still do have the remnants of a game on here, although this good score from O'Keefe might have sealed it.
Yeah, and just that ability to move it to the pace out wide. Great fend. And another.
Back underway here. The kickoff claimed by Godfathers. Now looking to battle through the midfield. to the short side. Comes Guardiola. He's being lifted towards touch. Lee there, and Kingdom. In fact, it was carried into contact and then out of it by Chris Richards, another seriously experienced Sevens man on the circuit. One-on-one out wide, what can the Godfathers create? Another score, and maybe there's a story to write here. Straight up the gut. But unfortunately, a forward pass may well bring this contest to an end.
Yeah, starting to show a glimpse of what they can do, because they are rapid, but just that, you can see as it left his hand, you can see what he was trying to do, but we'll be generous and say the wind took it forward as well. Yeah.
Yeah, the wind is really blowing a gale here. Expecting highs of 25 degrees today. I'm not sure we quite hit them. And now something of a chill in the air as Apache feed the scrum. And if they can just cling on to possession, the game will be wrapped up. It eventually comes to their way. O'Keefe again searching for a bit of space, and of course feed Parker and he will score. Sometimes a bit of a cheat code in the game of sevens, Finn Parker. And although this is their final season, their final series, domestically, their last tournament on UK soil of the summer, they're looking to go out with a bang. And they've knocked the Godfathers out. A disappointing day for one of the best elite sides on the circuit.
Yeah, they've made it look comfortable as well, really, and they've just done the basics really well. We were talking earlier, just a simple 2v1 execution, and sometimes rugby really is as simple with sevens. Get it to your fast guys in space, and it really could be that simple.
Well, what a season it's been. Their first ever sevens tournament hosted at their home, of course, Henley Rugby Club by Apache, and now, after some serious success on the circuit, they're knocking out the Godfathers of the Lit Sevens in London. Tap backwards off the kick-off. It'll comfort the Godfathers, who battle hard over the 10 and almost up to halfway. Some real composure from Rickard. Apache have hands on again. Penalty at the breakdown. It's the area they've dominated, Cat, in this game, and it's led to this one-sided finish to what was at times a very close contest. Kingdom on the switch. One more should do it. Oh, McCarthy with a footwork to fly out of the blocks and finish off the game with aplomb. That is special.
Beautiful footwork there, wasn't it? Just absolutely timed to perfection. That's what we love to see. Defenders don't, of course, love to see it, but in attack, lovely play.
And that's our open plate quarterfinals wrapped for the moment. Apache are through. Up next, we turn our attention to the biggest prize in the men's side of the game. It's the Open Cup quarterfinals. It's the British Army, who have brought a fantastic side here today. They're taking on CNCF Sevens.
Before our next game kicks off, we've just got a little moment to catch up with some more of our fans, some more of our teams here today. Who are you playing for today?
Hampstead Women's.
Hampstead Women's. What division are you in?
We're in Champ 2 and NC2.
Perfect. How have your results been today?
A mixed bag so far. 2 games, one loss, one win. So
one win, one loss. Can't argue with that. Who have you got up next?
Oh, really good question. I think it's Wild Dogs Mana Pack.
Wild Dogs Mana Pack, we like that. It's going to be a tough game. We may well come back to Hampstead in the break, but for now the game is kicking off, so we go back up to comms.
The British Army nudge us off here. CNCF, the Christina Noble Children's Foundation, have done well to escape their group, but let's see what the Army have in store for them. This is certainly their toughest test of the day so far. Cat Merchant alongside me and this British Army team. I mean, you must have seen something of them so far. They've been so impressive.
Oh, they really are. I watched them against the Navy and they just were so dominant in areas of the game in terms of their carries are so strong, but then they've also got the pace as well. They're a really well-balanced side and great to watch.
It's going to be a scrum with Christina Noble Children's Foundation. They were founded at the Dubai Sevens in 2019. 5 debutants in this side, but their 3rd year in a row playing here at the Lit Sevens. And they are going to have a bit of time with ball in hand, even as the Army continue their high press. Double shot in the midfield. Look how quickly they are over the ball. But that was a second jab of the things after it was spilt, unfortunately. So another chance for CNCF Sevens to break out. Well met in midfield by Diri Yala. To the short side they come. Here's Hogarth, who floats it across. It's been put down, but recovered really well by Ali Mins. Mins battling through the tackle, almost high. Swung in field by Lashley. Maybe it might open up on this short side. Lashley's held his width. Lashley to the line, almost shrugs off the dynamic Lemeki Telele. Big ball in 5 from Dylan Sykes, a Cypriot youth international. And here's Horga. Horga looking to break. Finds an offload, but it's put down. Can the British Army counter? So keen to fling it off the floor. Ravuvu gets the offload away, and through the middle they go. One man in pursuit. Telele has the legs, hunted down by Hogarth, but Telele will score.
You've got to feel for them there, haven't you? Because they were just doing all the things that were right. But I think one thing that the Army does so well is their defence. They fly up, and you can see that you then just can't get the ball out wide. They have to take it in, and that's where Army can compete and go for those breakdowns in there, flood numbers. But their ability to just turn defence into attack so quickly is really great to see.
Lemeki Telele has fought his way into that Sevens circuit side for the Fijian national team after his performances for the British Army. He was instrumental in their victory at the British Elite Sevens a few weeks ago, and it's a very similar side they brought today after they walked that competition and took home £10,000. Lifted up, really competitive, but the 2-man lift couldn't keep it away from Semesa Benuve. And they make those changes across the park, and Vivardi is amongst them. And Vivardi finds a lovely offload, and through goes Maseki Raloka. Player of the tournament on the Lit Super 7 series already, now starring at the main event in London. Raloka scores a second, and it could be a very long 10 minutes for CNCF Sevens.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? They're going to need to, CNCF are going to want to tighten things up in terms of defence, but it's so difficult with these Army lads. They're just so dangerous when they get ball in hand.
Some quality across the quarters. Stallions qualified for the Cup. They're facing on the Ramblin Jesters on this pitch at 4:30. It's Sri Lanka against Hong Kong. Over on pitch 2 at the moment, Sevens Rush play Monaco Impis in an all-French affair. French speaking at least. Would not wish to challenge the sovereignty of Monaco, of course. Kick-off, spilt. CNCF under pressure again. They beat Switzers and the Wild Dogs to reach this point, but the British Army are putting them under pressure until Sukovi Vuniyayawa is hit hard. Vivardi, Benuve, Vivardi lets it bounce, and it does eventually go forward. How expressive is this British Army side?
Oh, it really is. They're just so quick to support each other as well, and as we've seen in the previous games. They do roll on their subs, so they know that they can just, the players on the pitch can absolutely go for it, really put their energy in, because they don't have to do it for too long.
Whistle goes, don't want to get bogged down at scrum time. CNCF whip it in field. Oh, nice offload. Slightly overrun, but good work from Ali Mins to check back. And now Mins can get rolling.
Been impressed with Mims, both on this right-hand side and the left-hand side there. Such a strong carrier.
Snipe almost undoes the British Army. Another pick and go. High tackle must be coming soon. They're really treading the boards here, threading that fine line. Barrett. Dummy switch. Barrett almost away. And then there is a break opening here for CNCF. It's wonderful footwork and surely a score to put the Christina Noble Children's Foundation on the board.
Well worked try there, and really pleased for them that it came off, because they were attacking for such a long period of time to then put it away. Great for them.
Well, they were victorious here at the LIT Sevens back in 2024. They've also won a bowl out in Dubai and a smattering of cups across the likes of Egham, Oxford and Siege in days gone past. And this is a nice dummy switch from Barrett. Somehow manages to flick it away.
Really nice footwork as well, though. I'm obsessed with that just little hold and go, because it just gets defenders to go flat-footed, and as soon as you're flat-footed, you know you're done for, because it's that re-acceleration to get it. So lovely individual try there.
And maybe this game is back on. Great contest from CNCF, but the Army snaffle it up. Well, they'll play quickly and they'll play wide early doors, unless the hole opens up in the middle for Talele. Lameki Talele teasing CNCF. Right option to keep a hold this time until Yali Yalia comes racing through. Ravuvu. Talele. Nave. Well, he feeds it wide for Lunia Vanua. Talele. All the way to the back from Dranivesi. Ravuvu. Maybe a hint of a 2-on-1 here. Ravuvu on the wraparound. Throws the dummy. Through goes the big man, Lakima Ravuvu.
He really does get into the thick of it. He loves carrying, of course, but he's more than happy to ship that ball wide, run those support lines as well. But I'd say pretty impossible to stop him at full pelt out there.
Brilliant work just to re-establish a bit of authority in this final for the Army. We do, of course, have action from the Women's Open as well to come. A little bit from the plate, a little bit for the Open, and a little bit from the Social, all before our big round of finals. 4 of them live for you here, of course, across all 4 categories later on this evening as we head through to half-time. Flag stays down, but the British Army lead by 10 following this lovely score from Ravuvu. We'll leave you with this fine finish. We'll be back in a few moments' time for the second half. And while we have a moment, let's chuck you down then to Will, who is pitch side.
We're back with Hampstead here at half-time. Wild Dogs Manor up next, but how deep can this team go in the comp?
I reckon we've got another round. Yeah, that'll be us next round.
Huge confidence there, you've heard it. Another round to go. Surely you want to be lifting some silverware at the end.
Well, we did last year, so hopefully this year again.
More silverware to make its way back to Northwest London. And then the plans after the tournament finishes. How big is the social side?
It's going to be big. It's going to be the biggest, I think. It's going to be big news. So yeah.
Sounded like a Trump speech there. Top Gun is the fancy dress theme. Have you brought your aviator shades?
No, I brought some cat sunglasses I already earned.
Do you look like a pilot wearing them?
No, I don't.
And what's going to be filling up the jugs?
Beer, lots of beer, yeah.
You don't have a particular beer that you like at Hampstead?
We like Jubal, but we also brought our Top Guns!
Oh, there it is. There it is, our superstar Hampstead player. Thank you very much. The game is about to get back underway, so up we go to the top of the gantry.
Will back underway here. It's a deep kickoff from CNCF, who trail by 10, but they got themselves back into the game against this British Army side that many in the 7th Circuit will fancy as favourites here today when they saw the side they brought. And it's going to be a second score for Masaki Raloka. Often the cheeky youngster in this rather weathered Fijian side every now and then. But he races through and scores another.
Yeah, perfect start, isn't it, for the Army, just to carry through. They get their numbers to the breakdown. It's just that dummy, go through the middle, score.
Fantastic Sevens player. Amorin Iloga usually has to rotate his players, the coach of this British Army Sevens side, but I think he had his pick today. Although congratulations to Nailagi, the Fijian and British Army man. He's recently signed for Coventry off the back of his performances for both the 15s and 7 side. I mean, that is the level of a lot of these British Army players. They are champ at least. I'd have Talele at fly half for Harlequins next season any day. As a personal nod. And here's Seva Bully off with a little switch onto the outside for Sokovi Vuni Yagawa, who will dot down. Vuni Yagawa with a great score to perhaps crush this CNCF resistance after a pretty dogged first half from them.
Yeah, dogged is what they've been. They've been really throwing everything at it, but Army just looking too fit, too fast, too strong at the minute for them.
Well, when you start to look ahead, perhaps, for our Hong Kong tie against Sri Lanka, I should note that Hong Kong have changed their strip as they were clashing with Sri Lanka. They've changed into the navy and red, but as true heroes of the 7th Circuit, their shirt numbers are correct, despite changing shirt, which literally never happened. So they will be immediate favourites from the commentary box in the second half, although we do love the Sri Lankans.
Yeah.
As this is just a nice step, frees the hand, good work ethic from Vuni Yayawa, even at this late stage in the contest. Still 4 minutes to go, but the game may well be over. Hoping for a CNCF comeback, it'd be great to see. As they look to make the break early here. A nice step off the left boot. Through goes Will Kelso. Kelso makes good yards. Oh, but the ball is not out. So the penalty goes, and it's going to be a yellow card here. And maybe a route back in for CNCF. Great break on this short side. So here's Lashley with the tap. It's a yellow card for Tusivayanil at Nave. So what can they create with the man advantage? Around the corner they go. Big tackle to disrupt. British Army put boot to ball and the pressure back on CNCF. Mins gets away. Great control in the middle of the park for CNCF.
Me and Warren were both wincing there. I thought a big hit was coming.
Instead, they work their way round the corner. It's a strag tackle by the British Army. Lashley head down. Lashley almost through. Never tackled, so Lashley can keep driving on. 2 men in support. Ravuvu wants ball. Counter ruck instead. Another penalty. No release. Quick tap. CNCF must use the man advantage. Lovely switch round the corner. It's Horgarth who puts boot to ball. But it's dove upon by the British Army, who instead win the penalty. Kiti Ritovia does well. Not the right option perhaps to kick, given they had the player advantage.
Oh yeah, yeah. It always baffles me when.
Although the penalty reversed. Lashley straight through the centre. Remove who leaves one on him, but it won't keep them out. Well, I was pretty certain that the penalty had gone for the British Army after they dove upon it and were chastened by CNCF, but instead it was not releasing that was given. So, one back for CNCF.
Yeah, and they had to do it, didn't they? With the Army having a player off, you've got to get points.
So the game perhaps back on again. Just quick thinking here from Barrett. Really nice run from Lashley, and wears a shoulder for his troubles.
Oh, he did, didn't he? Yeah, no wrap as well, so could be looking at another.
It's a great kickoff, and it's been tapped back by CNCF through the legs. Can it be regathered by Hallgarth? Instead, it's the British Army who come away with it through the back door. Rataloka gets to deck, Vivardi in support. Aparasawara wide from Beluve. And then the acceleration from Seva Bully. Still going, finds the pass. But the whistle goes and it's knocked on. Well, forward pass, in fact, is the call.
Yeah, Army have their hands up in the air. They're a bit baffled by what's been going on. They've lost a bit of their composure, which they have had so far in this game.
But in all fairness, that has only happened once they have perhaps secured it. The winner of this one will face either one of the two French sides, Sept Rush or Monaco Impis, but I think Monaco the more likely out of those two. What a game that will be later on. British Army penalised. CNCF maybe don't have time to turn the tide, but another score would be well met by this crowd, who are at the backs of the charity side. Now, they read that from the sideline, but it's been well handled. Some fast footwork. This is wonderful stuff, and over the top from Mins. But it goes loose. And the Army have it. Rataloka. Cross it comes. Width to width as per. Bully on the edge. Shrugs off another man. Bully, who is the man inside? Still going here, Bully. Over the top. Did it take a deflection? Still it comes back for CNCF. We're into broken field. Pass is given wide, juggled, but just held, and then knocked on. That's so unfortunate. The door left open for Maseki Rataloka, who doesn't take a hat-trick. Instead, he picks out Aparosiwara. Well, that says an awful lot about him as a teammate, as a bloke. He was on a hat-trick, but instead, he allowed his teammate Wara to score. Maseki Rataloka there again. And we will see the British Army again when they face off in the semi-finals here on pitch 1 at 10-6. But who will they play? Sevens Rush, Sept Rush, or Monaco Impis? Who will they play in the final? Could be one of these two teams that are up next, as Sri Lanka are due to face Hong Kong in another international affair. We'll leave you with the final score, a simple one for the British Army, who are victorious against the Christina Noble Children's Foundation, whose tournament is done and dusted.
Welcome back, everybody. What a game we've got here for you. It's Battle of Southeast Asia, let's call it, with Sri Lanka in the white kits, taking on Hong Kong in the blue and red. Sam Bork back alongside me, nursing his ankle.
Yeah, I've heard that RICE, which is rest, ice, what's the C stand for? I'm not actually sure.
That's a good question.
And then elevation is the last one, I know that.
Yeah.
So I've currently got my foot elevated up on the top. But what do we get? What a game we have here. As you say, Warren, the battle of the Asian countries.
And here comes Sri Lanka. They made a bright start in this one. Janidru Drishan getting the move started. Sri Lankan side that have been storming in Group C. Wins over the Godfathers, FRM Beavers and Monaco Impis. So they've had their fair share of competitive games.
They have indeed, but that is not a good kick, Warren. First, they've come off, decided to go for a little bit of territory. The man in the middle there has just conked one straight out to touch. So
And it allows Hong Kong to get back onto the ball. Julian Buron carrying it through the middle, plucked out by Max Denmark. He's done ever so well to pull that out of the air. Johnny Osono, it's whipped out to the far wing with James Key. He tries to barrel through the challenges, but it's still alive. Christie, some of the brightest hair in the game. Unbelievable stuff. He's worked hard on that.
Again, this is never say die defence.
And round the corner it goes.
Snuck round.
And for all that effort, it's the simplest of glances across the line, finished off by James Key, that gets the points.
Yeah, Key does really well there. Spots the bit of space. Warren, he just nips around that blindside corner. You've got to put your guards in, especially at this open elite level. There's no margin for error, especially if you're running down the margins. There we go.
There you go. You're picking this up, Sam.
Yeah,
wonderful
Hong Kong
kick.
have done fantastically well, and a kick from downtown as well. Full complement of 7 for.
Let's take another look at this. As they say, Key doing all the hard work, getting the hard miles in. As it comes back into the middle, it's the driving run from James Christie into Jeremy Osono that draws the defenders in. As you say, Key is there to just plonk it over the line and make it look ever so simple. But when you've committed bodies, Sam, that's all you need to do is just find the space.
And it's so hard not to against this Hong Kong side. They run with ball in hand so well. You need to pick up areas in the middle of the park. And then when you kind of just, there's 15s are the danger points, aren't they? Once you get into that territory, especially in your own half, it's all red light spells danger. He's just done fantastically well there and spotted the gap.
Hong Kong, second in Group B. Wilf and I covered the dramatic 1921 loss to 7 Rush, the first game of the day. But then they went on to beat Apache 26-7 and Uber Boats Thunder 21-12. Semi-finalists with the Hong Kong Dragons at the National Pub Sevens. And here they come again. Hong Kong really flexing their muscles now. Bryn Phillips from the scrum, spotted the gap on the far side, and he's over for the double.
Wow, wow, wow. Bryn Phillips, take a bow. Fantastic stiff arm. And then just turns on the gas. Looks like he might have done his hammy as well in the process.
Well, let's have a look. He's stride. I wanted to say striding, but more hobbling his way up the towards the 10 metre, like you were up this ladder.
Yeah,
but
take a few notes from me.
but he'll take this kick. He won't be held back. Now have a go. He's got the wind behind him, but it has been whipping up more and more as the day's been going on. So it's difficult for the kickers going left to right, and that one just spins away. So it will be 12-0 to Hong Kong, but they've been so clinical in possession, as we can see from the replay.
Yeah, as you see, Phillips plays at 9. There's no way he's not thinking about going blind here. As soon as the ball's put in, the space is opening up. Really, really good footwork. Actually didn't really need stiff arm because his opposite number was already on the floor after that really, really nice bit of footwork.
I think you're right, cool that Sam, about an injury to him as well. He's come off the pitch. Sri Lanka are able to get into possession through Chapura Soya. And now they're working their way up through Kangawata. Out it goes to Ekanayaike towards the 10-metre. Sri Lanka, first bit of really healthy possession that they've had, but Hong Kong are about to put the pressure on. That's a lovely step inside though. That is outrageous stuff from Askaf Madhushina. He's got the pass away as well. Here's the acceleration. Jayappa Rajanathan is over the try line, and that is a simply sumptuous Sri Lankan move.
Wow, wow, wow. Sri Lanka Rugby take a bow. That was unreal, and it's getting a massive reception down here on the touchline as well. I'm not sure what kind of support the Sri Lankans have brought with them, but really, really nice move. Nice bit of footwork in that link player to start it off. Cuts back inside, then gets caught. The offload floated in the air for must have been about 4 days. Then just steps back inside. As you see here, this offload sits on the wind for about 12 years. It gets greater by the day, and really, really nice. And then the gas comes through. Wow, we've got a game on our. I mean, we did call it, Warren. We did call it. This was going to be an absolute cracker. It's already started.
Was that the intake of breath from Sri Lanka? The ball, they puff out their chests and get themselves into this quarter-final against Hong Kong. What a great move, and Hong Kong have been played at their own game, but they'll look to strike back straight away. Lovely steps inside from Julian Buron. Johnny Esono has been trying to pull the strings in the middle. Out to James Key, who switched wings because we know he's got pace. He's like a gazelle down that wing. He's just been pulled out of play, and it'll be a line out to Sri Lanka, and the crowd in front of us loving what they're seeing.
What a tackle. Wow. It's sometimes as a commentator,
you lost for words there.
Sometimes as a commentator, you have to take a step back and actually really appreciate what you're watching. The standard of rugby here today has been off the charts, and we see it once again there from Sri Lanka. Defensively, just out of this world.
And now here they come, trying to drive. They've got the man on the overlap, but it's just in front of him. Denuwara Wikan Murachichi had got the legs to get out on that far wing. He tried to pass it out to Dinal Ekanayaike, the number 6, but it's just knocked on just in front of him, and it's a scrum to Hong Kong, seconds left.
I have to say, I hope everyone at home is giving a hearty round of applause to Warren and Wilf today. They have absolutely been nailing these names. And we love watching Sri Lanka because they play such nice rugby. We'll surely see them again, I'm sure.
I really hope we do. You know, it's interesting speaking to Kat Merchant, who's worked with the women's setup a few years ago, about how rugby has become a really growing activity in Sri Lanka, and it's attracting a lot of interest, and I think they're tapping into what Hong Kong have been doing, tapping into that interest in rugby in Southeast Asia. Now Hong Kong getting on the attack. They've got an overlap on this near side. Max Denmark steps inside, strides forward, jumps and scores. With big hair like that, you don't score strides just by walking over the try line, do you? He had to dive over.
Definitely not. And Denmark has been running the show for Hong Kong today, out in the sunshine with that bleached blonde hair. I mean, and another outrageous finish as well in the corner. I'm almost lost for words. This standard of rugby, Warren,
it's a treat.
It amazes me every time.
It is an absolute treat we are being delving into today. Conversion wide by Hong Kong, but still leading by 10 points. 3 tries to 1. One of them converted for Hong Kong. Sri Lanka converting there, 17-7. This game is very much far from over. Yeah. It's a real palpable atmosphere down on the bleachers in front of us as well. One man who is right among it is Will Shepherd.
Half-time in our international clash between Hong Kong, China and Sri Lanka on pitch 1. There's just time to meet some more of our teams here today at the London Sevens. Who are you and why is your kit so good?
We're East London Vixens.
And why is your kit so good?
We took it on tour.
You took it on tour. Who designed it?
Our teammate Lisa. Yeah.
Lisa, are you here today? Well, that's a shame that Lisa's not here to see her kit in action. How have you been getting on?
Not so good, but you know, we're optimistic for later on.
That's what I like to hear. What's your favourite thing about the London Sevens?
The booze.
The booze. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
The rugby.
The rugby, the booze.
The boys.
The rugby, the booze, the boys, the real reason that we find out. And so on that, if it's the boys are the real reason, who's winning here? Hong Kong, China, or Sri Lanka?
Because number 12's really fit.
Just make that really clear on the stream.
Hong Kong, China.
Because
The number 12's really fit.
Hong Kong, China, number 12. If you're watching this, then you may have some conversations to have at the after party later on this evening. For now, it's back to the action and back to our commentary team.
Well, I'm going to call him out, Will. Wesley Sheng has got admirers in the crowd, the Hong Kong number 12, and Hong Kong certainly leading the way in this quarter-final. They will face either Ramblin Jesters or Stallions, who are playing on pitch 2, which is to our left. I believe there might be a live stream of that pitch, not entirely sure. You'd have to have a look on the YouTube channel, explore the full capabilities of the LIT 7, Super 7 Series and Next Gen YouTube channel. We know the other semi-final will be British Army against Monaco Impis. What a game that's going to be, and what a final it's going to be.
Yeah, battle of the channel, I suppose, isn't it? Monaco, the boys from overseas taking on the British Army.
What a rush that was from the restart. Sri Lanka were tearing down the field to put the pressure on. I think they probably knew the kick was rather deep with the wind behind it. But it means a restart for Hong Kong. But yes, as you say, Sam, it is going to be, could be a really interesting battle out of the English Channel. And now Hong Kong have exposing Sri Lanka here. Can they get over the line? It's a game of cat and mouse being played by Matt Rickard, and he's won it. Sri Lanka, they were so committed at that restart to get bodies forward, and Hong Kong knew if they just got the ball back to restart quickly, they would be able to get over. And Matt Rickard took it all into his own hands.
Well, Sevens is a risk-reward game, Warren, and when you do a kick chase like that, you've got to be prepared for the risk, I suppose, that suddenly you might be outnumbered. And Rickard's done extremely well there, noticing the spacing, noticing where Sri Lanka have left bodies, then exposing the pace on the outside. It's a really, really nice finish, actually, if you have a look at it as well. He comes back inside, decides not to go to the left-hand side, sees the space. Really nice chase back from the number 9 from Sri Lanka. But the strength and power of Rickard gets him over the line. Great score. We were discussing at half-time. It's kind of that 4-try, 3-try rule in Sevens, especially in these type of competitions. Once you get over that kind of 3-try barrier, you're sort of in the clear. You can start taking your foot a bit off the gas. Obviously not totally, but it will be very easy for Hong Kong to run away with this game if they keep putting the points on.
Sri Lanka may have something to say about it if they can do something with this possession. They find a burst over the 10. Clever little step. What can they do with the ball? Out to Kujana Kufunga. Wonderful step and drive from Diluch Kudanga. It's up again by Kufunga. Into the middle with Madhushana, who set up that first trial. Now Sri Lanka want a call from the referee. They think there was an offside tackle in there, but Hong Kong carrying on the play, and the boos ring out from the Sri Lankan fans in the bleachers.
I'm not sure the percentage of actual Sri Lankans down in the crowd. I think they've taken the hearts of everyone here at LIT Sevens. They play with such enjoyment and such fluidity. But now, here go Hong Kong.
Forget fluidity, forget romance. It's all about direct play from Max Denmark, who's at it again for Hong Kong. He's at the double. Hong Kong have 5, and they are striding towards the semi-finals.
Yeah, Denmark has just showed why he's basically putting his name up for player of the tournament here. Really, really impressive today. I mean, look at the size of his legs, Warren. You just wouldn't want to run into that. He's... his
legs are about the size of my studio flat in Essex.
It is ridiculous that they can make players such as this, and a converted try as well. Look at Denmark here.
Again, we talk about the fluidity, talk about those words, but he has one thought in his mind as he takes that inside step, slips the tackle of Shahid Zumri, and is away into the corner.
Yeah, and it's always, you know what, and that's what separates the kind of elite from social rugby. It's always that last man. What Denmark does really well there is he sees there's a man behind, but he changes his course very early on. So that means it unfoots the sweeper who's there to make a last-ditch tackle. Denmark chooses early that he's going to change his course of running, therefore unsettling the sweeper in behind, making it so much harder to make that one-on-one tackle.
Must be one of the hardest things. We talk about in sport sometimes being 6 or 7 steps ahead. It must be so hard to do that when it comes to Rugby 7. Sri Lanka trying to get moving, but it's well swept by Hong Kong.
Yeah, again, making it look so easy indeed. And this, I say it again, Warren, these Sri Lanka boys are no mugs at all.
No, they've been really good, you have to say. They've made Hong Kong work for the opportunities that they've had. Yes, they've been more clinical when they've been able to take them Hong Kong, but Sri Lanka have certainly not been backwards in coming forwards. And here they go again. Chatura Soija trying to get down the left wing. It'll come into Shahid Zumri. Made into the middle. Lovely whipped pass. He's got a man on his outside in Janidu Drishan, but he just steps out of play again. The Hong Kong defence, the more I've been watching Sevens, and the more I see it's the teams that commit so few players to defence and eventually just force the other team out, either out too wide or have to come in. They're the teams that normally go far in tournaments.
It's all about tackle tech as well. Knowing that your outside man is definitely going to make that shot is such a nice thing. Well, sevens especially, but also in 15s. I play outside centre, and most of the time my winger goes, whoa, Sam might not be able to have that. So having that in sevens, having that trust on the outside is so important. And it's what this Hong Kong side have, because obviously do play with each other a lot.
They're preparing for the Asian Games. Well, very similar format to the Olympics or Commonwealth Games you're likely to see. And taking place in October. The women's team who are on next are also preparing for the Asian Games as well. Hong Kong women in their Women's Open semi-final taking on Akuma Savvy Panthers. Myself and Sam will be here to watch that.
Another absolute cracker. Savvy's obviously one of the ever presents here at Lit Sevens and many other tournaments around the country.
Wonderful hands this from Hong Kong. The ball just flying through the air without any influence of gravity, it would seem. Shiven Dukande. He's managed to get the ball out to Wesley Shing. His crowd are loving what they're seeing in the bleachers. They're going wild for him to a degree. Kado Lee out to Matt Rickard. He's been really good actually in the middle of the field for Hong Kong. He's been pulling the strings.
He's the pendulum in the middle there. He just sits and his hands are so pristine on either side. You see him feed the ball off the base there.
Kado Lee might have spotted the gap. There's an overlap on this right wing with the deep runners coming in, but Kamil Chung forced out by Sri Lanka. Getting towards the closing stages of this quarter-final. Rickard pauses the game. Eustace. Rickard. Time seemingly at his mercy. Kamil Chung gets it out into Wesley Shing. He's trying to get over and roll and tumble and get there in any way he can. And now Kado Lee tries to get involved, but there's a penalty to Sri Lanka. We'll have a few more seconds yet as Sri Lanka try to finish with a flourish.
Yeah, really nice last-ditch tackle for Sri Lanka. And they'll come and just try and put some more pride on the badge.
Whoa, that will do it.
Staunching run.
Jayappa Rajapna. He's only got one in front of him. Wants to make sixes and sevens out of him. He will, and Sri Lanka finish it off with a flourish. They may not have scored very often in this game, but when they have, it's been memorable.
You know what? That might be the difference between the two sides there. We spoke about earlier, Warren, how good Hong Kong were at changing their line of movement early. And you see here when Sri Lanka go through, as we get to the replay, possibly after the kick. But just watch on the replay how late the Sri Lankan man chooses what he's doing. This means that it's so much easier for the sweeper from Hong Kong to close the gap and close the space. That all comes from maturity. We'll have a look here. Number 4 strides through. Now is the time to change and decide what you're going to do. Make your mind up. But that gives so much more time for the number 3, but he manages to get through with the gas on the outside. Maturity is such a big thing in Rugby Sevens because you get years of the game allowing you to learn more about how people move in certain situations. This Hong Kong side, because they've all played with each other so many times and have had a lot of time together, know how each other move, know how oppositions are going to move when they do certain things. It's all a big cluster of how to play sevens, and Hong Kong are displaying it fantastically.
Sam, thanks as always. And the Battle of Southeast Asia here at LIT Sevens goes the way of Hong Kong. They will face the semi-finals. We'll confirm at half-time of this upcoming game who their semi-final opponents will be. But we are moving on rapidly to our next match, which is Hong Kong against Akuma Savi Panthers in the Women's Open semi-final. We'll be back with you momentarily. So here we go, crunch time in the Women's Open competition. The semi-final between Akuma Savi Panthers in the pink and Hong Kong going for the men's and women's double in the open category in their white kits with the navy blue strip. Sam Bork still alongside me for this one. And this is another really enticing prospect here at LIT Sevens.
Yeah, and a nice conclusion. Well, not quite conclusion, sorry. A nice kind of, well, pre-conclusion here on pitch 1. Savi, obviously, ever present in most tournaments we have around the southwest area. And again, we'll run through the stone, the Savi Panthers.
Hong Kong
have been just absurd today, playing sevens in the right way. I mean, that's probably why we have the biggest sevens festival in the world in Hong Kong, isn't it, Warren?
Yeah, I mean, look at this. This is a prime example of exactly what they've been doing as the first score goes to To Ao King of Hong Kong China Dragons, wearing that number 10. Exactly what a coach wants to see from rugby. Swift movement of the ball, deep runs from players, knowing exactly where each other is, and it's just one fluid motion.
As we said in the last game, these Hong Kong players all train together. They all play for very close clubs who are connected to each other. And King does exactly what she needs to do here. Ball goes down in the middle of the park. They're brought down. The offload isn't on. So then they reset. Nice crisp hands onto the width. And there's King with a little stutter step. Goes over in the corner.
An impressive stats from Hong Kong is that they have not conceded a single point today. And they have scored nearly 150 of them across 3 and a bit matches.
Oh, and that is outrageous.
It is. I can't believe I'm saying that, but it is true. But Savi Panthers, second in Group B, losing out to Monaco Umusa 29-0. We saw that earlier today on pitch 1. You can have a look back on the YouTube stream. Beating Jordan's Legacy 29-7 and Wild Dogs Alpha 19-12. Akuma, always a frustrating season for them, you would say. Semi-finalists at Hertford and Oxford Sevens in the Elite, plate semi-finalists at National Pub, and plate runners-up at Manor in the Elite competition. not able to keep up with the likes of Shogun and Hammerheads. And Bath Rugby getting themselves amongst that mix as well.
Yeah, all really, really, really fun teams to watch. Obviously, Savvy also playing at Bournemouth Sevens as well, putting up a good fight in that competition, but just quite haven't had the year that they wanted to this year. But Hong Kong will not care one bit.
This is the difference. It's like they're playing a different game at the moment, Hong Kong. The ball moves just that little bit faster. They're just that little bit sharper to the step. Surrey Panthers players were spectators at that moment as Karman Nam found the gap.
Yeah, Nam, with a nice bit of ingenuity, really sees that space earlier than anyone else, as you just said, Warren. Nice carry.
Watch
in
the
middle of
hands
the park,
here.
But the crispness and the kind of velvet of the hands is what makes this so much better. And just Savvy Panthers defenders standing at 6s and 7s.
Well, Hong Kong, as I said before, with the men's team preparing for the Asian Games in October. And they're certainly going about those preparations the right way here at the LIT Sevens in West London. Even from the restart, Hong Kong piling on that pressure, but Savvy Panthers able to get possession now. Can they get round the outside?
Warren, we've seen 3 restarts from Hong Kong already in this game. And it becomes more apparent to me every week that this is where the game is headed. If you have a restart specialist on your side, you're going to win a lot of games. There's always, go back and watch all 3 of the kickoffs from this game. There's always disruption. There's always something going on. Never just standing out watching.
It means that doubt creeps into the mind of the defender, and it allows the deep runners from Hong Kong to really push on. Steph Chan pushes the ball out to Toal King, scorer of that first try. She steps inside, just dragged down though. Panthers standing strong on this moment, but Hong Kong haven't committed many to the breakdown. Karman Nam, will she change direction? No, she plays the ball out and it's out again. There's a deep runner and Hong Kong will get over again. Natasha Olsen-Thorne finishing off the move in the corner, and it's a triple threat, 3 tries.
Thorne steps onto the ball exactly the right time there. To be fair, that's all created by Nam, who's playing as that kind of middle link player there. She hesitates on the ball for so long that it makes the opposition defenders kind of second guess themselves. So Nam holding on to it and slowing the ball down, therefore creates more space out wide for Thorne. Then the only thing she's got to do, and this is the important part as the ball gets skipped. Look at the shimmering hands on this, by the way. Oh, what a pill. Nam holding onto the ball here, then makes the defender's second guess, but then Thorne steps onto the ball at exactly the right time, times her run to perfection, meaning she's stepping onto it at complete velocity.
Another confounding restart for Savvy Panthers, but they get the fortune of the Hong Kong knock-on and the scrum.
So much disruption in there.
A rare error, really.
It's absurd, isn't it? There's so much disruption, so much kind of annoyance for the Savvy Panthers. It's like having like 4 terriers running at you at the same time, all trying to get the same thing, which is obviously the pill.
And here they come again. Panthers penned in to their own 22.
Really good cover tackle out there by Thorne.
It wins the penalty now. And here they go again. The Panthers trying to get themselves forward. What can they find? Can they find that what looks like a needle in a haystack at the moment and that way through the middle? Maybe they can, you know. Why Yan Pun has to get the tackle in. Nice control on the foot of the Panthers, number 10. Able to adjust her line and pushed it out to the left wing.
I can see why they've conceded 0 points. This is just mental from Hong Kong. Defensive wall.
And now they're on the ball. They've got the overlap on this near wing, but she decided to go for it herself, Michaela Baltazar, and she's got the pass to perfection into Steph Chan. She checks back. Karman Nam gives it back. It's liquid rugby right now, but there was a knock-on right at the end, and it will be a scrum And that is the halftime whistle, where at times we have seen Hong Kong as rugby poetry in motion here at the LIT Sevens, leading 17-0. It may be a small scoreline compared to what we've seen today, Sam, but it's the way they've gone about it. That's the difference between these sides. It's a gulf.
Professional is an understatement for these girls. I mean, just everything they've gone and done on the pitch here in this game has been to a T exactly right. Apart from maybe that little handling error down there, each one of them know what their job is on a sevens field. Not confusing with others being like, oh, I want to be the star of the show. Each one of them know their different characteristics and know their job, therefore making it such a complete side. I can see clearly why they haven't conceded a point yet.
We'll see if that run continues in the second half. Let's go and join our host, Will Shepherd, and I'll say ahoy as well.
We are racing our way through the quarterfinals and shortly have the men's open semi-finals. Now, you've seen a team on either side of the draw, British Army and Wild Dogs. You know the pedigree that they're going to bring to those matches. Do you think it's just straight through to the final for them?
No, definitely not. And I think in sevens, obviously anything can happen, and it can happen really quickly. So I think definitely the other semi-finalists are going to be like hunting for it as well. So definitely not going straight through.
Wild Dogs, they have looked particularly impressive as they've gone through the competition. Should they get to the final, they're not going to fear British Army or whoever else they come up against, are they?
No, I think that I think all teams here have just come out and because you can't give too much respect to an opposition, even if you are a bit nervous of them. You have to just play your own game and not get caught into what they bring. But Army, I've done a few of their games. They've been really impressive. I'm excited to see what they can bring because they've looked so dangerous.
Yeah, and that Fijian flair that they've got, just so exciting to watch. We're ready to go back up to commentary for the second half.
Thank you, guys. We'll have Cat Merchant alongside me for the game following us in the Women's Open Plate semi-final, which is starting at 5:10. Just to
probably say Cap Merchant.
Oh, there you go. My job is under threat.
Well, I mean, I'm so excited for the second half, Warren.
I think we've just been saying in that break, the only error we really saw from Hong Kong was that knock-on near the end of the first half.
Yeah.
A slight blemish on that first 7 minutes.
I'm absolutely astounded. I mean, like, who cares if you make a knock-on? Like, I'm almost speechless because I've attended a lot of these elite tournaments, and I can probably say I've never seen a women's side who are so to a T perfect like this. Because you have all the big names and you have everyone like that, but they obviously all make mistakes. But they've got the players and the skill and the characteristics in there and all the gas on the outside, that kind of stuff, to get through. But this Hong Kong side, they're working as a absolute machine at the moment.
Well, now, Savvy Panthers, I remember the second half of their game against Monaco. They certainly came out with their tails up and their ears pinned back, but they couldn't find a way to get past the Côte d'Azur side. So what will they be able to do against this Hong Kong team who, again, that defence is shifting from one side to the other. It's closing out the option on this wing and they'll be pushed out, and it is a line out to Hong Kong. Just to confirm, on pitch 2, Ramblin Jesters beat Stallions 21-17 in that quarter-final. So the semi-final will be played between Hong Kong, who we saw beat Sri Lanka 29-14, and Ramblin Jesters in the men's open. Of course, the other one between British Army and Monaco Imps.
Yeah, Ramblin Jesters, another stalwart side in the kind of sevens community. A lot of good players to watch out for on that team. I will say of note, Harry.
My goodness me.
Well, I'm going to get cut off here because another staunching line from Hong Kong.
It's almost getting rude now. They're interrupting us as we're doing our commentary with such wonderful tries. Gabby Rivers storming her way through the middle of the Savvy Panthers line, and this came from the line out that was won by Hong Kong straight down the middle.
If you just pinpoint, I wish we could do this on Next Gen, but just pinpoint where where the start of the run from Rivers is and where the finish is.
Let's have a look at it now.
We can almost see it.
So here's the line-up.
She comes from off screen here.
That's
Bang.
where the runs come.
Yeah, and you can see almost in her mind her shifting gears because she has to time her run perfectly for that angle to open up. And then once you've hit the ball on the gain line, that's when you shift to 5th and then 6th as you make your way through that pink wall of defence.
The pink wall has been shattered, though, by Hong Kong 4 times, thanks to the score from Gabby Rivers. And they will go looking for a 5th, you would expect. But Savvy Panthers want to say something in this semi-final. 24-0 down, about 3.5 minutes to go. Hong Kong looking to keep up their record of not conceding a single point today.
I mean, just then, a prime example, really, really nice footwork from the Savvy Panthers. But then immediately, another Hong Kong player came out of nowhere and shut her down.
Now a kick over the top. Sat Panthers trying something different, but it is collected by Toal King, who scored that first try, and she's away on the turn like a whippet down the wing. Away she goes, and it's a flourishing 5th for Hong Kong, but you sense that they will still not be happy. They will be hungry for more.
Of course not, and Toal King again here. Do not kick the ball to her, whatever you do. And she's got a one-on-one on the outside. I'm not saying I knew that was going to be a try, but you'd think, kind of on the outside, she'll capitalise on anything. And again, just storming down the outside as you see her thoughts going through her brain as this ball goes up into the air. She's got one player on her immediately. Little stutter step as well, which probably adds a bit more to the defender's mindset. Because you've gone, oh, maybe she'll come back inside. Nope. Toal King has just stormed another one down the left-hand side from about the halfway line. Impressive, to say the least.
Storming seems to be the word for this Hong Kong performance, as they are seemingly marching their way to the Women's Open final, where they will face either Monaco, Umusa or Hammerheads. We will confirm that score at half-time in the next game. Of course, the finals of all 4 events will be streamed right here on LIT 7, Super 7 Series and Next Gen YouTube channels. Loose ball from Panthers. Will Hong Kong pounce? No, they won't. Panthers able to get their claws onto it, but not able to break away.
Unreal, Warren. Unreal.
That's what they pay me for, Sam. Kicked away.
Kick for territory there. I mean, probably good decision from the Savvy Panthers, because they just need to get out of dodge here.
It's a barrage of assault from Hong Kong right now.
It's like a hydraulic press, honestly. It's just, there's no escape for these Panthers at the moment.
Hong Kong.
It's also
looking to go again.
The impressive thing, Warren, is the fitness of these girls. I imagine that they've been playing at this 100% level for all of their games so far. Astounding, that is. It's a long day, these lit tournaments, and there's a lot of other things that go into it apart from the actual time on pitch, which is the rest and the hydration and the mindset and everything else like that. To stay in that kind of zone for so long is so impressive, so professional.
Hong Kong from the line out, quickly committing all their options to the left. Panthers trying to push their way forward, and they're not rolling away means that they are punished. Now Maggie Oh Young stepping one way, then the other. Locked up by a wall of pink again. Player released. Now Hong Kong will move this out quickly, you suspect. They've got so many options on that far side. It's just multiple choice out there for the Southeast Asians. Still in possession here. The change of direction comes now. Gabby Rivers out to Maggie Oh Young. She'll step, she'll push, she'll pass it away, and they will go over the line for a superb 6th score.
Maybe
almost. No, they won't. Just at the death, the Panthers show their teeth and hold up the ball at full time. It is still Hong Kong going through to the Women's Open final with a 29-0 victory. The Panthers doing as much as they could, but Hong Kong, bar a few blemishes, putting together a masterpiece of rugby sevens for us here.
If I was a betting man, which I'm not, Warren, I would put a lot of money on this Hong Kong side going very deep into this tournament. Savvy were valiant, to say the least. They put up a really, really nice defensive showing. To keep this Hong Kong side at 29 is impressive. And once again, you give them plaudits, but these Hong Kong girls, and they won't stop. This is the thing, they'll go back and they won't stop, and it will be kind of like a immovable object. They're constantly in that zone of, we've got to win the next one, we've got to win the next one. By how much doesn't matter as long as they don't score.
Well, the question we'll be asking next in the final, will either Hammerheads or Monaco Umusa be able to stand up to the sheer onslaughts of Hong Kong attack? Or will they be trampled on by the Southeast Asians? We will find out later on today. Right now, we move on to the Women's Open Plate semi-final between the Wild Dogs Alpha Pack and British Army coming up shortly. Well, welcome back to pitch one here at the LIT Sevens, where we have a Women's Open Plate semi-final taking place between the Wild Dogs Alpha Pack and British Army in red. Cat Merchant back alongside me. Afternoon to you. I think you were pitch side for the last game that we saw. I know we'll keep the focus on this game. I just want to get your thoughts on what you saw from Hong Kong.
Oh, just Hong Kong looking dangerous, aren't they? They really were so clinical. I think we counted one error between us. So yeah, they've got their sights set high.
Well, I mentioned how Hong Kong still have not conceded a point up to this day. British Army, it's been a bit of a different day for them today. They've only scored one try in their 3 games. They lost 73-0 to Hong Kong, 31-0 to Hammerheads, 44-7 to FRN Beavers. Now they're going against a Wild Dog side who won their one game against Jordan's Legacy but lost to Monaco and Akuma Panthers. The plate, of course, it's great to see the plate in these competitions because you want to keep everybody playing, and it means there's still something to really fight for both of these sides.
Yeah, absolutely. You come into a tournament, you want to play as many games as you can, don't you? So they'll be very keen to finish strong.
So British Army now, they're on the ball. Standing over it is Kat Whiteley. Although Wild Dogs have managed to steal it away. Izzy Mayhew has the pass into her teammate. That's a lovely exchange as well. Ellie Cunningham in the right place. Drifted into the middle with Lauren Manners, and it's so quickly whipped out to the far wing with Rebecca Nsia, and she is stormed away like an eagle flying across the skyline. She soars across the left wing and under the posts.
Yeah, really nice play, wasn't it, from that great turnover. And so often in sevens, great play comes from defence and the ability to turn over and then move the ball wide, and there was absolute gas out there on that left-hand side. Great play from them as a team.
Yeah, we'll take a closer look at this in a second once the conversion kick has been taken and it has been added. by the number 4, Alex Kane, the captain. So it's a 7-0 lead, and again, this just comes from the quick movement of the ball.
Yeah, and it was good hands. That was a really good step in there just before the final pass as well, because potentially was getting hit woman on ball, but she manages to just step inside before and get the pass away.
So the Wild Dogs pounce first against the British Army. Just about keeping hold of that, Rina Lacroix. Trying to move it out to the right wing. Yeah, it's been a frustrating day for British Army, but they have had their successes this season. Plate winners in the National Pub Sevens as the UK Armed Forces, won the social competition at the Bournemouth Sevens, and also won at the MK Sevens as well. But I'm told that this is a group that haven't trained together before this tournament. So yeah, the fact they're still coming out and competing. I mean, Rugby Sevens, you've said it so many times today, Kat, it's all about building those connections, isn't it?
Definitely. You all have to read the game. You don't have to read it the same, but you have to know what your teammate's going to do, or you predict what they might do. And that was one thing I loved about Sevens, is reading that game and knowing your players inside out.
Wild Dogs trying to go round the outside. They've got real pace on the wing as British Army left grabbing at air. Freya Chalice sprints down the right wing and gets towards the post for a second score for the Wild Dogs, who maybe made that look a tad too easy.
They did, didn't they? Just simple things done well, getting it wide and a good finish with it. I just got a flashback there to thinking about knowing your teammates well, and one of my friends, Sarah Guest, who did the Sevens side of things with me, played at Worcester with me as well. We were on our defensive 5-metre line and she just tapped it, and everyone else had sort of turned around, and I just got with her and like made sure she got at me. We ended up scoring off it, so it was great. But the coaches at the time were like, "What were you thinking?" And she was like, "Well, I knew Kat would be there," and I was like, "Well, I probably knew she might tap." So it did work well. But if you don't know your players, that's a turnover. that's a different conversation with the coach.
What would they call that? Telepathy in motion.
Yeah,
Perhaps.
I think so. Yeah.
But are those the kind of things as players, though? Are they things you train, that you work on, or is it just a case of being around each other and just knowing each other's game through exposure?
In that instance, that was for me. I'd played with Sarah since I was like 14 years old, so we knew each other. So we knew what we was going to do. She knows I love to run. I know she likes to quick tap and take the more risk. But yeah, it's amazing how quickly, though, in a game of sevens, you can get used to each other. You can do it a lot quicker than I think you can in 15s. But coming into this tournament not having trained together, they're obviously at a disadvantage compared to other teams which have had that precious time together.
Well, British Army, they've gone for the direct approach. It might just work for them. Are they going to get a score in this game? Just chased down. And the Sacanavere trying to get the British Army to trundle over the try line, but unable to. Knock on conceded by the Wild Dogs. And there's a bit of fight in this British Army side.
Yeah, that was good to see. They need to use their power game. That's clearly what they want to utilise, and then get that offloading game in behind, because all you need is one break through the middle with somebody quick. That's all you need to create. So they were so close there, and they will get another go at it now.
So now they'll put this in through Rachel Woods. Bodies on the left side. Wild Dogs, though, trying to get the turn of the scrum. They've done so illegally, so British Army will be able to attack. Sivo Adequalo. Lovely shimmy away. Trying to get out onto the wing with Beth Bates, which has just been pushed out of play. Wild Dogs marshalling the British Army troops out of play.
Yeah, their defence is solid, isn't it? They look comfortable even when they're being stretched from one side of the pitch to the other. They don't look like it's a bother for them.
From the line out, Wild Dogs, you have a feeling maybe that they could get something even from this position. Straight down the middle, the breakaway from the first tackle, trying to get away again. She's got the support as well. It's 2-on-1, it's through the middle. And my premonition has come true, it seems, from the line out. Wild Dogs go down the other end and get themselves a third.
Yeah, they look dangerous, and I think the big thing for me is they're not one-out runners at all, because you see that break down the outside. If her teammates weren't working really hard to get with her, that 2v1 on the inside doesn't happen. There's a tackle there instead of a score. So working so well and closely with each other is the key difference of what they're doing right now.
Conversion is added. And that brings an end to a half. But the Wild Dogs have bitten down with that wonderful counter-attacking move for the third try. So we see it being replayed here. It's finished off by Liv Armand, one of the original 12 Wild Dogs ladies from 2022, showing the young guns how it's done and putting them into the lead. Right, we're half-time here in this Women's Open Plate semi-final. Our roving man, Will Shepherd, has gone out and he's found a roaming vest wearer.
So just before the match we've got on now on pitch 1, we saw a Hong Kong China beat Akuma Panthers 29-0. I can tell you at the same time on pitch 2, Monaco Umusa triumphed 26-19 over Hammerheads, which means it's going to be a Hong Kong China Monaco final. We're in for a real thrill.
Yeah, totally. Well, I mean, you know, Monaco, I was there at Melrose when they won that women's competition, beating the hosts in the final. That's a huge tournament to win. That was a really impressive victory. And beating Hammerheads as well, who are the series champions already, is a real show of strength. And Hong Kong are a great team as well. You know, we saw them on the series a little bit more regularly last year, and they were really sharp. The fact that they're quite a new side together will be a disadvantage, but then looking at the Monaco team, like, it's a changed side as well. You know, someone like Jazz Rampton, who's played like across the board, is also back with Monaco as well again, which is nice to see. So yeah, it'll be a really huge final. I think it's probably the two best teams here making it through. That Hammerheads Umusa game was the decider about, you know, certainly who should make it through to the last dance. So yeah, it's a deserved final, it's a quality final.
Yeah, it certainly is, and two teams that are going strongly in the men's as well. Shortly we'll be getting underway in the second half here. Hong Kong China, they're looking ahead to the Asian Games after this. How much would winning the London Sevens mean to them before they go into that part of their season?
Yeah, you know, like I said, it's one of their first tournaments of the year really as a new group, and playing sides like Sri Lanka as well in the men's comp. The fact that they are definitely going to be together going in those Asian Games is massive, and it says a lot that this is the tournament that they decide to meet at.
Second half is underway. Back to the action we go.
Thank you, Will. Very sporting stuff indeed from Wilfred Kelsley there. So we get the second half underway. The Wild Dogs in the grey and white shirts, taking on British Army in the red in this Women's Open Plate semi-final. The Wild Dogs are leading 21-0. Wild Dogs have been regulars in the plate in the elite competition, runners-up at Hertford Sevens, winners at Manor Sevens, semi-finalists at Oxford Sevens, semi-finalists overall in the elite at the National Pub Sevens. So they have kind of got better as the season's gone on, the Wild Dogs. And of course their women take part regularly in the open competitions and the social today. But they're looking to put themselves amongst a sort of double win for themselves, and bounding off the tackles. This is certainly the right way to go about that. Shania Herel of Old Albanian getting herself over the line superbly, Cat Merchant.
Yeah, really nice. The footwork there. And again, it's that link play, that support, the offload. They're not even having to look at where the player is. They can sight her without sighting her. They're just lifting it up because they know the running line. They know that she's going to be on her shoulder. Great finish.
Nice conversion for a substitute. Kirsty Exley of Sheffield Ladies. Take us up to 28-0. Again, we just have another look at this.
Yeah,
it's
that's
about awareness.
Yeah, that twist out, because she's only just twisted out the contact, so she's immediately past it. So very aware of her own body, but also teammate and where she is and how to get the ball to her.
I did promise to let you know who would win the other Women's Open semi-final. It was Monaco Umusa against Hammerheads. Monaco winning 26-19, so it will be an international affair in the Women's Open final between Hong Kong and Monaco Umusa. And that will be great to see. We'll bring that to you later on. 6:30, that final starts. So British Army now. Trenched in. And Wild Dogs able to steal the pill away. Lucy Baverstock keeps it moving, gets it back with a little exchange. Amy Williams keeps it moving. This is wonderful exchanges from the Wild Dogs. It's absolutely sumptuous in tight quarters, and it gets them a 5th try.
Again, they turn their defence into attack there. They get that turnover on that far side, and they're playing with real pace and tempo, but without the panic that's sometimes associated with that. So they're just really playing it in their own tempo completely.
Well, let's have another look at it again. This is all about the hands. Watch closely what happens between these three players. Pop one, Pop 2, little shimmy and nudge. Pop 3, and it's lemonade.
Yeah, there's no greedy players there, no one fighting for the white line for themselves. They're just linking, offloading.
Oh, here they go again, the Wild Dogs. Might get pushed out of play. Ball released just in time by Shana Herel. Comes back to that word, faith in your teammates as well.
Definitely.
Little step inside. British Army getting sucked into the contact. Exley out to Leverstock. She's driving herself, and that's a scintillating sixth for the Wild Dogs, who are surging their way towards this Women's Plate Open final.
Oh, they're really putting on a showcase, aren't they? Which Army won't want to do, because no one wants to be nilled in any game that you play in, so they'll want to try and get something from it. But at the minute, I just can't see it happening, because Wild Dogs just so good at what they're doing. That execution of being able to that stop and go and then still keep it alive. Something we've spoken about a lot in this game is that ability to, they're not just taking contact, they're offloading, and they've got multiple options as well of who to pass it to.
Lucy Baverstock, the youngster from the University of Nottingham, finishing on that occasion. It's a sweet 6 for the Wild Dogs, leading 38-0. Kick down the middle, into the wind, but not even the winds of the Canary Islands can stop these Wild Dogs from getting forward right now. Yeah, I had one in mind there, but it just whittled away somehow. That was the next one I could think of.
Yeah. I hate when that happens on the mic. You can think of all these funny things when you're off it, and then when you're on air, you just say something random, and you're like, oh, where did that come from? I also make up words sometimes. If it's been a long day.
I think there is a commentator's dictionary.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
With husband, new words.
Yeah, my husband was, when he's listening, he'll say, like, that transpond, I said once, and he was like, that's an interesting one. I meant transfer, but transferable skills, but there we go.
Had you been watching Friends?
yeah, I might have been, yeah.
It's a transponster.
Yeah. Also, I didn't make it up. Brilliant.
Yeah, there we go. So Wild Dogs with the scrum. Just under 2 minutes to go, leading 38-0. Exley, who's been brilliant actually since she's come on in this second half. She's really been pulling the strings in the middle for the Wild Dogs. Alpha Pack, who've lived up to that name. Deep run from Lauren Manners, who's come into the game. Overlapping player on the wing, and Rebecca Ancia, she got the scoring started. Was looking on to get another score, but just not time.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too far in front of her, wasn't it? She was just leaning, got fingertips to it, but just not quite coming away with it, because otherwise that's a walk-in, isn't it, of a try.
So it will be a scrum for British Army, looking to get themselves a score in this game. As I say, only the one try scored today, but as you say, with a new group, they've done really well to be competing, especially against other teams at this level.
Absolutely.
And they get the penalty. A slight blemish on the record for the Wild Dogs with that penalty run. British Army able to keep the ball moving, but just conceding the knock-on, so the Wild Dogs will have a chance to finish this plate semi-final with a flourish.
Yeah, and you imagine from this position here, they're going to come away with nothing short of a try, given their previous form in this game.
Ball in the hands of Kirsty Exley, joining us from the northwest. Lovely drive from the set piece as well. It creates the room and it allows so many options for Wild Dogs. Ellie Cunningham getting the pass away and out to a speedy winger, and she shows that speed to bound over the line, and it is try number 7 for the Wild Dogs, who will be going through to the Women's Open Plate final, where they will be facing FRN Beavers, who beat Jordan's Legacy 33-12.
Yeah, again, that's going to be a good matchup, isn't it? Because both of those teams do really like to get that ball wide. I have to say, Wild Dogs at the minute, for me, slightly edged that, I'm going to say, in that final coming into it, especially off the back of this performance here. They've played like a complete team.
Just seeing the Hong Kong men's team, who are getting ready for their semi-final, which will be at 10-6. The ball doesn't make the posts. This Women's Open Plate semi-final finishes 42-0 to the Wild Dogs. British Army's day ends And it does mean that Wild Dogs will go through to that final against FRN Beavers. Coming up next, what a game we've got for you. We've got a men's open plate semi-final between the Wild Dogs Alpha Pack and Uber Boats Thunder. Will they deliver victory? That is the question. I had to get that in before I hand over the microphone to Wilfred Kelmsley, who's up next.
Welcome back then to the Lit Sevens here at Wasps FC. We are into the latter stages. We've got a plate semi-final for you. It's the Uber Boats Thunder, part of the Scimitar setup, and they're taking on the Wild Dogs, who we saw, of course, come through their quarter-final rather convincingly against the Royal Navy. Sam Bork alongside me. It's not their particular shade of pink that the Scimitar Storm are in. Instead, it's the Uber Boats Thunder in the pale blue, but they're just as exciting a side, Sam.
Yeah, definitely so. A few players to watch out for on both sides. See the number 3 there, Carl Harris, storming in. He's going to be a player to watch. Definitely as the Scimitar go early and they go quick, and that's an early try. What a start for the Uber Boats.
Leo Munro goes straight through the centre. It's the quickest try of the day. It's 15 seconds in. It's a 5-point lead for the Uber Boats Thunder, who I think are the slight favourites in this one.
Well, it'll be one for definitely for the debate, because this Wild Dog side are very strong. Obviously, players that we've been commentating on for a long time. The fan favourite Brad Bomber in there. Also Carl Bradbury with that trademark scrum cap. So we'll see what happens when they get on the ball. But a lucky bounce for Uber Boats to start off early. And Bomber gets shrugged off, and a nice little chicken wing out. And the Uber Boats put 5 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they've claimed it straight off the kickoff again. Munro, dancing footwork, down on the 22. Taufa, swung wide from Vasu. And some fast feet. Miss pass into midfield. Harris rides the challenge. Munro for his second, takes on Bomber. And Bradley Bomber dispatches his man. And it's gone forward, says the umpire on this near side.
I mean, that's why he's a fan favourite. Brad Bomber, obviously off to Bristol next month for pre-season.
He'll be playing Superbucks soon enough, the way that they're going.
And
the Scottish Under-18 international.
Yeah, had a fantastic season with Ipswich. Got selected for the Under-20s in Scotland, and has had a really successful summer as well.
Playing sevens alongside his Ipswich coach at times for the Wild Dogs this campaign. But it's Quayle stepping off that left boot of his, as he loves to do. Quick ball off the base. Wild Dogs to the near side. Here's Smith. Straight up the jumper.
You know, interestingly, Wilf, I've heard that Wild Dogs are now down to 10 men, and it could be even 9 now. So plaudits to them for carrying on.
Bomber brushes off Vasu. The ball is loose out wide, but it might bounce up for the Wild Dogs as they approach the 10-metre. Not a lot of place to go here, a little bit cramped. But out of a phone box they come. Upended by Naquan Smith. Bradbury. And then bouncing up into midfield again for the Wild Dogs. This is nice stuff from them. Looking to force that 2-on-1. It's Ronnie Durant, the Richmond boy, gets the offer away for Max Aitken. And Aitken is onto the field and scoring for the first time in front of the live stream here.
Yeah, Durant makes all of that try. He's been one of the standout players for Wild Dogs today. Really, really clever and scrappy player in the middle of the park. And he's made this whole try for the Wild Dogs, putting them back on level terms, I assume, if they can slot this kick, which is right underneath the post. Here we go.
Well, it was a tough group stage for the Wild Dogs. They actually beat the Switzers, the side from Geneva, in their second game after a narrow defeat to the Ramblin Jesters. But then after losing out to CNCF Sevens, they finished bottom of the pool on points difference. A tough one for them to take. Interesting. Targo Hagen's just come on for the Wild Dogs. He wasn't in their original listing, so I think they have looked to some other sides for support after a string of injuries.
As we said earlier, they're down to 9 now, but this Uberboat side are extremely strong, and they will carry on with great prowess throughout this game.
Level at 7 apiece, but it's loose in midfield. Here's Munro. Quick off his mark, Munro looking for the offloads. Takes it to ground instead. Now, Ronnie Durant, who was actually a winner in Geneva with the Scimitar Storm, but it's the Thunder on the rumble here, looking to break their way through. There's just one man back. Will they have the legs? The Uber boats will drift off into the sunset. It's a lovely finish from Naquan Smith, and they'll take the lead again.
That's why they pay you the big bucks, Wilf, isn't it?
Really good finish from Smith. He had a long, long way to go in the searing afternoon heat here at Wasps.
Yeah, really good try from U-Boats once again. Worked actually from their own 5-metre line out there. Couple of good carries from Monroe and then handed off to Smith, who's storming through, much like the Scimitar Storm. Also a player we haven't mentioned yet for the U-Boats, Dan Bower, lining up for them as well. It does get more strong the more you look at it.
Well, they're a fully invitational team, and the Thunder is the new UK team, playing as part of the development for the international side, the Scimitar Storm. All London-based tournament, sponsored by their headline sponsor, Uber Boats. The Scimitar Thunder, they were men's open winners at the Summer Social. They also won the Old Pen Sevens. And then their men's elite side, the Storm, of course, won Geneva this year. And they've got representation from all over the park. I mean, Naquan Smith, the try scorer formerly of Gloucester, as Bradbury draws the penalty. Carl Harris was the Superbucks man at Hartbury. Usei Arias played a bit of Fiji Sevens. Dan Burs played for Germany. Munro for Scotland. Sol Talfar for the Dings Crusaders and the Tonga Seven side that were victors on the social circuit in this season. And Tom Vasu's on the wing for Rams in Nat 1.
It is a very, very strong side, and they will be expecting to go deep in this tournament. But once again, Wild Dogs proving especially plucky here, as they're only 5 points off the Uber Boats. Did have a word with Carl Harris at the beginning of the day. He said, I'm very excited to play in this team.
Although it will be the Wild Dogs looking to fight their way back into this before the end of the first half. They would love to make it through to this plate final, which is stacked full of talent here at the LIT Evans. Deep for the Dogs to collect. Quick tap from the penalty. Wow, what a read! The shot comes flying in. It's another intervention from Munro. In fact, that time making the big shot was Finley Usher. Another shot comes in, a touch late this time, but we'll wave play on because the Wild Dogs still have it. Slow ball just outside the 22, and they swing it back into their own half. Cairo Richards awaits on the right-hand side. Here is Richards. Richards, great acceleration, great power from the former Oakland's ace winger. Bomber. Off he goes again here, Quinton Quill, who finds an offload for Ronnie Durant, who will score against the side in which he has been so successful with.
Durant again making things very tricky out on the width. He just ends up in the right place at the right time most of it, and really staking his claim for.
There's the shot on Durant, but he won the eventual battle with that nice step back onto the inside of Dan Burr, the German international.
And you can see why Durant plays at such high level 15s wise. He's always there, always willing, and always stepping onto the ball at the right time.
Yeah, didn't play the full season at Richmond in the Champ. He had a really strong start, but people know he's a player of quality. He'll have suitors all over the country, I'm sure. Wild Dogs then back into this semi-final. Apache play Switzers of Geneva in the other plate semi, so it will be a final of real quality regardless of who makes it through. And Patterson there just ushers him into the corner. Smart play. Half-time then. The Wild Dogs back into it on the stroke of the break. It's 12-12 with 7 minutes still to play in this plate semi-final. Welcome back to the second half of this plate semi-final. The lift from Munro has not gone to plan, and sweeping round the corner comes Aiken for a second. Oh, what a covering tackle to deny the Wild Dogs at the very last. It's Tom Vasu, the Nat 1 winger. He makes a crucial try-saving shot.
Vasu has done excellently there, just covering his mate's blemishes and keeping the Uber boats in it. One last gasp. Again, we have to massively applaud this Wild Dog side. They've been down to 9 men for most of the day. In mind by they have a few ringers on the pitch right now, but no one will bat an eyelid at that.
Liam Munro, Scottish Sevens international, will feed the scrum. Not a lot of rugby left to play today. We've got the Men's Open Cup semi-final, the British Isles against the Monaco Impis. Goodness me, what a game. And then the Surrey Exiles play Trinity in the men's social final, Sam. What a fixture that'll be.
Yeah, Warren dubbed that as the Sam Bork Big Bash earlier, which I don't know about. I don't know if I want that game being named after me, but we'll go with it.
Uber boat wrestling away with Richards down the left-hand side. Still it might come for the men in turquoise. They've got plenty of space on this near side for Vasu to break the line. Vasu pins back his ears. Aiken wraps him up. Good support from Sol Taufar. Smith has his pocket picked, but the penalty is given.
Tag's a bit lucky there that he doesn't see yellow.
Tiger Hagen penalised. Quick tap from Vasu. Vasu rolled around. Quick pick and go from Naquan Smith, and he's going to race away and score. Well, they've certainly gotten stuck in, the Monaco team, who were about on the 22 as Naquan Smith drifted through for his second try. It won't bother the Uber boats who dot down under the post.
Yeah, another really nice bit of ingenuity from the Uber boats. And the Wild Dogs just got caught up in a bit of a scrap there, and maybe their minds went off into a different thing apart from rugby, but we'll see here once again
This is not bad from the Wild Dogs in defence, but Smith, he's a big man to sneak up on you like that.
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't, kind of hard man to lose, but they've lost him down the blind side.
And there's a sea of Monaco players in the way there, the Impis, who've made themselves scarpish. Harris collects, but the kick not 10, so chance for the Wild Dogs, who are only 7 points down with much time remaining.
I have to say, however new this kit is, it's really nice, this Uberboat kit. I do like the turquoise.
Marcus Hendry, first receiver. Love to see Quentin Queel get moving again. Look at him go. Hit upright by Hare. Round the corner come the Wild Dogs.
Here's Struan White for the Wild Dogs.
Is that Struan White? He's taking the place of Marcus Hendry. Taking off the scrum hat as well. Floated across. Here's the chance for the Wild Dogs. Lovely footwork. Still they go. Back to the short side with numbers. Switch on the inside from Law. Josh Law wants it on the return. Pops it over the top. Quentin Quayle. Taken off the toes. Still they look wide. It's Brad Bomber. Great position over the ball. Penalty to the Uberboat Thunder.
I mean, stalwart defending from the Uberboats. They looked like they were in down this left-hand side, Wilf, but just to no avail. Strong defending. I mean, this is a lot of really hard work.
And the kick is long, and the kick is chased, and will it pop up for the Uberboats? Oh, what a moment! It's Usher underneath it, and he gets the offload away, and it's a stunning score. Goodness me, what a penalty. They looked for touch, but they couldn't find it. And instead it stayed in field, and Finn Usher did not give up the chase.
Well, Finn Usher has just blown all of our minds here. They went for touch, they went for a touch finder. Usher did not give up one bit in the slightest, and I think he scored the conversion as well. It's just unreal from the young man. You see here, boot goes a bit awry, and then Usher puts on the gas, changing gears, and then the ball bounces.
Ah, Finn Usher, OMG. And then there's the feature round the corner.
That puts the Uberboats in mighty good stead here.
Hung up by Vasu. Dawson Smith lets it run. That could be it.
Oh, Mr. Smith, that was not the time to do that. But the Uberboats have another great platform to play off here.
Joe Pattinson to take the throw. Played with the Artisans, the Stunts on the elite circuit this season so far.
He's another one, just like me, Wilf, who's played for probably more teams than he's had hot dinners this summer. But
big step onto the outside. Vasu has absolutely leathered his man, and Law could not get the kick away in time.
Stru, you will be feeling that one tomorrow morning, I'm very sure. Struan White has just been absolutely lined up by Vasu.
Struan White, who started the day with Sept Rush, the French side. Line out inbound, Pattinson again to take it. Plate final will be live on pitch 2. No commentary, but still available to be streamed.
JP's one of those blokes who is truly salt of the earth, actually, and deserves everything good that comes to him. And really fantastic rugby player as well. Although he did post an Instagram highlight last week of him stepping me at Bournemouth Sevens. So actually I probably shouldn't be saying nice words about him.
Quinton Quayle takes it to the line. Off the deck for Ronnie Durant again. What a semi-final he's had. And Ronnie Durant will finish his day at the Lit Sevens with aplomb.
Is that a hatful, Will?
I think it's his second with an assist in the book as well. But Ronnie Durant has been Wild Dogs through and through throughout this season. And he'll have the final say in this semi-final. Uberboat Thunder through to the plate to face either Apache or Switzers Geneva. But it's Ronnie Durant with a final say against the side he recently won the Swiss Sevens with.
What a game, Will. A really, really nice competition of some really fantastic rugby players. And a lot of these boys will go on to do bigger and better things next summer and through the 15 season. This is another thing that the Summer Sevens offers, is you get a lot of attention from some of the bigger 15s clubs, which is really nice to see. But that will be it there for that game.
Our final semi-final before the cup games can be played. The British Army are taking on Monaco Impis in a fantastic game of international flair. Bit of rock, paper, scissors between Tulele and Dohi Amprial of AS Monaco. And it looks like it's the Fijian Sevens International who's won the toss. Semi-final time. Huge games on the line. Ramblin Jesters over on pitch 2 are currently fighting for their spot in the big dance. But here on pitch 1, it's the British Army, champions of the British Elite Sevens, taking on Monaco Impis. Cat Merchant alongside me, hung up by Tulele. We're underway as it's knocked on off the kickoff. Great chase, but unfortunately just couldn't be grappled by Kitty Ritova.
Yeah, really good kickoff. Fantastic chase, and that's one of those, if he takes it on the full, he's in, but a bit overzealous and a bit of an error there.
This Monaco side, winners of Dubai in 2023, Melrose that same year, the Egg Chaser Sevens in 2024 and 2025, and they finally crossed over to the pinnacle of international rugby here in London at the Lit Sevens in its 14th edition, and they are always challengers. They are the only rugby club in Monaco, really, of serious report, AS Monaco, so they produce serious quality, and they've won a penalty, and they'll go quickly here. Bright start for them, and Cesar Chiodini flicked off the deck. Chiodini does well. The towering presence of Nico Divassau. Well, he flings it wide, but the whistle's gone.
Forward pass. Ref says so. They'll be pulled back, and Army will get their first scrum.
Lucas Pirtavino was on the rumble again, the long head. Monaco man. They did have a very different side when they were at the Monaco Sevens a few weeks ago. That was a side full of international flair. This time they've gone straight up with the men from Monaco. Lots of names you'll recognise, like Glenn Bryce, Glenn Folds, Tyler Bush and Ali Reid were part of that team. Now it's full French and Monaco regulars with defensive duties here. Who's off goes the British Army again. Louis Navuna takes it in. Here's Big Ravuvu. All the way wide, some nice work from Yala Yalia. Yala Yalia finds a pass to Lele, missed pass now, so the British Army might have some space to operate in, and they know when to pull the trigger. British Army up over the 10. To Lele, sniped down the blind side, almost caught by Pitavino. Ball is loose. They're always quick on the pickup. Nave lays it back. British Army stumped so far. They can't break through. Kitty Ritova with the hitch kick. Ritova wants the switch. He might not need it. Out comes the handoff to see off the final man. Luca Coutillard sent to deck. Ritova goes over. What a finish.
Great finish. He drifted just enough to get that final defender to worry about whose it was. Was it last man's? Was it man inside? Didn't need either. Ran through the middle. Great finish from him, and just that's what you want in an attack. Confuse the defence, get them asking those questions, and he did exactly that.
Had a good day, the Monaco Impis. They saw off the Beavers with little rapport and then took on the Godfathers. They then managed to see off Sri Lanka in one of the games of the day. Oh, sorry, they were beaten by Sri Lanka in that one. Sri Lanka themselves then knocked out by Hong Kong, while they ended up facing Sevens Rush, the French side, who they managed to beat. After Sevens Rush beat Hong Kong themselves in the final play of the game. Swirling kickoff from the British Army. Pitavino is leathered, but still the play continues. Eventually the knock-on is given.
Not often you see a spiral drop kick.
Yeah,
that might be a first for me, you know.
There's aspects of their game that continue to amaze the British Army. All serving in the armed forces, all from around the UK and Northern Ireland, and of course originally from Fiji, but all based in services now here. They are the current champions of the LIT series. Preseli Barbars took their crown a few weeks ago. Well taken. And a little hitch kick, and it might be on again here for Vuni Yayawa, who flicks it back onto the inside. Maseki Ra Loka. Wara. All the way out to the big man on the edge. And he's looking to bust through again. Sevilla Bully, and then a little snipe will do it. It's special stuff from the British Army.
Clinical, really clinical when they need to be, and they just seem like they can score from anything and anywhere.
So many options to choose from as well across the field. Well, let's take another look at this one then. They float it right to left so quickly as they always do.
Yeah, and then just easy stuff, offloading, support lines, make it look easy.
Apologies, some unwanted visitors in the commentary box.
I wondered what you were doing at first, and then I spotted the Wasp, and I was like, oh, okay. Thought you were just having a moment to yourself.
Nope, let's keep ourselves safe in the comms box. I'm not a fan. As Dorian Prial takes it into contact. Dylan Uisili at first receiver. Now through the midfield. What can Monaco create, as they really haven't threatened so far today in this semi-final? Uisili looks really bright since coming on. Efri almost stuck out his arm. Here's Prial. No look pass to send through Tanguy Savoie. Savoie gets the release in, but Vivardi swings him round.
Oh, here we go. Might be coming back for the... It looked like a high shot there from the Army.
Maseki Ra Loka could be in trouble. Yellow card it is, just as the British Army saw in their quarter-final.
Yeah, clumsy at best. I would say from that, like, shoulder, got to get below head. Can't be doing those at all.
Well worn by the skipper, Dorian Brielle. Scrum called as well, so the mature option when you're up by a player.
Yes, definitely. So often in sevens, people just think tempo, tempo, and quick tap, and they don't actually think about the advantage of the extra man or woman that they would then have. So smart option.
Scrum one, round the corner comes Chiodini, looking for the switch inside. Miscommunication, the ball falls flat. And a slight knock-on as Monaco look to turn it over. Will bring us back for a scrum. Not actually a bad effort from Nico Davisau. Half-time. British Army managed to survive the one-man advantage that Monaco Impis endured in those final few moments to hold their two-try advantage at the break. They're not used to being behind, Monaco, not at all. They've only been beaten once today, and that was by the Sri Lankan side of such quality. And in that game, it was pretty narrow. Can they come back from 14-0 down this time and make their way through to the final? Or will the British Army, who love the LIT 7 series, be back amongst the finalists? We'll find out in 7 minutes' time. Second half soon to get underway. Monaco Impis then in the blue and white now, left to right in the second half. British Army in the famous red. But I think you were with us on that in the first half as Tanguy Savoie hangs it up. Looked to maybe be knocked on into the path of a British Army player, but Kat, they have just about got the ball back. Penalty off the mark, but a bit of an easy let out for the Army, still down to 6.
Yeah, exactly. They really need to, for them, if they just keep the ball now and just bide their time until the player comes back on, that'll be a successful run for them.
Tulele in control, floats it wide.
That looked high.
And the referee's going to let it play on, though. Maybe Monaco got away with one this time. Dranivesi to the short side, somehow gets the ball away. Dranivesi on the inside, it's wonderful support. Another offload should do it. Is it going to be a second score in the semi-final for Kitty Hrtova? Try given. Stunning stuff from the British Army again.
Well, we said it would be a success if they could survive not having been scored against with a player down, and they've gone one better, and they've managed to score with just 6 players on the pitch.
They might have lost Diri Yala in the process.
Well, that's the shot that got put on him, wasn't it? That we felt at the time might have looked high, but obviously you haven't got TMO telling them and feeding into them, so referees can only go by what they see. But from here, certainly it looked like a bit of a high shot.
It's okay, it's only the 6'5", 100 kilo, 10-second, 100-meter Lakima Ravuvu coming on. It's not like there's anyone else to deal with.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a fair
I'm
swap,
eyeballing those statistics, but I'm still pretty fair. They're accurate. Nice work from Cami Dranivesi on the inside there. And look at the face of Kitty Hrtova. You weren't stopping him. British Army up by 19. Ravuvu taps back the kickoff with ease. But it is Monaco quickest onto it. What a fantastic pickup. Off goes Brian Peace, and he will race away to score. Opportunistic stuff, but Monaco on the board.
Just never want to let that ball bounce, especially not in sevens. It can be just so dangerous, but a great pickup from Rocco there, and lovely gas to finish it off.
Brian Peace racing through. The kick is drifting wide. So it's a 14-point game, but welcome to the semi-final.
So that kickoff looked like it was perfectly placed, really, but as you said, batted back instead of caught, and then the reaction to just burst through, and gas here, pure out and out gas to finish.
Kick to come from Tom Michelucci. Decent nudge, interesting chase. I think that might be a pen and a yellow card.
Yes. Got to look after the player in the air.
Nico Davisau off for Monaco, and has that brought their comeback to an end? We'll have to wait and see as a scrum is called.
Again, going for that smart play, grabbing players in, making sure they've got as much space as possible.
Apologies if you can overhear the car alarm to our left-hand side. It's significantly more annoying in person, I promise you.
I was going to say, I'm more annoyed by that than you were by the Wasp, I think. That is going right through me. Yeah.
Inoke Vivardi with the feed. British Army could seal it here with another score. Vivardi, the door is closed, so he opens up the larger space and drifts through brilliantly. Floated past, it could be a 2-on-1. Early ball out wide. Back against the grain come the British Army. It just pops up in midfield, but they put such pace onto the ball. Benuve into contact. Vivari. Raloka. Dranivesi. Kamadranivesi. Oh, in fact, this time it was Vuni Yayawa. And now here's Vivari opening it up again. Is this the chance for Benuve? It's a Aparosi Wara with the footwork. Raloka in support. Monaco over the ball. Are they off their feet? Penalty. Apolosi Wara. Waiting patiently here. Dranivesi. Oh, a lot of step. Dranivesi. Can he score? Reaches out. like he's on string. Beautiful work. And Kamajranavesi has a try and an assist in the semi-final.
Go, Gadget Arms. That's the score out there. Outreach, one hand as he's being tackled. So it's a really good skill set to have. A lot of players would have fumbled that, but he was in total control the whole time.
So kickoff still to come as it's nudged over. But this is a silly finish. Kamajranavesi, how has he stayed on his feet there?
The balance he's got. He's got one leg being tipped in the air and then just that one hand comes out for the score.
Andrzej Sashat with the carry. He couldn't wrap him up fully. And what a kickoff that is. Will it go 10? Slap back with a big meaty Fijian arm. But the British Army will have to settle for defensive duties on the 10-metre. Kitia bumps through. What a carry from Kitia. Back on the inside. Another upright carry from Dorian Prial. Prial through the cat flap. Down goes Maxime Moton, but they lose it out of the breakdown here. And now it's a 4-on-3. Tulele. Tulele gets it on the return. Round the corner comes Ravumu, and Ravumu puts it onto the inside. It came off a Monaco hand, but still will play. I think it's just going to be a couple of knock-ons that end with British Army possessions. A thriller to the end, this semi.
Oh, it really has been. There's been moments of brilliance from both sides, but Army at the end of the day are the ones who managed to capitalise the most of it. There's a bit of a cheer there as the car alarm finally gets stopped.
Well, just needed a woman's touch to come over and fix it after the two blokes were scrapping away with the doors on either side.
I enjoy that. She did that with a lot of confidence as well. Just like, here you go, this is how it's done.
Lameke Tulele clears his lines, but the referee's going to call back the scrub.
Yeah.
Gives me a better angle to rewrite my ending of this fixture, that's fine. With clearer minds now. A sarcastic round of applause from the bench.
Yeah.
Because what is the point of calling that one back? Integrity, that's what. Free kick, Monaco. Here we go. That's what it was recalled for. What can they create with a bit of overtime glory? Maxime Martin hit hard. Pitavino, half a hole for him. Pitavino hit hard by Ritova, and they've stripped it back. Ravumu chips it through. The big man's going to win the race, and through the right-hand side come Monaco. Now talk about that Monaco corner. They've just about managed to race around. The ball is loose, the ball is dead, the game is over. British Army are through to another lit final, this time at Wasps. They weren't able to go the length last year, but they've made it to the big dance this time. They have beaten Monaco Impis, one of the best seven sides on the circuit. But who will they play? We are awaiting results elsewhere. In our final semi-final game between Hong Kong and the Ramblin Jesters. Could we see a rematch of their British elite meeting, or will Hong Kong come for the party for the first time in a year? We'll wait and see. But the British Army certainly wants to watch as we head through to the evening.
Absolutely, really good performance from them, and there's still more in the tank for sure.
Nothing but finals in our last 4 games of the day. Up first, it's a rematch between the Surrey Exiles and Trinity. The two sides who both escaped the group in the men's social will meet again here.
One of the reasons that the London Sevens has taken place at Wasps for 10 years in a row now isn't just the quality of these pitches here. Isn't just because the club is so welcoming. It's because the atmosphere is fantastic. The music's blaring. The drinks are flowing. Let's see how people are enjoying it here. Guys, how good is this atmosphere?
Oh, it's fantastic. I'm really enjoying myself.
The after party is just about getting into full swing. You're going to be staying the whole night through?
Yeah, I reckon so. Yeah, we'll stay for a few. It's yeah, it's good. Everyone's having a good time, and yeah, enjoying it. Should be some good rugby later. So yeah, it's good.
Decent pizza?
I haven't tucked into it yet, but I am really looking forward to it.
I had one earlier, I can tell you, it's good. The atmosphere is really building. The after party is not one to miss. If you're not down here already, get yourself down here. I don't know why you're not. We're almost ready for the next game to get back underway. So it's back up to Cops.
Perfect timing, Will. We're in position for this men's social final, and it's Big Balk Bash 2.0 between Surrey Exiles and Trinity. Underneath the excellent commentary from Wilfred Kelmsley and Cap Merchant, you may have heard a bit of a monotonous alarm going from a car that was nearby.
Warren,
Don't worry, there'll be none of the sort here on this commentary with me, Warren Muggleson and Sam Borg.
That name of this game can't run because these teams have done so much without me. So it's completely
I'm a
down.
devil for alliteration.
But both of these sides, obviously having played each other in the group stage earlier on, I did call earlier on in the day that this would probably be the final, and it is. And well deserved, both sides. I was having a chat with both coaches before. Edgy Jackson seemed very confident. He's down there in the blue boots. So did Mark, who's the coach for Trinity Rugby. Both got very good sides out today. Let's see what happens. It's going to be a good one, Warren. There's no doubts about it.
I'm very excited. Sam's excited. We hope you're excited on the live stream. This Men's Social Cup final. Surrey Exiles kicking us off in the yellow, red and navy striped shirts against Trinity in the green. And I'll tell you what, even before we got to this final, it has been quite a story for both of these sides to get here. Both coming out of Group C, first and second. 26 teams competing in the men's socials, now down to 2. Trinity with 2 tries down against Maroon Sevens, the Bristol University boys, in their quarter-final, winning 28-26 before beating UK Tuskers, the Sri Lankan team based in the Midlands, 31-7. Surrey Exiles, having lost out to Trinity in that previous game we saw earlier, 24-7, beat Sons of Spartacus 21-19, and then Millfield Old Boys 26-17. Both of these sides, Sam, have had to work so hard to get to this point.
Yeah, they've had to really scrap, Warren, and it just shows the absolute nature of both of these sides. And I'm sure they'll go on to play elite rugby in the coming years because they are both supreme outfits. As you see here, the ball comes a bit sticky, and ruck time. Chapman will feed.
That's a nice pass.
Out to Sheehy. Sheehy inside for Odomeru.
Oh, Odomeru doing what he does. He has a little look around as he goes underneath the posts at what looked like 80 miles an hour, I would say. And David Odomeru gets the first score just like he did in the group stage game.
Well, we say, and I will admit Davey is one of my very close friends, but he's such a good rugby player. Really, really. When he gets on the ball at the right time, there's no stopping him because he can just step you in and out of a phone box, and a full complement of 7 there added on by Adam Sheehy. But this is prime Trinity rugby. Off to Chapman, then Sheehy spins an absolute pill here. Really nice no-looking switch. And I don't know why Davey's wearing a headband, but for some reason he is. Anyway, Davey gets over the whitewash.
The best bit is
first score.
The tape matches what he's got on his hand as well. He
Yeah.
loves a bit of blue tape.
Yeah,
this Dave. From the restart, Trinity can pick the pill up. They've got the advantage for the knock-on from the Exiles. She just puts it on his foot and then sweeps the ball out to the far wing. There's a step inside from the winger, and again, he's got a man on the outside. He draws another, and it's all out to the winger. Now into Malachi Goldson. Changing direction here and again, trying to go through the gaps, can't release the pass, the Trinity man. And now it's out to the middle with Chris Speed. What a name to have for Rugby Sevens, that is. Kai Coachman into Sheehy, out to Odomeru, who's trying to suck the Surrey Exile players towards him and then burst through the gaps, unable to do so on this occasion. But this is just a Trinity side, brimming with confidence in the ball, but the penalty conceded.
The commentator's curse striking you a bit early there. Warren Muggleton. But yeah, another really nice turnover. This time from Salvador Gomez. Salv is an expert Sevens player, having played a couple of games with him earlier on today. But here go the Exiles.
Now, is there a gap? That's the question for them. Jack Rollo is a real danger man for Surrey Exiles. They struggled to find the real gaps against Trinity, just a little bit less pace on the ball than Trinity had. But he was one of the men trying to make a difference in that one. Dylan Leaney.
Here goes
now the interception. Couchman, we know he's got the pace, can't get the pick up right, and it goes for a knock-on and a scrum. Wolf wants to get moving, and there's a few little afters with him and the number 22 of Trinity as play continues, and there's a tackle off the ball as well. Tempers may be boiling over in this game. The second time these two sides facing each other today at the LIT Sevens. Oh, and it's just been gifted again to Trinity. Chris Speed needed none of his namesake. He just had to stroll over the line, and he makes it look with a little smile on his face. He knew that that was a gift from Surrey Exiles, and they did it in the last game.
Yeah, definitely. Shame. It's a shame there, because Exiles were building something very nice. They had a broken field to play with, but no cigar, no dice at the end of it.
I've got to use my favourite phrase right now. Adam Sheehy with the conversion kick, which we'll see after the replay, which you'll see here. He puts the conversion on the beans on toast. It got it in.
We got it in, finally. I was going to say it earlier, but he actually didn't do it. Eddie Jackson there makes a bit of a right decision, gifting the Trinity Rugby another 7 on the board. Or not a 7, actually, because he's hit the beans on toast.
Nope.
Warren Muggleton.
Monaco's women's team told to get off the pitch by the referee. They may want to warm up, but they've got to realise there's a men's social cup final going on right now. And it's Trinity that are leading it 12-0. Trinity looking to win this for the first time. Surrey Exiles, winners of the Social Cup in 2024 and 2019. Already seeming like a long way to go for them. But of course, the game of Rugby Sevens can change on the flip of a coin, or even a kick through like that. But that one straight to the well-placed Odemary.
Davey gets wrapped up there, and it's a good turnover by the Exiles.
What can they do from this penalty kick? Hal Holland and the number 13 shirt into Rollo. It's down the middle, they're going for it. Rollo, he's able to get away from one challenge. Will Odemary be able to grab him? Not quite. Exiles are over the line. They went straight through the heart of the Trinity defence, under the posts, and they get themselves on the board. And we have a game on our hands.
We do. It's turning out to be an absolute cracker, but just remember, as he's strutting over now, he's being brought on. That's the little magician. It's not Lionel Messi. Might as well could be. Josh Joubert steps onto the pitch and will certainly change the game, I'm sure. But Exiles bring back what they can do, and it's a nice little
it's almost a fumble, isn't it, as he makes the pass while falling to ground, but he does so well.
He does indeed, the number 11, Rollo. Davey tries, and no cigar for the young man, but a nice score for the Exiles, and we'll see what they can bring on here. Can they get this kick chase back? Interesting to see Chris Wolf isn't on the kick chase. Doesn't matter about his humongous stature, they'd rather have him out in the width.
So Exiles looking to pounce again before the half-time whistle is blown. Can they do that? Eji Erinyi. It's towards the 22. Furious calls for the ball to have gone out of play, but what's the referee said here? Oh, he's pulled out the cheese. And he's sent a Trinity player to the sin bin. What an end to this first half. And Exiles will strike! Will Mount mounting a charge, and Trinity see the game spiral on the flip of a coin, you may say, the twist of a turn, the bounce of a ball, and Surrey Exiles with a chance to go ahead.
Well, how the turntables, Warren. Just on, as you say, on the flip of a coin, And suddenly, Surrey find themselves in a bit of a scrap here.
Well, they don't get the conversion, which means at the break, we are all square at 12 all. The first time we've seen that today at the LIT Sevens. Nothing to choose between the two teams after 7 minutes of play. Extraordinary stuff here in this men's social final. Do not go anywhere. Stay on the edge of your seats.
Seven on 6 at half-time between Trinity and Surrey, and I'm here with LU Sevens, runners-up last year in the men's social on the LIT Super 7 series. No, winners last year of the men's social, runners-up this year on the men's open. How about your day today?
Look, we had a lot of fun. It was the end of year social, so we won't really talk about the results, but rugby was certainly the winner today.
As long as rugby's the winner, that's the main thing. But end of season social, so you're here to have fun. That means you're going to roll that on into the after party.
100%. That's what we're here for, the after party.
The after party. Is that a little throw to the fact that you're from Henley?
Yeah, a little bit. I can't say myself, but some of these boys are, from Henley College. And yeah, so they're going to definitely party the night away. I'm going to be leaving early, unfortunately. But yeah, these boys will take it in their stride.
So winners of the social last year in the series, runners-up in the Opens this year. Next year, what's that going to bring?
Who knows? We've got to keep our cards close to our chests and, see what the next year takes to us.
Just the one team at the moment. Any thoughts of expansion up to 2 in the coming years?
Potentially, yeah. It's definitely something we've spoken about. Obviously, you see the success of the women's as well, so let's just see what happens there.
You're gradually getting higher and higher as you go through the answers. Don't worry. The interview's over. You can breathe out now. Thank you very much for joining us, LU Sevens. We're shortly going to be back underway in this engrossing contest between Surrey even and Trinity.
Well, we made a hop over to the Channel Islands then for a moment for the Siam Cup. Jersey v Guernsey, that is. Similar colours, with Trinity wearing green, but no reds of Jersey here. This is a true battle of Surrey versus London, with the Surrey Exiles against Trinity. Go on.
Quiz question of the day, Warren Muggleton. What do the two Channel Islands play football for? What's the cup called?
It's not a cup. It is a vase, and it's called the Mirati vase.
There we go. That's a great. You pulled that extremely out of a hat. I did not think you'd know that, Warren.
Well, having worked at BBC Channel Islands for a year and a bit.
That's true. I did forget that slight part of your CV.
Well, I'm glad you're keeping me on my toes, Sandborg. What will the two teams, teams that you know well, have been saying to each other at half-time?
I'm sure with the introduction of the man on the ball right now, Luke Juba, and his his older brother, sorry, Josh, they'll be looking for them two to control the game in the middle of the park and get them as much ball as possible. Here goes Josh Juba!
That is why Josh Juba is brought on from the bench. Impact sub of the very highest order. Trinity, early doors in this second half. Strike first in this men's social final against Surrey Exiles. Joubert showing his class, getting over the line, adding the extras, and making this a one-try game in favour of Trinity.
It's so hard to defend against, Warren, especially when you have the hard running of one brother and then the silkiness of the other. Like you see here, it's two completely different styles. They must wake up on either side of the bed each morning. I mean, like it's complete split between the both of them, and it's so hard to defend against, especially when Luke runs so hard at you. You look to back off, then Josh gets on the ball, and it's a complete different type of defending that you've got to do because you've got to be on your front feet the whole time. Extremely good stuff from Trinity Rugby once again.
The Joubert complex confounding the Surrey Exiles, and the Trinity boys are in front. But Surrey Exiles now with possession, looking to go through the gaps, staying on their feet. What a drive that is from Jack Rollo. He's got support as well from Wolf. Is there a bit of bite now from the Exiles? Mount, the scorer of that second try. He's got the overlap. It's into Wolf, and Surrey Exiles will strike straight back. What a final this is.
I mean, I did call it, Warren. It was going to be the final at the start of the day. I looked at both team sheets and I went, oh, okay. And yeah, it's paying up to the bill, isn't it? Wolf on the outside, there's no stopping him. The Premiership pedigree pays off once again.
2 points in it as the conversion goes wide, but just watch this try again. Drink it in. It is absolutely glorious stuff for a final.
Yeah, just one more. Mount gets the ball on the outside, and there's only one thing in his mind. You've got to square up Ewan McDade, and you've got to put Wolf in the corner. McDade actually does a good job of keeping him out in that corner, because otherwise it would have been an easier conversion, leaving Trinity 2 points up.
A bit of a gift from Surrey Exiles, though, that allow Trinity to restart here. Less than 4 minutes to go. Stay on the edge of your seats, everybody. This one could still go either way. But Trinity, Joubert will have something to say. He's kicked this through. Joubert chasing. Can he get there? He kicks it through. He's got support, though, has he?
Penalty try, surely.
Penalty try is given, and Surrey Exiles left confounded again. The wizardry feats of Luke Joubert cast a spell on Surrey Exiles, and they see yellow again in this day, and Trinity are in a familiar position again, ahead against the Exiles.
What you see here is an absolute gift from Surrey Exiles, and you allow the Joubert brothers to link up in the middle of the park. First they slow the ball down, then it's a nice little measured kick from Luke Joubert, formerly of Stamford and Northampton Saints. And when you give him that much room, he's going to punish you.
Is that the moment that could win this men's social final at the Lit Sevens for Trinity? Maybe, but if they want to stay ahead, they'll need that man, Luke Joubert, back on his feet. And he's taken a tumble after that challenge, which saw the number 2 for Surrey Exiles head to the sin bin.
Yeah, interesting call there, but one that was definitely deserved. Luke's put in a really well-measured kick and just been brought down way too early. Will come back, but as Luke hobbles off, I'll send a direct word to his father right now. Andrew, I hope he's okay, but he might not be.
Well, I'm sure that filled him with confidence there, Sam. We certainly wish him all the best. And hopefully it's not too serious. He's still on his feet, which is good news. Maybe just a precautionary action. More Rugby Sevens to come, you expect, for him over the summer, looking ahead to the rugby season.
Indeed.
In 2026-27.
Links up with a lot of elite sides, does Luke Joubert. Assassins has been on the CV. I believe, Rugby Against Cancer he's played for this season as well, but that might be the end of the day for him here as he goes back on his feet. But his brother is still on the pitch, and that is still exciting. Josh Joubert with the feed. Oh, a little stutter step, and he drives at the line once more. Dummy show and go.
Oh my word, what a try! That's extraordinary. It's jubilant for Josh Joubert and joyous for Trinity, because that should be the Men's Social Cup final secured and the title secured for Trinity.
I mean, I did warn the viewers when he came on the field. Did I not, Warren Muggleton? He is an absolute magician in the middle of the park. You watch here. But the thing is, if I was defending against this, I would immediately just shut him down straight away. I've seen him do that a million times. But for some reason, it works every single time. The deception and the way that he puts defenders on their back foot is absolutely extraordinary. And full credit to him. Well done, mate. That was really nice.
Well, Joubert strutting his stuff in this final at Lit Sevens. 3 tries to 1 for Trinity. Sees them leading 33-17, with both sides having been all square at 12 all going into the break. And how different a half it has been, really, where Trinity have been the more composed, the more direct, the more creative, and simply the more joyous to watch on the ball in this second half.
Yeah, definitely so. They've just been so fluid on the ball, have Trinity.
And love the celebration from Joubert, just pointing the finger to the sky. It's that simple for someone like Josh Joubert.
Little Shearer on the end there. He's, in fact, a Man City fan, so I don't know why he's done that, but Exiles
Staunching
through. Here we go.
Dylan Leaney, he's kicked it through. He's got a man on his shoulder in Reece Gormley. Lovely little shimmy to get away from the challenge. It's popped over the top. Has it gone forward? Referee says no, but Trinity's still on the ball. We're coming up towards 14 minutes, which would be the end, but there's a penalty for Surrey Exiles. Chris Wolfe wants to get on with it. Yellow card against Trinity's Moses Boatu for delaying the play. And maybe there's one final flourish for the Surrey Exiles, who have been well beaten in this second half. They had a two-man overlap but decide not to go for it. Instead, well, made me look a fool there. Di Bevan decides to go through the middle, puts the pill on the ground. He'll kick it through. The referee will blow his whistle and hand a tremendous victory to Trinity in the Men's Social Cup final. They have taken it over Surrey Exiles by 33 points to 26. What a final. What a game. Very quickly, Sam.
To be honest, Warren, I didn't know which way I wanted this game to go, but I was very happy if both sides were to win it. But at the end of the day, rugby's the winner. Trinity have played some absolute blinders over the past few weeks and have been unlucky not to come away with any silverware, and they get their just deserves today. Absolutely astonishing. Well done, and I'm sure that Josh Joubert will put his name forward for the player of the tournament in this competition.
Well, joy for Joubert and co of Trinity. Sullen day for Surrey Exiles, having reached the final but missing out on a third title. We've got a bit of time. I need to catch my breath before we start this Women's Open final. Let's hand it over to Will Shepherd, who's in the bleachers.
One of the best supported teams at the Football World Cup this summer was Norway with their Viking Row. We're here to prove that the supporters at the London Sevens are even better. Are you ready for your Viking Row? Ready? Nearly. It's getting better. Oh, brilliant. The London Sevens supporters, give yourselves a big round of applause. We are ready for the next match.
Well, there he is. Wilf, Erling, Martin Odegaard, Haaland, Shepherd, getting the crowd going with the Norwegian row. And what a game we've got to build up for. It's the Women's Open final between Hong Kong and Monaco Umusa. An international flavour here at the LIT Sevens. And joining me for this one, former international Sevens player, Kat Merchant as well. Kat, what a prospect we've got here. But Hong Kong have been so imperious today. Haven't conceded a point. Can Monaco stop them in their tracks?
Well, they can certainly ask some questions of them, but at the minute, Hong Kong looking so strong, disciplined, incredible in attack, and obviously faultless in their defence. So, yeah, there's going to be it's a big game now, obviously, but let's see what they can deliver on the final stage.
So here we go. Final number 2 of 4 to bring you today. Hong Kong in the navy blue with the red stripes against Monaco, and there is the first statement of intent. Shanna Forrest breaking away from the challenge but dragged down by the number 2 for Monaco, Manon Guichamer. Beautiful chasing back tackle, but still Hong Kong in possession. Gabby Rivers pushes it out to Julia Miboy Oyana. Oyana's away, and Oyana gets the first score. Hong Kong breaking the deadlock after just 38 seconds.
Awesome start, wasn't it? Just so clinical from them, but the intensity that they play at is just incredible. The way that they just burst through right from the start. A fantastic cover tackle, has to be said. Really brave, because she's about a foot shorter than her, I reckon. But yeah, Hong Kong just delivering.
Well, Monaco mauled early on. Conversion added in quite sumptuous style by Vivian Poon. And let's take another look at this one. All starting from the work at the breakdown. They knew they could change the direction. Gabby Rivers drawing in 2 defenders and trusting in the pace of Oyana.
Yeah, exactly. And she doesn't even need to hand off. She's got the hand off ready just in case, but actually she's got enough gas just to beat defenders for dust.
7-0 early doors for Hong Kong. A reminder of their path to the final. 73-0 over British Army, 19-0 over FRN Beavers, 53-0 over Hammerheads, the Super 7 Series winners this year, 29-0 over Akuma Panthers, which we saw earlier. Here they are in the ball. Agnes Chan trying to carry. There is a knock-on, which was initially by Monaco Umusa, so it will be a scrum to Hong Kong. Monaco's path, they beat Akuma Panthers 29-0 in a act of mysterious coincidence. Wild Dogs Alpha Pack, they beat 40-10. Jordan's Legacy 34-7, and beat Hammerheads 26-19 in the semi-final.
So they've been scoring some high numbers as well, haven't they? So they'll be expecting at least to get over the line once. And
what a pass that is into Gabby Rivers. One coming from Vivian Poon. Change of direction, Kay and Chong just drawing the defenders in. They want to get the ball out to the wide positions again. Shannon Forrest trying to break away from the challenge, still pushing, still going. Hong Kong still in possession. Out to Chong, gets the pass, gets the direction, and will get the try for Hong Kong. It's a swift second for Hong Kong. They extend the lead to 12-0.
yeah, really lovely. And what they had there as well was lots of options. It was on wide on this right-hand side. They had numbers. They created that really great whip, which allows players in that middle, close to the ball, to be able to go through, just like she did there for her score.
Extras looking to be added by Vivian Poon, which she will. 14-0. You wonder how teams at the Asian Games coming up in October are thinking, looking at these performances. This is part of their warm-up for the Continental Tournament.
Yeah, definitely, because you could just see there, so they go right to the edge of the pitch, and then looks up, goes to give the pass, realises doesn't need to, but that comes from the setup, and you have to have the width in order for defence to be worried and to be stretched.
So Monaco picking up the ball from the restart. Guichemer trying to shimmy her way through the Hong Kong lines. Midway through this first half of this Women's Open final. Chloe Pontus, in number 8, kicked over the top but hasn't got anyone chasing. So Hong Kong's Julia Onaya will pick this up. Oh, it's intercepted from Monaco. A knock-on conceded, and it will be a scrum. Judged not to have been in an offside position, so no yellow card for Monaco.
Yeah, I think it was a genuine attempt to catch it, because, you know, when you go one hand to it, sometimes it's just given straight, like, yellow penalty, because you're stopping the attack. But I think that was a genuine attempt for her to go for it.
So the scrum put in from Hong Kong. Chong is able to get the ball out. Oyana, she's having a go at the line again. Plenty of support. It's picked up, aimed for Rivers. That's to Onaya. She slipped away from the tackle. Onaya is through again. And Hong Kong certainly not letting up the pace that they have set throughout the day. Second try of the game for Oyana. Third of the game for Hong Kong. They lead by 19 points with the conversion to come.
Yeah, in less than 5 minutes, they've just completely dominated the possession territory, and obviously the scoreline as well. They're looking absolutely class.
Even the kicks, even straight down the middle, nice and easy. Some may say for Vivian Poon, but it takes composure to put those through. Again, this starts with a line break from Julia Meeboy Oyana. Monaco perhaps sitting too deep, some may say, and inviting that pressure on. But is that down to the pace at which Hong Kong are also moving the ball? They just can't keep up with it.
Yeah, it could be that, because you think that if they try and shut them down and put line speed on, it could at least stop them from getting the ball wide. But at the minute, they don't need to go wide because they can go through the middle.
So Monaco got to try and come and attack this Hong Kong team, but claustrophobically shut down. They just cannot move the ball anywhere. No room to make those quality passes and move the ball out wide quickly. They have to work in the tight areas. Guichemer with support. Now it's out to the middle. Can they get the ball moving quickly here? Little change of direction. Space almost emerged, and it's a knock-on in the process. Hong Kong allowed to play on because they picked it up, and they get the penalty. They want to get on with it. Gabby Rivers stepping past the challenge. Past one, past two, over the line. There's the fourth. And it's high fives all round for Hong Kong.
the ability to go from not just defence to attack when they get that turnover, but actually when it was the other way around, when Monaco turned one over, Hong Kong was sat really, really deep, and they just managed to just run really quickly into that defensive line to then reapply that pressure. So they switched from attack to offence and vice versa so quickly.
Come on, Hong Kong!
Well, you heard it there. Hong Kong doing very well. Looks like it's one of our players warming up, maybe even warming down, making his opinions known to our atmosphere microphone.
Yeah.
So don't worry, it's not a voice in your head.
I was wondering. Yeah, no, yeah.
The half-time whistle is blown. 26-0. Hong Kong, imperious, dominant, exquisite to watch right now in this Women's Open final. And Monaco, who have been excellent in their own right, with no answer to the Southeast Asian side. And at half-time, it's Hong Kong with those 4 tries to the good. Only 1 conversion missed, a slight blemish on another masterpiece being created by them. We'll be back for the second half. Can Monaco find something? We're hearing a bit of Nicki Minaj Starships coming from the DJ. Let's do this one more time. And let's evoke that message here for Hong Kong and Monaco Umusa in this Women's Open final. 7 more minutes of what has been an enthralling competition throughout the day. But one where Hong Kong have been showing class across the competition. Even with that restart, just edging over the 10-metre line for Hong Kong, wearing the navy and red. And they'll get the space on this side. Agnes Chang trying to get away from the challenge. Just dragged down by Chloe Pontus, a standout player for Monaco. Toao King scrambling the ball to Vivian Poon. It's moved out to Gabby Rivers. She's got the acceleration. What a start to the second half. Even quicker than the try they scored in the first half at 36 seconds in. And Gabby Rivers surging over the try line.
Yeah, she's quite an athlete, isn't she? Just really knows her angles, knows those gaps and how to hit them, and just unstoppable in full flight.
Should have said it then. Gabby Rivers, quite simply, a force of nature on the rugby pitch.
I'll leave that one to you. Yeah, you're coming out with the, what are they called again?
I'd like to call them epithets, but maybe not get that. They probably won't get that far.
Yeah, no, we can go with that.
Oh,
yeah.
I like that. Well, here we go. We're watching the try again. Again, this is just about drawing the defenders in and angling the run to get away from the cover.
Because as well, it's really clever because the last defender's turned in. So if she does somehow manage to make the tackle on her, she can then give the 2-on-1. So it's really smart getting in between 2 defenders because you're just asking questions. You're either going to go through yourself because of the confusion, or she can give it to teammates.
Oh, bit of confusion caused there by Hong Kong deciding to nudge the ball. It's picked up by Hannah Pellard from Monaco. And it might create a bit of room for them down the middle, you know, if they can get the steps right. They're moving the ball nicely here, the Côte d'Azur side. It's been a very exciting year for Monaco, hosted their first ever Sevens tournament in May. A team created by Princess Charlene of Monaco. The final day attended by His Royal Highness Prince Albert. Exciting times on the south coast of France for Rugby Sevens. They're still in possession here. This is the most concerted spell that we've seen from Monaco, and they've got the penalty here as well, Kat.
Yeah, 2 penalties in a row. They really want to capitalise on this. They're not trying to go too quickly because they want to get their setup right, because they can see Hong Kong have managed to get back and set their defence nicely.
And Hong Kong just sneaking the ball away after that slight blip, they would call it, outside of possession. But although Monaco managed to steal it back, oh, they're over the line here. Chloe Pontus with a tour de force to get over the line, and Monaco have themselves on the board.
You feel they deserve the try as well, don't you? Just with how they've shown up, they've been really trying to defend so well, but Hong Kong just so good they're not able to. But I feel pleased that they've got on the scoreboard there. I don't feel they deserve to be nilled in this.
Conversion hit taken by Jazz Rampton, someone we know regularly if she plays for Shogun on the Summer 7 series.
Yeah.
Great to see her playing for the Monaco side as well.
Oh, definitely great to see her.
Yeah, here's the replay of that try, and it was a bit of a game of hot potato, but then someone who was staying sharpest to it was Chloe Pontus, and she gracefully took the chance to go over the line.
Well, you mentioned her before as one of their standout players, and then she's the one who's just gone and got the score as well.
Well, Hong Kong have been, well, you'd argue they've been drawn level in this second half, although they did score their conversion. So in this second half, it's 7-5. Hong Kong obviously scored 4 in the first half to be leading 33-5 overall. But they're getting more of a test from Monaco, who are showing glimmers of what they've been capable of in this day. But now Hong Kong stretching ahead. Toal King with plenty of options in front of her. That's off the toe. So clever and deft from Hong Kong to stay in possession. Michaela Baltazar swizzling away from the challenge. Maggie Oh-Young gets the pass out to the far side. They've Chan in that number 11 shirt. Pass 1, pass 2. That's a simply sensational team move. Finished by Natasha Olsen-Thorne underneath the post. And the Hong Kong charge just keeps on rolling towards the try line.
Yeah, great reaction from being scored against. As you said, no one scored against them so fast. They'll have took that personally, I'm sure, to have their first try against them. Then they've responded brilliantly with a try straight away back.
They take it to 40 points to 5 with 2 minutes to go. So many wonderful things about this team move. The brilliance of Baltazar on the turn, the vision of Oh-Young, and then the steps from Natasha Olsen-Thorne, almost dancing a salsa step on her way towards the try line.
Well, no rights to score from where she is at all. Like, no rights whatsoever. Stepping in should be absolutely smashed, but she's working so well balanced, turning in and out of those contacts. Really great finish from her.
Well, Hong Kong now on the search for a 7th try. Chloe Chan trying to get the ball moving, but the penalty called for the offside. Hong Kong can get on the attack again. We'll very much look forward to seeing them in action at the Asian Games. Hong Kong men's team right now making their way below our position because they will contest the men's open final against the British Army, and they've put in some strong performances themselves. It could be a Hong Kong double today.
Absolutely could be. That's going to be some final for sure. It's going to be a physical
you'll be covering
final.
It with Wilfred Kelsey, so do stay with us. 2 more games to come. We've got the women's social final after this, and then that men's open final to finish proceedings here in Wasps FC. Toal King, her reign is supreme on the pitch here at the Lit Sevens. She gets over the try line for a scintillating 7th, and Hong Kong have got that firm grip on the women's open trophy here at Lit Sevens.
Yeah, they've just been outstanding, both in attack and defence. Discipline generally. Okay, they gave away 2 quick penalties there just a few moments ago, but look at that for slotting it from the corner as well to add the extras.
And the fact that that sort of kick into the wind is an extra to talk about on top of some magnificent play speaks volumes.
Absolutely. Again, that just clinicalness of it. And here's that footwork, power to burst through. What a lot of people don't realise is how much it takes out of you when you are bursting through a tackle because you're slowed down by the contact. So to then re-accelerate is fantastic.
Oh, what a pickup from the restart from Monaco. Straight into the hands. Is there a final French flourish from the Monaco team? Mallory Malglerin. That's the pass inside. They've done what no other team that has faced Hong Kong have been able to do today in scoring against them, thanks to Chloe Pontus. Can they do it again? Would be a wonderful finish. The space opens up. Oh, it will be a parade fit for the Champs-Élysées for Monaco as they get down the right wing and do get themselves a second try.
Well, they've shown why they're dangerous. When they get that ball in just a little bit of space, they can really cause issues, but Hong Kong have just dominated so much of the possession. We've not yet to see what Monaco can do, but fantastic for them to score 2 tries against a team such as Hong Kong, who have been absolutely fantastic this whole tournament.
The last action has been played. Monaco put in a superb performance, finished off by Ginnery Robinson down the right wing. But despite Monaco's late push, there was no stopping the Hong Kong Hurricane in this women's open competition. They have quite simply stormed to this title in the most masterful of ways. They win it 47-12 in the final. Kat Merchant, thanks very much for your force, and what a game it is for Hong Kong. What a day it's been for them, and could be even better.
Oh, I know, fantastic now because they get to watch their men, so it could be an absolutely amazing day for both men's and the women's.
Well, coming up, what a couple of finals we've got left. Will Shepherd is getting the feeling amongst the crowd before our next final.
Fresh off that final, I'm here with the Monaco team's parents supporters club. Maybe not the result they were looking for in the final, but they finished with a flourish, and you must be so proud of their performances throughout the day.
Yeah, they got the last score, which is a nice way to finish. They come up against some strong teams. Hong Kong obviously train together, play together all the time. Monaco, invitational team, got together last night. First time they played as a squad. So they've done really well. Really proud of them.
They absolutely have, and surely last try wins. I mean, it must be at this point. Who are you here particularly supporting?
Jasmine Rampton is our daughter, plays for Monaco. Yep.
We were speaking to Jazz earlier on. She was talking about her journey from representing Jamaica a few years ago to now looking to represent GB. How proud are you of her international exploits?
Oh yeah, definitely proud. Proud parent. She's done really well. She started from tag rugby to now playing sevens. So yeah, brilliant.
And it's not just going to be days like this in the sun at Wasps that you'll be supporting her. She gets on the GB team. You could be going all around the world.
We could be. We have done a fair bit of travelling with other invitational teams and Jamaica. So we've been all over the place with them. We was even here last year in the wet.
It's been a lot better today, but I feel like surely playing for Monaco, watching a tournament from a yacht in Monaco Harbour, that must be the next step.
Oh, definitely the next step, but anybody offering, yeah, we're up for it.
Well, without the support of their parents, the Monaco team wouldn't have been able to put enough tremendous performances that they have throughout the day. Credit to them and also to Hong Kong China for taking out the Women's Open competition. We've got the Women's Social Final coming up next, and then the Men's Open Final to close out the day.
Cheers, yeah, back underway then in our first of our final 2 finals, of course. And it's the Wild Dogs Impis pack, and they're taking on the CNCF Sevens. In fact, Rugby against Cancer's women's side in this final, of course. They are finalists of last year. It is notably rather confusing because last season the 2 secondary women's sides wore different strips. This year it's Impis pack who are in the purple. Last year it was Mana pack who played in those colours and made it through to the final, of course, Alpha pack in the women's. But it's Rugby against Cancer that they face. Rugby against Cancer, of course, they've got a men's elite side. And their women's side have been really decent so far today. They've put in some top performances. But it's just a slight knock on there. And this will create some early pressure. Well, I had the pleasure of watching Rugby against Cancer this morning. They just looked like a touch sharper than the opposition they played. They were the gear above. And Kat Mercer alongside me for both these finals. They are a strong team. They deserve to be in this final.
Yeah, absolutely. And giving some really good possession and territory now to see what they can do.
First chance for them to attack with ball in hand. Little snipe down the blind side, but scragged down aggressively by Alyssa Simmons, one of the many old Albanians, of course, in this Wild Dog side. Through the hands they go. One more should do it. Is there enough pace in the wide channel to score? No, there isn't. Across comes Hicks to make the shot. Did they eventually sneak over in the corner? Well, that's a nice moment between the two players. Hicks with a great effort. The Cornwall County D2 champion, but couldn't keep out Rugby against Cancer, and they've used that first opportunity very well.
Yeah, used it well indeed. It was originally well defended, and I'm going to be picky here because I'm picky on the wingers. Ball in the other hand, get the ball in the outside hand so you can get the hand off, and she scores that first time. She's strong enough to go through it anyway and get the score, but yeah, it's a pet peeve of mine.
Some constructive criticism in the women's social final won't go amiss at all. It's good handling all the way across.
Yeah, no, it's amazing handling and it's awesome pace. But here, swap hands, hand her off, finish. But she's so strong, it didn't matter. But yeah, future ones, get in the other hand, go.
Yeah, Rugby against Cancer, of course. We talked about that kit earlier today. We'll dig into the memorable aspects of that strip in a moment as Wild Dogs claim it off the kickoff. There's about 6 old Albanians amongst their 2 development sides, and racing through here is Merith Jones. Another OA, this time a Saint in Champ 1 and 2. And the old Albanians are on top, again with a kick to come under the post.
And there you go, that's just what Gas can do when you break through the middle all the way. And I think this is going to be a tight final if these first few minutes are anything to go by.
Flag stay down, so it will remain 5-all. Straight off the kickoff, instant response, exactly what you want.
Exactly, so she goes through 2 defenders there, and then just no one's going to catch her. Once she's in full flight, she's gone.
Great finish, Merith Jones on the board. So the Wild Dogs, of course, they started as a South African expat side, but the women's team have a different journey. They're a much newer team. They've come together in recent years and have since become regular fixtures, often submitting 3 separate sides into the LIT Super 7 series. They've got 3 here today as well, but a free kick and a chance for Rugby against Cancer to go back ahead. It's fizzed right into the face of the supporting player by Chloe Batan. And Hassan with a good carry. Where's the space here for Rugby against Cancer? Lovely dart to beat the first defender, and then a drop of the shoulder. And Morgan Burge will score another. And Rugby against Cancer will take the lead again.
Really, really lovely balanced runner there. The footwork to just that little shimmy to go round, and then the acceleration once she goes through. Really nice to watch.
Great finish. Rugby against Cancer back in front. Lots of debutants in this Rugby against Cancer side today. Great to see their programme continue to grow in the women's game, where they've had so much success on the men's circuit.
There she goes, that just little shimmy from that right foot, cut in, and then just pace to burn.
Morgan Burge on debut puts her side ahead in the final. James McAvoy in charge today. He'll be pleased with the first half, but what they do need is to lock it up after going ahead, which they failed to do at the first time of asking. Can they secure their lines here from kickoff? Chipped up by Fiachanis. And into the path of the Wild Dogs, who are going to test them on the edge again. In comes the handoff. Stripped in the tackle. Fiachanis, brilliant work. And now it could be on for RAC. Off the deck for the try scorer, Burge. Flicked off the toes, across from Hassan. Important intervention from Ella Broadfield to slow things down. Still they look to work it to the edge. Burge with the switch. Oh, what a hit. Upright from Chloe Langdale, and the penalty is given. Tough to drop your height when it's at such close quarters. Soft hands, but put down at the very last. Really clever hands. That big number 10 for Rugby Against Cancer, such an imposing figure. Unfortunately unlisted today. Could be perhaps of the unlisted players. I'm just quickly going through their online team sheet. Could be Charlie Hopkins, but regardless, a good bit of play, Kat.
Yeah, I think she might have been the one we spoke to in the crowd earlier, I think, when she was sat on the bench, possibly. But possibly could have made that up. But yeah, making a really good impact for her side.
Well, they just made a couple of late changes to the team sheet, as we can tell from their penmanship, and
yeah,
unfortunately not all of those changes were spot on. Regardless, though, it's a scrum for the Wild Dogs, and it's swung away by Pereira. Eventually offloaded into the hands, and look at the pace on the outside for the Wild Dogs. Lydia Edwards is away. Can she be caught? What a run this is! End to end in the final. That is a lung-busting finish, and the Wild Dogs could go level again. What a try.
Oh, she's been impressive all day. She's just looks so comfortable in her running stride. She's shown in defence like amazing cover tackles, but also in attack as well. Just that raw pace, which just is so difficult to stop in sevens. If you just give a player like that a metre, she'll take it.
Half time, and we're level again after it was chipped over the top. But this is a fantastic finish that has seen the Wild Dogs, who are defending their title, go level before the break. Another OA, this time in their Champ 2 side, so a testament to the strength and depth that they have. And at half-time in the Women's Social Final, it is the Wild Dogs level against Rugby Against Cancer, 12 apiece. Back underway in this Women's Social Final. Wild Dogs, who are defending the title after an all-Wild Dog final between their two Women's Social sides last year. Well, they've just about managed to level things up at the break. And Kat Mercer, you were really impressed with Lydia Edwards in that try, but you've been impressed with her all day for the Wild Dogs.
Yeah, absolutely. One of those game-changer players, I would say, that you just want to, if you're in a tight spot, give her the ball.
And it is the Wild Dogs in their purple variation who kick off, but unfortunately the nudge does not go 10 yards from Keris McPartin, so a chance for Rugby Against Cancer.
Yeah, when you level and score, you really just want to make sure you're executing every single little bit of possession that you have.
Rugby Against Cancer, though, stepping inside and out. It's lovely footwork from Hassan. Nice shape on the pass. They do float it across well. And into the hands of Thea Chanis, who can be dangerous. Wild Dogs over the ball. Whistle goes. I think Thea Chanis just went down a little uncomfortably there. Well, a chance to touch on something really special, Kat, about this Rugby Against Cancer side is you can see the playing shirts. Obviously, they're a lovely shade. You can see within the white strip, there are little red markings on the shirts around the numbers in the middle of where the white would be. Now, on the shirt up close, you can see the names of all of the people, the loved ones, those who we've lost, those who have survived, those who are cancer-free, those who are fighting cancer right now, who are associated with the players themselves. And the ones in red are the names associated to the players who have purchased that shirt for the charity. So not only are you playing with the badge of Rugby Against Cancer on your front, you're also playing with the names of those who have struggled with cancer, those that the charity directly supports, lit up on your shirt at all times, which is a lovely little memento that was described to me, in fact, at the House of Hope Sevens, which the Rugby Against Cancer's men's side did win in the end. And I just think it's a really special way for them to represent those most important to them.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really lovely, because you're going out there with those with you and those in your mind and your thoughts. So I think that's a really lovely touch.
Of course, you know, everyone listening, everyone will be known to someone who has been affected by cancer in some way, and Rugby Against Cancer, who first appeared on the British Elite, but they have been around for a number of years now, at least on Next Gen Live, and have since become a bit of a staple on our series that we cover across the Lit legs. And this tournament as well, the Lit Sevens in its 14th edition here at Wasps RFC. Down with what looks like an ankle injury at the moment, Meg Theocharis, who has been so important to Rugby Against Cancer today. As we begin to debate those player of the tournament nods, of course, we've had our men's social and our women's open ones already sent off on their way. But in this women's social category, there's been some real outstanding players, the likes of Lydia Edwards, the likes of Hafano was so strong for Rugby Against Cancer in an opening game. Hassan as well has been great. Haven't seen much so far of Hannah Kemish, but she will have a part to play if she's still fit and firing after their earlier efforts. One more game to come for you after this as we start to head into the evening here at Wasps RFC, and it is the men's open final. Can Hong Kong do the double, or will the British Army claim yet more silverware this season and beyond on the Lit Super 7 circuit? Hong Kong women so comfortable in the final against the Melrose champions, Monaco Umusa. Of course, this injury just currently taking place. So a chance to hand down to Will Shep perhaps in a moment if things don't move, because I imagine we'll be heading into half-time, Kat, when this injury is resolved.
Yeah, I would assume so.
And I think that is the conversation the referees are going to have with the ARs. I think we are heading into the break. That seems the sensible decision, with the injury still to be dealt with. Of course, there's not much of a rush, thankfully, because we are at the tail end of proceedings. There are other pitches that are free at the moment. So while we head into this quasi half-time, I will hand you down to Will Shep, who is pitch side.
The men's open final is just around the corner here at the London Sevens. Hong Kong China against British Army. Let's see who is the crowd's favourite to take out the crown. Hong Kong China or British Army?
British Army.
British Army.
Hong Kong China or British Army? Who are you backing in the final?
Both.
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong China or British Army? Who are you backing in the final?
Hong Kong. Hong Kong. I don't know. Hong Kong. Hong Kong.
It's swaying towards Hong Kong here, so let's see whether we can even up the results. Who's better on a sesh, the British Army or Hong Kong China?
Hong Kong China.
We're trying not to be too Hong Kong China here.
We'll see later. Hong Kong China.
Okay, even Hong Kong China, even being better on the sesh, Hong Kong China are winning that one as well. Who would you trust to build a bridge when there's been a really bad storm and all the roads have been washed away?
Between whom?
Between the British Army and Hong Kong China.
I don't know.
Who would you get to build a bridge when there's floods? The British Army or Hong Kong, China?
The British Army?
Yeah.
Okay, we got some votes for the British Army. Who would you judge get to build a bridge? The British Army or Hong Kong, China?
Hong Kong, China.
Fair enough. Everyone's going for Hong Kong, China. It looks like we are just about ready to get back underway in the second half of the women's social finals. I'll throw you back up to Wilf and Kat on comms.
Thanks, Will. We actually haven't gone to half-time just yet. We're going to restart with the scrum last play before the break. So back underway. And round to the short side come Rugby against Cancer. Layla Hassan, desperate to drive her side back into this. Cat Merchant still alongside me for this one, and well, we're locked up. It's all level after that equaliser just before the break. Rugby against Cancer with possession in the Wild Dogs half. Out comes the stiff arm. They are down a winger here, so they're going to need to rely on their 14 on the near side for her great pace, as well as Morgan Burge still out there, the try scorer. Direct is the call for now. They have drawn in 4 players. There has to be space on this short side for Rugby against Cancer. 2-on-1. Burge throws the dummy. Ball in one hand. Wrapped up by Broadfield. What a tackle. Still it breaks. Here goes Bhutan. Burge over the ball. Penalty Rugby against Cancer. Quick tap and off goes Nikki Ufano. Brave effort at the breakdown from Wild Dogs this time, and they steal it. And Wild Dogs have it. What a turnover by the try scorer, Mera Jones. There's some confused place out there because the referee had her arm raised but decided to let play on once the penalty was given. And then after a knock, I'm fairly certain it's because of a bit of a head collision for Molly Cowan. We are going to have a restart from the scrum. Kat, the kind of play that takes place after a very long day of sevens.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And then I think everyone gets a little bit confused when it's not clear what's going on, but they'll just want to reset with it being so close. With not that long left on the clock, they're going to just want to take every opportunity they can now.
Well, it can be unsafe if some players think the whistle's gone and some players continue at full tilt.
Definitely.
About 4 minutes to go in this women's social final. Great scrum, but not allowed to play on there. There was an instruction from the referees at the start of the day that if there was going to be scrum dominance, it has to be as straight as you can be, only forward in all movement. Another good effort from Rugby against Cancer. This time the penalty's theirs. Huge place to win back the ball, and it's head down. Out comes the big don't argue. And RAC are over. Can't get much more direct than that.
No, really direct running and good dominance in that scrum, winning that scrum penalty, and then just deciding to go quick with it, catch the defence off guard, not back 10, so they can get that direct running score.
Yeah, this was made to look rather simple from the penalty. Second scrum in quick succession that's gone RAC's way. They have got a shove on there. There's a player down on the far side, and that was the call from the referee. And then simple tap, one player to beat, straight to the face. I personally would also let her go past.
Yeah, I do love a handoff to the face. It's one of my favourite things. To do it, not to have it done to me, but yeah.
Yeah, two sides of the same coin. It can be a tough game, the game of sevens. That's just thumped into the backfield. It's an unkind bounce for the Wild Dogs. It's rolling towards touch, and what a nasty kick on this rather dry turf. It will be a line out for the Wild Dogs.
Yeah, and playing out of this half, it's been proven to be difficult throughout this tournament. There is a wind that's pretty strong, so playing out, you're under still quite a lot of pressure. Even though Wild Dogs have the ball, the pressure is on them.
Crucially, a 7-point game as well after it was knocked over from right under the post. Anisha Pereira, free kick. or a scrum in the end. I thought the raised hand from the referee was going to indicate a restart of some kind, but indeed it's a scrum for Rugby against Cancer. Not straight is the eventual call. Even though the ball was tapped back towards RAC, there are ARs on both sides.
Yeah, possibly just fed in from the sideline for her.
Decent shove by RAC this time, but Pereira puts the pressure on and they're backpedaling in pink and white. Stiff arm comes out again. Swung away by Bhutan. Little dummy, it's through to the line go RAC. Offload into the path of Hufano. They're stacking up on the short side. Bhutan, through the hands it should go. And now it's a foot race for the corner that RAC will win. And Rugby against Cancer are going to knock the Wild Dogs off their perch and claim the women's social title.
They've just been so physical, haven't they? These last 4 minutes, I think they've just, I don't know what they thought about other than winning that trophy, because they've been so on it. The hard running lines as well. The lady on your screen there being one of them, just running so hard, drawing those defence in.
Oh, good effort, but just shy of the conversion, but I'm not sure it'll matter. It's a 12-point game with 30 seconds to go.
And there, so that just tucked the hand off, pushing down, and then offload as well to go with it. They've offloaded and kept possession really well, and then just managed to ship it wide when it's on 2v1. Still a little bit of work to do there to avoid getting that tap tackle.
The Sasha Roberts has drawn in 2 players as that link on the way through. Great work from her as well. And with seconds remaining, we'll still have kickoff. Into the swirling wind, it should come for Birch, who's hit hard. Really well taken by Rachel Hicks, and the ball might have gone forward there. The referee says backwards, so we can play. Out comes the fend from Jones, who flings it into play for Rachel Hicks. Pereira over the ball. To the left-hand side goes Amy Smith. Little chip through, the right option. There's no one home for RAC. But it will be a race won by the leaders. Up goes the linesman's flag. I'm not sure there'll be time to benefit from a Wild Dogs perspective. Indeed, there's not. The whistle goes. And Rugby against Cancer are your women's social champions, I should say, after the men's side pushed hard in the open category. It's their women that claim a title this time after a successful season for the charity. Wild Dogs Impis back, part of last season's final, part of the Wild Dogs who were defending champions, beaten here by the better side, it must be said, Kat. They really pushed on, especially at the start of that second half after the long break. They responded swifter.
Yeah, absolutely they did. They just seem to have those little unit chats where they're just focused and they know exactly what they needed to do, and they delivered absolutely in such a tight-fought game.
So quickly before this men's final, when Hong Kong will play the British Army, I'll throw you down to Will Shep, who's pitch side.
We started at the wrong end. There is plenty of support here for the British Army. How much are they going to win by?
I think by 10.
By 30 points, do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, 2 votes for the British Army winning by over 30. Who else is supporting the British Army? Give us a cheer. We've got a British Army end, we've got a Hong Kong end. We have the men's open final at the London Sevens just about ready to kick off. Hong Kong China against British Army, and to guide you through it all, we have Wilf Kemsley and Kat Merchant.
Thanks, Will. We're just moments away here as the captain, Christie, shakes hands with the British Army, who'll take the kick-off. Skipped by Loeki Tulele, the Fijian 7 international. The British Army, it was a long road to the final, but they have seen off all comers. Hong Kong, in just their first tournament of the season, have gone the length. Hong Kong have beaten Sri Lanka and the Ramblin Jesters in the knockout stages. British Army saw off Monaco Impis and the Christina Noble Children's Foundation after topping their group. As Kickoff is claimed by Monaco, by Hong Kong, sorry, look to skip through. It is knocked on by Asono. So a chance for the Army. Ravuvu, Talele, brilliant start to the final for the British Army. Hard at the line by Tusivanayanave. Dancing footwork again over the 22. The British Army with this side that almost all of them compete at the British Elite and won that outstanding tournament. Dummy switch from Kamidresti Ravuvu. Cam Janavesi looking to get at the ball. Talele. Yala Yaya. Down he goes. Christie through the breakdown. Is he legal? Referee says yes, but it might not matter. Nave tries to sneak through. Hong Kong hold firm. I think there's a Hong Kong man down with a head injury. So finally a chance to introduce Cat Merchant is alongside me for this one. Well, the British Army, fantastic side. Can they be stopped by this Hong Kong team?
Well, both teams have certainly been intense throughout this tournament. This is going to be, we said it was going to be full of big collisions, physical play, as well as pace and power. So it's definitely, I think this is going to be really tight.
Well, there's Max Denmark on your screen, the big number 2. It's been really impressive today. I don't think there was anything cynical about the injury. I think it was part of the tackle, maybe even part of the counter ruck. And fortunately, Kado Lee is able to walk off the field. Well, Hong Kong women's side, in all fairness, they walked the final. Very impressive in that game.
They really did. They have been a class above everyone they've played today and deserved winners. So they'll be cheering on their men's side now. I'm absolutely certain of it.
British Army, all serving members of the armed forces, taking on Hong Kong, who had a real scrap of things against the Rambling Jesters. As Talele looks to break away, Christie, his opposite number, puts him to deck. Strong clear up by Ritova. Here's Ravuvu, the man mountain. Ravuvu, his offload is loose. Just about kept in play. Here's Lemeki Talele, the playmaker. Looks for the quick line on the inside. Instead, they open up the play. Ritova, Ravuvu. Yala Yalia. Talele again. Tireless with ball in hand. Lovely footwork. Dranivesi up the deck. Talele with a step. Asono holds on. Round the corner comes Kami Dranivesi. Dranivesi is through. British Army had to pull out all the tricks in their very deep bag of playthings here. But eventually, Kami Dranivesi made it through.
Well, they moved. They're not scared to go backwards to go forward. They passed it back probably 40 metres, and they're just calm. They're taking their time to just see those half gaps of when it's on. And we've seen just how dangerous their footwork has been this entire tournament. All it takes is one power step, and they are through, and they score.
Hong Kong against the British Army. It's a game that's been played before on the Sevens field on the LIT Super Sevens circuit when Hong Kong were more frequent to the tournament. Of course, last season, British Army were really confident coming into this competition after claiming the series title. They couldn't do it in the end. Preseli Barbars came through against Shogun in this game last year. But that kick from Loka hasn't gone 10, so Hong Kong with a really stable platform to get things going.
Well, it went up anyway, but yeah, so they'll get an opportunity now to free kick it and get that response that they want.
James Christie. What have they got out of the set playbook? Switch on the inside from Rickard. Christie. Lovely hands from Nardoni. Nardoni. Tough to put down. Scragged in the end by Inaki Vivadi. Esono. 2 men required to put him to deck. Denmark plays scrum half. Bit of space for Nardoni in midfield, who flicks it away. Christie wears a thunderous shot for his troubles, but with penalty advantage, James Key will slide in. Well, Christie stayed down. I think it was Loka who absolutely leathered him on the way through. All the attention is elsewhere, but James Key can celebrate a try that could be the equaliser.
Yeah, fantastic try there. Real team effort. They were just moving and manipulating that Army defence.
I think there's a yellow card coming for that late shot. And it is Miseki Raloka, who's been one of the British Army's best players across the series and elsewhere, as well as here at Wasps RFC, is going to leave. And this means that the British Army have had a yellow card in all of their knockout games.
Oh, that's a big... And then they got a... But they scored with 6, didn't they,
Absolutely,
in the earlier round?
semi-final.
So,
what
yeah.
a nudge, by the way.
Yeah.
Before we miss that, beautiful kick to set things up 7-all. Here's the late shot. It's a lovely ball from Christie. I mean,
Yeah.
it's theatrical,
Yeah.
but it's a yellow card. Key just has enough to get on the outside of Sevier Bully, and enough just to stay inside the garden gate too. Well, a penalty off the kickoff, a bit of breathing space for the British Army. Denmark has to race back, and Denmark is flung to deck by Aparosiwara, but Hong Kong play wide. Big miss pass, lovely shape on it. Key with broken field. Oh, it's forward.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was a 2-on-1 with Isono running on the inside. Key, the try scorer, on the out. But we're going to have to come back, and it's a scrum in a perilous position for Hong Kong.
Yeah, it's going to be... It's one of those, isn't it, that Army just know how to play with a player down. They just do it so well.
Maybe they'd be better off with 6 through the whole tournament. I mean, they've certainly gone about caning that way. Inoki Vivari will feed the scrum. Just 2 men outside him. Wara. Sokovi Vuni Yayawa. Lovely step. Denmark drags him down. Oh, he slips through on the near side. Aparosi Wara. And the 6 men of the British Army have scored again.
No rights to score when you have 6 players, but it was Hong Kong that made the error with that forward pass from trying to, almost could be said as overplaying when they didn't really need to when you have that man overlap. But the Army, it has to be said, so good at scoring when it counts, and especially when the pressure is on them with a man down.
Kick to come. It's wayward from Vivari. But on the stroke of half-time, the British Army have scored again. I thought this was problem dealt with. Sokovi Vuniyawa, not usually the widest man. Denmark deals with him. Round the corner they come. Aparosi Wara strolls home.
That offload off the floor that just can catch defenders out as it did there.
Hong Kong peg back again. Well, the Asian Games might not be till October, but Hong Kong are already being faced with some of the very best that Fiji has to offer, and the British Armed Forces too. Half-time in this men's open final. British Army, with 6 players, have still managed to retake the lead. 12-7 at the break. Kick-off. Hong Kong get up high, but it didn't go 10. That's a feature of this final. Kat, do you think that's just sides looking to gain the edge in a game that means the most?
Yeah, definitely trying to get every inch that matters.
Strong carry. And a little snipe down the blind side from Diri Yala. Ball back on the inside before he could get away. British Army are not letting up here. Tilele, big step off the left boot from Ratova. Tilele round the corner again to force the 2-on-1. Ravuvu checks back in, still slips away. Ravuvu, Lakima Ravuvu, what a carry. Hard line skipped out. So it's Luniavalu. And all the way to the edge, it's Nave! Still brought down. Hong Kong over the ball. It comes back the way of Yala. Well, they were made to work hard, but eventually the British Army got over. Diri Yala, a former Fijian under-20 international, eventually glides in.
Yeah, they're just really starting to turn the screw now, aren't they? In those important games, they know when to show up, and Hong Kong just looking a little bit lost. They just need to rally together, I think, because this performance isn't as good as what they've shown us they can do. So I think they need to step up, and Army now in total control of this game can almost sit back.
It's a 10-point contest. This is only half the story. We were left to right, at least 4 times in the build-up. Eventually, Diri Yala managed to fend his way through.
Great take.
It's fair play to Hong Kong. They're working so hard as it's been just about claimed off the kickoff by the side trailing. Quick tap from Denmark. Denmark away from Vivardi. Denmark still going, eventually upended by Vuni Yayawa. Alessandro Nardoni. Asono. Nardoni on the switch around. Here's a chance for Rickard. Checks back inside. Asono gets his big legs pumping. His pass looking for Shivan Dukande is loose. Denmark sweeps it up. Broken field is the Army's comfortable place, however. They've got to find a way through here. Dukande. Asono popped over the top. Chance for Rickard. Rickard! Oh, it's beautiful footwork. Rickard away from 2. Rickard will back himself. What a score!
Beautiful score. Rickard there going just great individual effort. Just beating players left, right and centre. Great leg drive as well to finish it. Good response and well needed as well from Hong Kong.
It's going to take something special to break the Army down. But Matt Rickard with a stunning finish. And 2 points to boot. It's a 3-point game with 3.5 minutes remaining, and this is the furthest that this particular Army side has been tested, in my opinion, in the 2 or 3 tournaments in which they've shown up to full strength as they are today. Look at that step to beat 2 men. Fijians aren't used to being put on their backside in such a tremendous fashion. Great work from Rickard.
Well, they're the ones normally doing the footwork, aren't they?
But well, you can hear the Fijian fans on the near side.
Yeah.
Their classic cry whenever a lovely bit of skill comes off, and they were backing Hong Kong there. Counter-ruck, though, by the British Army. I think it is eventually going to come back for the men in red. What a counter-ruck it is. What a time to win it back. Yala to the short side instead. Lovely hands for Nave. Nave with a big shoulder hip turn. Yala through the hands. Do they have the pace here? Wasai Luniavanu! That is a game-breaking score, a tremendous time to score. If anything, the 10-point swing it could be is much more important than the fact that it's another 7 on the board, because that was Hong Kong's time to get back into the game.
It really was, and I think you could sense that they'd got their confidence up from that score, but Army just squashing every part of it, and it does look like they have dominated a lot of this.
And Talele makes it a 10-point game again, and it's almost as if the last 5 minutes were for naught, because it's been cancelled out straight away. This step from Nave is unbelievable, and then the pace to get on the end of this ball. He's at a standing start when he catches it. Alessandro Nardoni is a lot of things. He's not the quickest man on the field, And he's been undone there as it's taken straight off the kickoff. And Kitty Ritova puts the cherry on top.
That's the moment, isn't it? The moment when Hong Kong really need to be able to do something to come back into it, and it's just been absolutely snatched away from them. And you have to say the Army have been just relentless with everything they've done today.
Well, we know how good they've been in the air. They've had the wind at their backs in this second half, and they've made kickoff count. We're terrified to show the replay just in case they go through and score again. Knocked over for a full set of 7. Here it is in full as the next kickoff is about to be taken, but we've got to drink in this nudge from Talele. It's beautiful. It's just misjudged in the evening sunlight. And then there he is racing through, Kitty Ritova to score.
And thankfully the kickoff's been pulled back, so we don't have to worry about missing a score.
30 seconds ago, it was a 3-point game. Now it's 31-14 in the British Army's favour. Offside from the kickoff, so we'll come back for a free kick on halfway.
Yeah, bit of over keenness there, wasn't it? Because it wasn't, yeah, that wasn't marginal. That was about 5 metres in front of the kicker.
Hong Kong just heads down here. There's only 30 seconds to go. Another score would be great, but it's not going to turn the tide of this one. Christie with the tap. Rickard, the hot stepper. Great read by the Army. Over the ball they go. Penalty for Hong Kong though. They're still lighting this just yet. Christie flicks it out the back door. Soft hands from Buron. And then flicked away brilliantly well. And look at the pace on the edge. It's Shivan Dekandi with a hot step, who gooses through. And it may not turn the tide, but it's a wonderful finish to this game for Hong Kong, whose season is only really just beginning.
Oh, absolutely. And just building the confidence when pressure's on as well, as you said. So start of the season for them to keep building on those performances, but a lovely finish.
Once again, the British Army make the absurd look very ordinary. They have played outstandingly well, and they have presented this Hong Kong team with a challenge. Your first tournament of the series, just how good will you be in the Asian Games this season? They've got some questions still to answer. After running amok across the tournament, Hong Kong's Men's Open is opened and closed with a defeat. After a last-minute defeat to Rush Sevens, they still managed to make it through. They still managed to beat the seeded team in the quarter-final and come through the semis against the Ramblin Jesters. But the final hurdle, a side who are previous LIT Super 7 Series champions, was the British Army. And that is a hurdle that few can leap. This outstanding side who can now add the LIT Sevens to their ever-growing trophy cabinet after victories at the British Elite Sevens this season and on the LIT Super 7 Series in the earlier rounds. It is a wonderful day for the British Army, but what an advert for the game of sevens across the world. We've seen Sri Lanka, we've seen Monaco, we've seen the French in Sevens Rush, and now we've seen Hong Kong and the British Army, who come from all corners. Kat, this was a final of such quality, and it was just that 30-second period, 2 tries back-to-back, that killed the Hong Kong resistance in the end.
It really was. British Army just knew exactly what they were doing. They nailed it. They put the game to bed, and we did see some moments of brilliance from Hong Kong, some great individual tries, some great well-worked team tries as well, but at the end of the day, Army just so much dominance within that game and clinicalness at intensity.
Hong Kong won't go home too disappointed, of course. They've played 2 finals, and their women's team were champions. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to our men's social champions, Trinity, of course. And congratulations to the women's social champions, Rugby against Cancer. And to the British Army, who claimed the men's open. What a tournament it has been here at the LIT Sevens, its 14th edition and its 10th anniversary year at Wasps FC. The quality continues to rise every single year. The international flavour makes it oh so special. And in an internationally final, it is Hong Kong who were beaten by the British Army. Well, Kat, just some closing words from yourself before I chuck down to Will Shepp, who's going to try and grab some of these flying Fijians who have represented the British Army today.
Yeah, I think quality finals in both the men's, the women's and in the socials as well. Saw some fantastic rugby, some individual brilliance, but also just the way that the games have all been played, that we've got to see loads of teams be able to step up out of their comfort zone and put on some amazing displays of rugby today.
We'll give them their moment, of course. This togetherness, his team spirit, crucial to the British Army in everything they do. You see it in their warm-ups, in their half-time rituals, in the way they play. They're so well connected against a very well-drilled Hong Kong side. Most of you played together last season as well. They are well known to each other as they head towards the Asian Games and beyond. But this is the British Army's afternoon and evening here in northwest London. Well, still so much to come across the rugby season, of course. Next Gen Live are heading to Vichy in the south of France next week for the European Touch Nationals. That's a huge event down there. Even if this is the end of the Sevens season, it's not long until August rolls around and we're straight back into the school season and the 15s campaigns up and down the country. We've got some really special announcements to come soon about the future of youth rugby in this country. But this is such a fantastic way to sort of cap off the Sevens season with this huge event here at Wasps RFC. And with the British Army winning another title, it's well deserved after, in my opinion, they have probably been the best Sevens side I've seen play on the circuit this year. They're only a couple of players short from the team that represented them at the British Army, and that's because they've already been signed by Coventry at championship level. That is the standard of these players. Smiles on faces all around. Congratulations to the British Army. And now to close the day out, I will chuck you down to Will, who is pitch side with a couple of successful British Army players.
Okay, after a beautiful moment between the British Army players there at the end of their triumphant campaign here at the London Sevens, I'm joined by Mesralaika and our captain Lameki. Guys, take us through that performance. It's a really tough one against Hong Kong in the big dance.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank the God Almighty for giving us the strength, for giving us the power, for winning the final today. And today is all about teamwork. We came in the tournament, we came in as an underdog, and then we talk about it, and then how to win the game today. It's all about teamwork, it's all about work effort, it's all about have faith in each other that today we're going to win the tournament.
Mess, you had the Army-Navy game at 1 p.m. this afternoon. I mean, how much confidence did that win give you going into this final?
Okay, it wasn't an easy game for us. As we know, the Army team are the best. So we were just speaking before we came in. We're just saying, let's just trust our system, trust the process, and the result will just come off. Yeah.
And then Hong Kong, they're a class outfit. They pushed you really well in that final. How much credit goes to them for putting on a great show today?
Hong Kong, they're really a good side. They're a national side. They're very fast, and their game plan is very good because they are on a better level than us. And we came in today, we want to stick on our defense. We work around defense, that's why we win against them, Naka.
Now, Mess, a man doesn't get a nickname like that without being good at celebrations. What is in store for the team to make sure that this triumph gets the celebration it deserves?
I just want to say I can't keep on saying. I don't know. I'm speechless. I think we prepared well, but we'll stay humble and we'll still continue our season. Just finish, and that's all.
Humility, pride and togetherness. I think those are the characteristics that define this British Army team. A wonderful performance today throughout the day and then in the final itself. Congratulations, both of you. Enjoy the celebrations. So that brings to an end the London Sevens 2026 here at Wasps. We are just about ready to wrap up. But before we do, let's get the closing thoughts of our commentary team. Warren, you've called a lot of the Women's Open through the day today. What have been some of your highlights?
Oh, well, it's just been a brilliant standard of tournament. I think we've seen the top level of international. I think, to be honest, Kat will probably agree with me on this, the standout team. You've got to talk about Hong Kong, really. I mean, they barely put a step wrong today, only conceding 2 tries and they came in the final to Monaco. Great team by their own standard as well. Hammerhead reached in the semi-final, winners of the LIT Super 7 series. They're a great team in their own right, but we just saw that next level up, that international step. What can be done? It's all about precision, power, and trust in your teammates about what you're doing. And it was a masterful display of Sevens rugby from Hong Kong women. Not to say take away from anything else the other teams have done, but they stole the show for me today.
They certainly did. What a wonderful performance by them throughout the day. Kat, you were calling that Men's Open final with Wilf and a number of the games running up to that. Highlights for you from the Men's Open competition?
I just think that Hong Kong there were like fantastic. They put up a real fight into it, but the Army have just dominated the whole way through, haven't they? Like all the games that we've called on it, they were so impressive. It's been an outstanding display of rugby. Loved it. There's more of it. Yeah.
Well, they're off to celebrate now, and the off-field stuff has been brilliant at London Sevens, as it always has been. I know the two of you, just like me, have enjoyed making your way around the festival site, meeting not only the players but the fans that have come down in really good numbers to support this tournament. Any favourite stalls, any favourite costumes or support that you've noticed as you've been going around?
Well,
Warren?
I saw a few Top Gun outfits around and about. Someone has obviously seen my aviators and thought we better match that. We had a great time. I walked around some of the food aisles. We also got a great vegan pizza, I've got to say. That was really good. I love one of my favourite moments of the day, the Viking row. I've got to say, that was top notch. Excellent work, Will. Excellent work.
I felt it couldn't go without just trying it at least once, and maybe they were a little bit unsure at first, but they got into it. Kat, the spectators here are getting themselves ready for a massive after party. It's going to go long into the night. You know about a Sevens after party.
Yeah.
Tell us, what's it going to be like for people watching along at home who might not have been involved in one?
It's going to be loose. It's going to be a loose night. No, people just will be having fun. They'll be celebrating what they've done here today, but also in Sevens, it's not just you're socialising with your own team, you're socialising with all the different teams and you get to have fun. So yeah, it'll be loose, it'll be fun.
It certainly will be. I'm not really ready to say goodbye to the London Sevens just yet. So what have we got to fill our Sevens fix over the next few months before the 2027 season comes around?
Oh, I think Kat might be better. Oh, wow. Okay, well, I mean, like I say, I think, do you know what? I feel like I'm going to tune into the Asian Games coming up. I think Hong Kong have shown a great advert, and also Sri Lanka, I've got to say, because Sri Lanka put on a great display in the men's open competition, also the men's social competition as UK Tuskers as well. I think that's going to be a really good display. Unfortunately, Rugby 7 is not at the Commonwealth Games, which is starting next week, which is a shame. But I think there's going to be lots of excitement. I think some of the youngsters might be getting out and about in the Sevens format. But I think thoughts will start to turn soon towards the 15s coming back again. But this has been a fantastic summer, I will say that. The LIT Super 7 series has been absolutely spectacular to watch. There has been really tight contests, whether you're looking at the men's elite between the Brazeli Barbars and ASU Dukla Prague, the youngsters that came over from Czech Republic, whether you look at the women's elite, the Hammerheads and Shogun, the invitational side, we saw a couple of those players, Jez Ranson, one of those for Monaco, or whether even the open competitions like the Trinity, Sons of Spartacus, or the women's competition, Hearts and Balls, a great standout side. They've also been able to show what they're capable of right here on this stage at the LIT Sevens alongside the international teams that we've been talking about. And it just so it says to me how alive the Rugby 7 scene is right now. The World Series is going from strength to strength, but on this European stage, it's thriving at the moment. I think the party shows you this. People can really enjoy themselves because they've put on one hell of a show this summer.
Warren, what an incredible answer. You know ball, you know ball. Kat, one final one for you. What, if you could pick one thing that you're really excited to see in the 2027 season, what would it be?
Oh God, that's put me right on the spot.
I can't even call it. I'm sorry. I don't know.
No worries. Let's bring Wilf in for a final word from Wilf. Wilf, the voice of the UK Sevens scene really these days. So we can't go without hearing a final few words from you. Can you sum up this season?
Yeah, you know, I think the Sevens has had a bit of a battering over the last couple of years with Ireland dropping their funding, which is a programme that's seen some of their best internationals, like most recently Balakoon, come through. You've seen GB have had to scale things back, and that's seen a lot of players lose their livelihood. It's also seen a lot of youngsters being given opportunities, but we've also had a recent RFU proposal to ban the playing of sevens at schoolboy level on a Sunday in order to protect the club game, but that was quickly shut down by those by essentially a petition of school staff who wanted to keep the game of sevens alive. And I think it's important that we don't forget how important sevens is, how big a path sevens is, the amount of women's players that have come through the sevens circuit and gone on to represent the Red Roses and gone on to represent the other growing nations, in the Six Nations category. And I mean, just look at South Africa women's, who their under-18s played their first ever fixture against one another a couple of weeks ago. Sevens has always been the biggest platform for women's rugby in South Africa. So, I think sevens has a huge part to play in the future of the game, and it is tournaments like this. It's people like Elaine, the tournament organiser. It's teams like the British Army that keep that going, and I just think that it's really important that outside of what a fantastic and fun day these sevens tournaments can be for everyone involved, which is so important, it's also a pathway to the professional game that many people forget sometimes is there, or certainly those at the higher ends of rugby institutions sometimes don't recognise the importance of. So yeah, really glad that we've at Next Gen Live and with Lit Super Sevens had another season of supporting that and kicking on the sevens game, which is on its way back up again, I feel.
A beautiful, motivating, inspiring answer from Wilf, and I expected nothing less. Well, we are now out of time. Another London Sevens, and indeed another Lit Super Sevens series is in the book. Let's take one final look at the after party getting started here at Wasps FC. It's going to be an incredible evening. Elaine and the Lit Super Sevens team getting ready for the trophy presentation. It's been an unforgettable day for everyone involved, and I can promise you more memories to be made this evening and next season. For now though, from Warren and Wilf, from Kat and myself, it is thank you for joining us and goodbye.